Sonika, come.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's Madhu, sir.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
So, are you ready?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir, we are ready.
Sir, I will just take few minutes to introduce, then we can start with the session. Okay, so a very warm good morning to one and all present today. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our speaker for the session, Professor K. Muralidhar, on behalf of Daulat College and Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, SGTB Khalsa College. We are fortunate to have Professor Muralidhar, sir, with us again. We are delighted to continue our learning journey with you, sir. Following his insightful and thoughtful session yesterday on ethics in science and ethics of science, today sir will talk about biology education in light of NEP 2020. I request you all to please join me in welcoming sir once more. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Yesterday we talked about ethics, and in that connection, we also tried to understand what is science, what is research, what is quality science, what is great research, all such things, and then drew some conclusions that science is like religion or philosophy.
फाइंड आउट कर सकते हैं एआई टूल्स का यूज क्या है क्या नहीं है सब कुछ बता रहे थे हाँ तो ये सब चल रहा था
Please keep yourselves muted.
Participants, please keep yourself muted.
Kindly mute everybody. Hello,
Yes, sir, we are doing that.
can I continue?
Yes, sir.
See, yesterday we discussed about ethics and the context in which this comes. We understood what science is, what research is, what does it mean to choose a problem, to raise a question. All those things we understood. Summary, that any activity which seeks truth must have integrity, must have honesty, and this comes under what we call ethics. Today, we will see if you apply this principle and ask higher education, especially undergraduate education, especially biology-related science education, we will today see that it is ethical to teach biology as a single discipline and not in fragments as it has been happening for a long time, not just in this country, but everywhere. That we will discuss and try to understand and draw the same conclusion. Now let us see. First thing is higher education. What exactly is this higher education? In the olden days, higher education meant anything connected with God or religious experience, and it was given a name called Paravidya. And anything that gives you jobs, skills, it was called Aparavidya. Paravidya is translated as higher education. But today we say, because we are following colonial system, higher education means the number of years that you spend. So if you spend more time leading to undergraduate degree, postgraduate degree, PhD, these are called as higher education. Lower to that, but they don't call it lower education, they call it school education. And in that you have primary school, secondary school, senior secondary, all those things. So in the present context, therefore, higher education means undergraduate and postgraduate education, and we are referring to science education, especially biology related subjects. So let us start with education. The aim of a class education is to liberate man to make him or her a free-thinking and responsible individual. It is to raise the individual consciousness to its highest potential. Mass education, on the other hand, results in workforce or middle class to earn a living, but ultimately for nation building. But the aim of mass education has changed over the last 5,000 years. There are 5 major systems of education: the native Eastern, Hindu, Islamic, Chinese, and Buddhist, and the Western or colonial. Why we call it colonial? The Western system, which is originated in Europe, because 4 countries controlled the rest of the world, we had colonial rule, India as an example, and therefore the education system was given by the rulers, colonial rulers, who came from West, and therefore we call it colonial system of education. It happened in South America, where Spain controlled these countries, and so they had Western education, European, and that is also called as colonial system. In the native systems, that means we are referring to Hindu, Islamic, Chinese, and Buddhist. There is no distinction between 2 cultures. What does 2 cultures refer to? Arts and sciences, or pure and applied sciences, or between Paravidya and Aparavidya. There is no distinction between these 2 in our native system. NEP 2020 wishes to integrate the 2 cultures. Now, the phrase 2 cultures was given by a Britisher called C.P. Snow, who said the 2 cultures will never meet. But let us go into this in detail later. NEP 2020 wishes to integrate both the cultures, and it has asked us to do many things. I say, can you please ask to mute people? You are all teachers, I say. Can I continue?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Now, this NEP 2020 was given by a committee chaired by Kasturi Rangan, who was previously chairman of ISRO. But then we ask a fundamental question: why this commission? There have been 27 education commissions in India. Kasturi Rangan Commission is the latest. They work like committees. Romila Thapar, a historian, committees do not write history, individuals do. Same way, in this education commission, which we can call it as a committee, it is not that the committee has worked and drafted all that. Some individual has done, and I will give you the detail later. Now, why so many commissions on education? Obviously, something fundamentally is wrong with our system of education, and all these commissions diagnose the problem properly, and therefore each one has made recommendations where the treatment without diagnosis becomes meaningless. If they are right, why the problems persist? Most Indian universities are modeled after either London or Oxford University. Oxford University is a research university. That means the emphasis is on pure research, whereas London is a university called Teaching University, where there are affiliated colleges. Majority of Indian universities are modeled either from London or from Oxford. For example, Delhi University is a teaching university. That means there are colleges affiliated or constituent, and then there are PG centers, but the major work is teaching. People also do research in this. However, if you look at Jawaharlal Nehru University, it is modeled like Oxford. There is only research there. There is no educational context like Delhi University. They have postgraduate education, no doubt, but there are no colleges affiliated or constituent. University of Hyderabad Hyderabad, for example, another university, is also like a research university. So if we understand this, then we can understand what are the problems of this education system and why all the 27 commissions, even though they made lofty recommendations, we are still struggling with the problem. We will see this now. Is there a clear philosophy of higher education, science education for some, spelt out by the government? No. There is no clear signal, clear philosophy. There is a lot of written things, and I will give you details later. Confusing signals come from top. That's what I said. Let us not forget that there were 27 education commissions, both minor and major. For example, there was a Yashpal committee or commission on school education. We will discuss this later, including the present one, which is Kastur Rangan Commission. Are we sure that we are future ready? Emphatically no, because nobody seems to understand what is the future of higher education, what is the demand of this. Yesterday I gave this example. I will repeat it just to make sure that we go through motion but nothing happens. Karnataka government appointed a committee called Saidapur Committee, in which I was also a member, and we were asked, please suggest reforms for undergraduate science education. We took it very seriously and came out with this report, which has many things much beyond NEP 2020. At that time, Karnataka government was a BJP government. In 1 week, the government changed, Congress government came. Immediately, this report was kept in abeyance. It was collecting dust. Probably it is in waste basket. Now, if this happens for a nation, imagine that nobody seems to take these commissions and commission reports seriously. That is what the point that I wish to make. Now, let us see what is this latest commission, Understanding NEP 2020, which is a report by a commission headed by Kasturi Rangan, who was a chairman of ISRO. Now, after this report came, because central universities come directly under central government, they have to follow whatever orders that government gives. So all the central universities started applying the NEP 2020 rules and started something reforms. However, nobody understood what is this NEP 2020. So I got invitation from a number of universities like Hyderabad University. I'm giving one example here, Charusat University in Ahmedabad, and many more, Madras University, Kerala University, asking me to explain what is this NEP 2020, what are we supposed to do. The confusion is because education is in concurrent list, which means it is both in the central list as well as in state government list. And that is where all the confusion has come. NEP 2020 is a recommendation by a commission appointed by central government, and therefore central universities will get obviously hukum that you have to follow this. State governments, because education also is in this concurrent list, many of them, due to political reasons, do not follow this thing, and therefore there is conflict. We will see details later. If you look at the members of this commission, Kasturi Rangan Commission, this is supposed to be a commission to reform education or higher education, especially science education. Chairman was Kasturi Rangan, who was a chairman of ISRO previously, and he has never taken a class in his whole life. He is not from a university sector. Vasudha Kamath was a vice chancellor, SNDT Women University. Manjul Bhargava was a mathematician from USA, a President Gold Medal winner, and a brilliant man. Ram Shankar Kuril was a Vice Chancellor of Ambedkar University. Kattimani was a Vice Chancellor of Tribal University. K.M. Tripathi was the Chairman of UP High School Exam Board. Mazhar Arif was from JNU, Social Science School. M.K. Sridhar was chairman of Karnataka Knowledge Commission. Shakila Shamru was IAS officer, member secretary from Ministry of Human Resource Development. What you notice here is there is not a single scientist in the commission. There is not a single educationist in the commission. There is nobody from NCERT, which is the major organization dealing with school education. There is no single university science professor. There are hundreds of university professors who know everything, more education or science education, much more than any of these people. But no, there is no member from there. And nobody from, most important, Regional Institute of Education in Ajmer, in Bhopal, in Bhubaneswar, and in Mysore. These are systems which were established to look at education whole. There was not a single member from this. Now you can see the irony of this Kasturi Rangan Commission. More important and more shocking, the report was written by Manjul Bhargava. He is from USA, and therefore Kasturi Rangan only signed that report. It was not discussed or passed. Not even a bill was passed in Parliament because there was a lot of opposition. However, let us see what does this commission report says. NEP 2020 is founded on the following goals. 5 goals: access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. Access means it says, it's also overlapping with the second one, equity. It says that everybody should have a right to join a college or a university, and therefore it should be accessible to everybody, independent of socio-economic status. This is all nice in the written report. Same thing for equity, which means it should be uniformly given to everybody from every sector of our society. There should be no distinction between rich people, poor people, and so on and so forth. Then the commission report says that it should have quality without defining what exactly you mean quality of education. Then they said, which is a social goal, it should be affordable by everybody. That means what? The fee structure should be so done that every person from every corner, every sector of the society will be able to pay the fees. That is what we mean affordability. Surprisingly here, they don't talk about private universities which have their own fee structure. Therefore, this report is a government report meant for government officers, government universities. Then they also said we should have accountability. And this is where yesterday's lecture, ethics, told you that the basic thing, ethics comes from accountability. If all of us have no sense of accountability, there will be no ethics in education. But this commission tells that we should all follow these things and then follow what the commission has recommended, and every university should do that. This is what also yesterday we said, as far as science education and science research, India has failed to propagate scientific literacy. Article 51A with 42nd Amendment says of our Constitution, it shall be the duty of every citizen to develop scientific temper, humanism, spirit of inquiry, and reform. Unfortunately, there is not much written about scientific temper in Kasturi Rangan education report. Pseudoscience is everywhere. Onslaught of disinformation is what you can see. Those of you who are addicted to cell phone will notice all these things. Now, this report has 4 parts. Part 1 is on school education. Part 2 is on higher education. And part 3 is additional areas of focus. Part 4 on transforming education. This is where they talk philosophy. And one addendum on making it happen, implementation, how to do. And there are 14 appendices. Although it is like this, it mostly deals with school education. Unfortunately, it has not done justice to higher education. and the commission was appointed for looking at the problems of higher education. We will see the details. Now, what are these educational institutions, higher educational institutions? There are 1043 HEIs, as they call, 48 central universities, 1 central open university, 135 institutions of national importance, 386 state public universities, 5 institutes under state legislature, 14 open universities under state governments, 327 private universities, either by accessible to state government or central, only to give permission. And then 1 private open university state under state governments. There are deemed to be universities, about 36, deemed to be universities under another sector where government also supports something, 10, deemed private universities, 80. So total we have 1043. Add to this, there are 42,000 undergraduate colleges in this country. This report is about these. What are the ills of this education system and what are the recommendations for that? So they made some major recommendations. I will only selectively tell you what are these. In one line, I can tell that the summary of the recommendation of NEP 2020 by the Kasturrangan Commission, as written by Manjul Bhargava, that there should be multidisciplinary universities or institutions, that there should be interdisciplinary departments, that there should be transdisciplinary research. These are the 3 key phrases in this NEP 2020, and we'll try to understand, especially with regard to science education, especially with regard to biology-related topics. It says that teaching across conventional disciplines. That means in every disciplinary teaching syllabus curriculum, you should have part of some other discipline also. Okay, what to call this, I will tell later. Then they said you should do optimization of resources, which means both the teachers and any other administrative staff to run this institution, you should optimize the resources. That means classrooms can be opened to neighboring institutions also, so that the same resource of teacher can be utilized by other colleges also. So that is what is meant by optimization of resources. Then ownership of space, classrooms, labs, facilities, playgrounds, they all should be centralized so that they are common to more than one college. Because if you notice, even our departments and others, classrooms are engaged only in part of the day. As per commission report, 24 hours they have to be kept open, which means in shift system, these spaces should be given to others, other departments or other institutions. They are planned for 24-hour use. This is called integration across disciplines. Campus should be vibrant educational community. This is a wishful thinking. Undergraduate should be 4 years. Delhi University has already done. Model on liberal arts education of USA. We should spend a minute on this. I told you that the report was written by Manjul Bhargava. He is from USA, and in USA, there are 4-year courses, undergraduate, and they are called as liberal arts education. It's a cafeteria approach, and Manjul Bhargava simply put that and put it as Kasturrangan Commission report. And therefore, what Kasturrangan Commission report recommend is essentially what is running in USA, which is called liberal arts education of USA. Creative combination of disciplines, flexible and imaginative curricular structures, and framework. All these are all wishful thinking. See, when you say creative, we have to define that. How much can you mix this subject with the other subject? That is where we have to be very careful. And the commission report is not very clear in all these things. They said revamp pedagogy. We'll have a word to say this on later. Curriculum, assessment, and student support. Open and distance learning program should be as good as classroom system. I'll spend a minute. You understand that conventional universities, it is classroom teaching and laboratory work. Then somewhere in 80s, government started something called open university, in which the teaching is essentially through notes or online. There are different types in this, and therefore it doesn't require the kind of infrastructure that normal universities require. And now this commission says open system education and or even distance education system, the minor differences between all these and the regular system, they all should be same quality. How can this happen? Radhakrishna Pillai was a ex-UGC vice chairman. Years back, he was heading open university system, and then he told that the open university degree should also be recognized by employers. Nobody agreed because there are no practicals in open university system. They may have a session where all the practicals are shown, and therefore he was a rejected and dejected man. He was vice chairman of UGC. And now this commission says they should be of same quality, whether it is open or distance education or classroom and laboratory education. And these higher education institutions, says the report, there are 3 types. Type 1, research university. I have given an example of Jawaharlal Nehru University and Hyderabad Central University. Type 2, teaching university. The best example is Delhi University. And type or Usmania or any such big university. Type 3 are autonomous colleges. These are called mini universities. We will not spend much time on this. No affiliated colleges by 2032. I don't think this will happen. We are already in 2025. Half the nation has not even started implementing the report. So the question of removing all the affiliated colleges, I don't know how the government is going to do. There are no separate medical and engineering universities. One of the major recommendations of this Kasturrangan Commission is that single discipline universities should not be there. That you should not have medical university, engineering university, law university, or university for plumbing, university for refrigeration. This kind of things they said one should not have. All universities should be multidisciplinary. And within 1 year, they made an exception. National Law University was not touched. Law is a single discipline, but the government kept quiet and continued law colleges or educational institution. The reason was simple. These national law schools were established by a report given by a person who is from the law school of Delhi University. I know him well. And this report said we should have national law school 5-year education. And because this guy is more powerful than Kasturrangan, exception was made from central government that law school can be separate university, whereas for all others, you should have multidisciplinary universities. Okay, that shows politics in implementation. This person was a Pillai from our law school in Delhi University. He's retired now. Single mechanism for all higher education institutions, all centrally funded universities, research institutes under ministries, IITs, IIITs, NITs, medical colleges, etc. should be independent universities but multidisciplinary. Nothing has happened. Now, what is the answer then? Where are we? There are a number of answers. One is a long answer, critical answer. Another is a short answer. We will see this now. First, let us understand what are the problems which concern us in higher education. There is a declining interest in admission into science courses. We know these things. Science careers, pursuit of science, as indicated by flight of bright students to other branches of human knowledge, especially leading to IAS and IPS and other competitive exams. Absence of equity in access to quality education in science, as education in modern science, especially biology, is very cost intensive. But if you look at the funding, which gives you, if they want to make it accessible to everybody, you need a lot of money. And who gives the funding? 99% of funding comes from government. And who is this organization? UGC. 90% of UGC funds go to central universities, which means the remaining 950 universities hardly get 10% of UGC funding. So how can you expect access to quality education uniformly throughout the country? So we should change the funding policy. Something has happened. I will refer to this later. Declining standards of teaching science, social science and humanities, particularly biology at school, undergraduate and postgraduate levels. I don't have to elaborate. The education has been taken over, but not by the universities and colleges, but by coaching centers. I have referred to this yesterday. Conflict of interest between personal and professional life of all the practitioners, students, and preachers. Increasing perception of science as an esoteric activity. Unmanageable learning burden for students and surprisingly for teachers. Because whenever we do curriculum revision or syllabus revision, what we do is add more. And therefore, learning becomes unmanageable. We can understand this for students, but why we are saying that most of the teachers are complaining that learning has become unmanageable. And that is a surprise. The reason, very simple. People have taken education means information transfer. And as long as that do that, this learning burden will be increasing only, it will not decrease. So the answer is that we should do conceptual teaching. There is a dichotomy in the level of joy between doing science and probing science. Pursuing science without scientific method, I have referred to this unethical thing, because scientific method prescribes you the procedure and you must follow it with the criteria of reliability. Most of the people don't do, and therefore they say they are all scientists, but they don't follow scientific method. Confused thinking and wrong perception of science, especially biology, as an unethical activity. Especially these animal ethics people, animal rights people, people like Maneka Gandhi and her followers, they believe that all zoology related things or animal science related institutions or education systems are all wrong. Now, this is a very immature perception of science education. Increasing perception of science as an esoteric activity. I have already told you this, because teaching is restricted to classroom. There is less practicals and more theory. And that should be reversed, because science is not poetry. We should have more practicals than theory. Poor infrastructure, that is what we have referred to, and we are repeating it again. All these facilities, very poor in majority of universities and colleges. Now, Kasturirangan Commission also recommends holistic education. Science in the educational context, science in the background of humanities and social sciences, mathematics as a language of science. That means this commission report recommends that you should teach humanities, social sciences, natural sciences, a certain proportions of each in every college, every university, every department. And you should also incorporate mathematics, especially as a language to understand science. Now, this is a very, very tall order. All this, please refer to in the initial minutes, I used the word two cultures. C.P. Snow talked about it, that science and humanities will never come together. It's a different part of the brain. The right side brain talks about humanities, arts, whereas the left side brain talks about logic and science. And therefore, he said these two will never meet. Now, this Kasturirangan Commission report says we should combine all of them to some different grades and teach everybody everything. That is why it is called liberal arts in USA. And we are using that and we are recommending that the commission without understanding practical problems. Science, as I said, is all about measurement. Physics measures operational concepts and hence tries to explain the physical reality of the universe. Chemistry people, they relate structure to function. Biology, as I said yesterday also, did not measure anything for about 1800 years, starting from 325 BC, which is Aristotle's time. Scientific method is the way of doing science. Yesterday, we spent a little bit of time on these things, so I won't repeat. Science is a new philosophy of life, seeking truth in the structure and functioning of nature. Experimental natural philosophy or natural science is a product of Renaissance. It limits its questions to material world, including living organisms. No supernatural principle is admitted. Revelation is not a scientific method. And these are the people: Francis Bacon, Rene Descartes, Immanuel Kant, Bertrand Russell, Karl Popper, Thomas Kuhn, and others defined science in different ways. I'll spend 1 or 2 minutes here. Francis Bacon said science is inquiring the structure and function of nature, and he described scientific method, both deductive logic and inductive reasoning, as the way to do science, but did not give a rigorous definition of science. René Descartes, a French mathematician, said science should not just be inquiring nature and understanding nature, but it should be useful to mankind. That means it should be applied science. Immanuel Kant is a philosopher, pure philosopher, and he is an idealist philosopher, and he made certain recommendations of what is the role of science in our day-to-day life. Bertrand Russell is a philosopher, but a mathematical philosopher. Karl Popper is a philosopher of science who defined science very precisely, and I will now repeat his sentence. Non-falsifiable knowledge is not science. Please by heart this sentence. Try to understand. This is a Britisher who talks in double negative. Non-falsifiable knowledge is not science. He could have said science is falsifiable, but he didn't say that. He said non-falsifiable knowledge is not science. That means all science should be falsifiable. If you say I am doing something, discovering something, if it cannot be falsified by another worker, it is not science, he says. Many people have misunderstood this. All that he said was that when you claim something, you suggest also an experiment whereby you can prove that what you said is wrong. That means falsifiability. When you can't do that, then it is not science. It does not demand faith or belief. On the other hand, faith does not demand logic. All right, we have said this, and therefore we summarize science is the art of measurement. Now, comparison is inevitable whenever measurement is undertaken. One can only measure quantifiable parameters. For example, if I ask a student, what is your height? He will take an inch tape and measure himself and then say, I am 5 feet 7 inches or 6 feet 3 inches or something. But he will not keep quiet after that first sentence. He will also tell the teacher, sir, I am taller than that boy. I am shorter than this girl. Nobody asked him to say compare, but he comes with that. Therefore, built into the measurement, there is always a comparison. And that is how science progresses. All right. And you can measure only quantifiable thing. So we cannot measure great science and all that. We will see this later. Okay. Now, if you come down to now all this and then ask what happened to biology, if you study the progress of biology for about 2,500 years, then you see that this biology progressed in 3 phases. In the phase 1, it was purely descriptive. It was phenomenological, based on observations, initially with a pair of eyes, later with microscope, but it had no question to ask. This was called as classical biology. It resulted in what we call natural history, catalogs and emphasized taxonomy and related areas. Nothing wrong with this. The only thing is there was no question asked. It is not an answer to a question. There was no investigation. It was pure description. Darwinian ideas in mid-19th century changed everything. This is the greatest concept he gave to biology, and it applies to every area of human life. And that Darwinian idea gave a conceptual philosophy to biology, and immediately people started doing testing hypotheses as per in the framework of evolutionary ideas of Darwin. This is the most important concept guiding research in not only biology, but in all human affairs. Then people started converting descriptions into questions, and to investigate and get the answer for these questions, reductionist biology came, because you need a method. Method comes from techniques. Techniques are based on tools. Physics gives tools. Techniques come from chemistry. Biology does not offer anything. Therefore, in biology, you don't give any biological method. It is only physical or chemical, which we convert into a procedure which we call as biological method. All right. It is experimental and believes that biology can be reduced to physics and chemistry. It believes that understanding components of a system leads to understanding of the whole system. This is the most dominant and visible phase of biology. Areas like biochemistry, physiology, molecular biology, all these come under this reductionist biology. It does not explain emergent properties characteristic of biological systems. I must spend 1 minute on this. Reductionist biology, that means molecular physiology, molecular biology, biochemistry, biophysics, and all. They deal with description of living phenomena in molecular terms, but it does not explain certain things which we call as emergent properties. For example, mind is an emergent property of brain, because if you take brain, take a torchlight, dissect the brain, you don't find mind there. Mind is an emergent property. Evolution is an emergent property of human living activities. Now, biochemistry cannot explain these kind of things. Reductionist biology can never explain emergent properties. And therefore, we should have all levels of biology integrated as conceptual biology. That is the point I am making, and I will be discussing more. In the third phase, when people realize that experimental biology, biochemistry, biophysics, molecular biology, molecular physiology, cell biology, all sorts of things, did not make us understand, then the physics people advised that stop all the experimental work, buy a computer, and then do modeling. And that we call it as in silico biology. So in the first phase, we got in vivo biology or ex vivo biology. In the second, we got in vitro biology. And in the third, we got in silico biology. Now, these modeling studies using a computer probably leads to understanding emergent property at the whole organism level. And this is largely practiced through simulations done with computers. Basically, what it means is the whole is more than the sum of the parts. That is the philosophy in explaining emergent property. Those are now summarized as three phases of biology: in vivo, in vitro, and in silico. We have to teach all three phases of biology. It has to be taught as an integrating science. 2 minutes on zoology, which is a fragment of biology. Animal rights activists are becoming increasingly militant and hostile to the use of animals for teaching and research. All of you have experienced this. Wildlife Act 1972 and Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1961 discouraged practice of zoology in colleges. So what happened? Circuses, zoos, and zoological parks became difficult to maintain, not to speak of research in zoology or using animals. Let us also look at this so-called Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1961. There was a famous Tamilian dancer called Rukmini who introduced Bharatanatyam, brought out from the system of Devadasis, and made it an honorable and respectable middle class social function. She headed an organization in Chennai, or it was olden days called Madras. And she married a foreigner, and that is why her name is Rukmini Devi Arundale. And she ran an organization called Kalakshetra, where they teach classical dances, modern dances, drama, literature, everything. Now, when Jawaharlal Nehru asked her to talk about her philosophy, she said that let us have an act of parliament where you don't show cruelty to animals. Please read what she said in those days, which is called as Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. In the last sentence says, in spite of what is said above, you should encourage use of animals for research. This should never be stopped, said Rukmini Devi Arundel. All this collapsed because of Maneka Gandhi, who came and started this cruelty to do research. And that's where we are in a CPCSC guidelines and all that. And I will later show you a book that we edited, which was much beyond CPCSA guidelines. It was written much earlier to these guidelines. We will see that later. So this discouraged, and zoology was in shambles. And that is where the reforms should not kill a subject. It should only improve the quality of the subject. And therefore, the most important question to ask, how to achieve this integration of all biological subdisciplines, because we have to teach in vivo biology, in vitro biology, in silico biology. That means all the subjects which yesterday were called as biochemistry, biophysics, genetics, cell biology, molecular biology, physiology, all that we have to teach: zoology, botany, microbiology, every damn thing we have to teach. How do you integrate all this? Otherwise, it will become horrendous syllabus. Students will commit only suicide. And therefore, how to achieve this integration of all biological subdiscipline is the first task. Integration of biology with other natural sciences like physics and chemistry, which is demanded by NEP 2020, and therefore this integration also we should achieve. We should integrate education with science. This is also given by the recommendations of NEP 2020. So we have to do that, and how to achieve this also we should think. Integration of science with technology. Today, reading science is not enough. You have to do science, and doing science has become highly technology intensive. And therefore, we have to integrate how to do science with teaching science. And therefore, I put these 4 integrations we have to achieve. However, by simply saying integrate, it won't come. What is the realistic answer? You have to have an integrated biology. The model I will tell you now how to integrate. This has to be taught as a discipline at the undergraduate level. I am not talking postgraduate level. 4-year course, which is a recommendation of NEP 2020, is a correct recommendation where in 4 years you teach different disciplines, but with a major and minor and with other electives, which all of you are familiar with, so that you get a holistic system. And the 4th year or 2 final semesters, 7th and 8th semester, if you are following semester system, should be used for skill development. So applied work can also be integrated. And this leads to employability. For example, applied courses like biotechnology, aquaculture, computer skills, commercializable biological skills, employer-specific skills. That is what Zoological Survey of India, Botanical Survey of India want, including applied taxonomy, will become a skill-oriented course, should be taught and hence brought into curriculum. More open electives from other departments should be offered and taken. In one word, diversification of products, but unification of concepts should be the aim of undergraduate science teaching, especially biology. And therefore, in basic science, as well as in life, ability to change and adapt will make us survive and even flourish. Evolution of organisms teaches us and enables us to see the truth and reality of this statement given by Darwin. Life, if it has to be lived, we have to learn new life skills. Both education and our mindsets have to change. As Darwin said, the only constant thing in life, biodiversity, is change. Each of us, the senior people, have seen these changes in our own career, our own lifetime. And we should empower the students to adapt and change. And therefore, a true teaching is essentially empowering the student to adapt to new conditions. That is the ultimate aim of education. The young student should be empowered to adapt. Hence, education becomes empowerment of students, not only to become independent thinkers, to do fundamental science, but also innovative enough to acquire and practice new skills, which means applied science and jobs. If we refuse to change, selection process will eliminate us. That means our education system. Now, as a first attempt, much before 2020 NEP came, there was something called Yashpal Committee, and that Yashpal Committee said about school education, and it is a big report. I won't go into detail. This one summary line of it is cut syllabus 30% and make the subject conceptual. Don't give too much information. That will help the students. And so he asked people whom he knew, new type of textbooks. Unfortunately, he asked me to write a book on biology. When I told him that I have not been trained in biology, that I have a chemistry background, so he said, that's why I'm asking you. You write this new type of biology books, and we came up with these 2 books. The left side is the 11th class book, and the right is 12th class. Here, I have made it very clear beyond NEP 2020, we conceptualized to the extent possible. Still, it is not full, complete. And for about last 20 years, 2005 to 2025, these books are followed by all schools in India and in some Middle East countries, those who follow the CBSE system. There are 27 systems, such systems. CBSE is only one. And we were very pleased to report that Amazon conducted a survey of all such books, 750 biology textbooks of K11 and K12 level, and asked 19 referees to read them, understand them, assess them, and arrange them into an order of best quality, and the top 5, that means 5 best books of biology in the whole world, they were listed, and both these books are in the top 5, which makes us very happy because the 11th class book is a third rank in the world, and the 12th class book is 5th rank in the whole world. So it shows us, it got us confidence that we also can write good books. This is an example of that. If we are committed to do quality, we can do this. There is no problem. Now, all along, many commissions have reported many things where they were playing only number game. The latest NEP 2020 says that we should have 11 plus 4 plus 5 as the number of years that you spend in school, in undergraduate college, and in so-called postgraduate, including PhD. 11 years of school plus 4 years of UG in integrated biology, that I will explain later, and either 3 years of PG or 5 years of PhD. And this is the recommendation, but we come to problems when we talk of other committee reports and other games that people have played. For example, there are different formulas, 11 plus 2 plus 3 plus 2 plus 5. Now, I don't know how many of you remember Kothari Commission report, which came in 1984. D.S. Kothari was professor of physics in Delhi University. He was asked, just like Kasturi Rangan, to give a report on the higher education, especially science education. And then he gave a big report. It is called Kothari Commission report. Most of the recommendations have not been followed. And I will give you a glaring example. And that example is that the Kothari Commission recommended that the 11th and 12th class should be integrated with school and not established as a separate college. Exactly opposite has happened. In southern India, in eastern India, there are colleges called junior colleges. They teach this 11th and 12th essentially as a coaching center to make them compete in the competitive exams. And therefore, here is a glaring example where the commission said there cannot be separate 11th and 12th as a separate college, but half the country was doing exactly that. That is the respect we give to commission reports. Kastur Rangan commission report will also face similar problems. There are other formulas, 11 plus 1 plus 3 plus 2 plus 5, 22 years of education, 10 plus 2 plus 4 plus 3. You can do all this arithmetic, but you will see that there is no philosophy behind any one of these things. It was done purely as a gimmick. At the PG level, any degree of specialization can be brought in as it should be integrated with PhD. That means, and Kastur Rangan Commission report says that 1 year MSc should be introduced instead of 2 years. And that has also given rise to a lot of problems because many universities are continuing with 2-year MSc in addition to if they introduce 1 year MSc later, because some universities have introduced 4-year BSc or BCom. Some others have not introduced, they continue with the 3-year model. So we are in utter confusion. This means that UG and PG level teachers should be PhDs and should do teaching and research. Yesterday, some teacher asked, how can we do with undergraduate students? Commission has given detailed report on that. I will explain to you later. But here is that sentence which says that all UG teachers and PG teachers should do not just teaching, they should also do research. Diversification can be brought at the UG level in the final 7th and 8th semesters and also in the form of variety of elective courses. But these are all, if you desire, you can take it to in the direction of employable skill development. Say biotechnology, aquaculture, pisciculture, sericulture, all these things will come under that compartment where your aim is to skill empowerment and not basic science or fundamental science. So what is the purpose of higher education now with all this background? One is knowledge and understanding of knowledge domain. which we were emphasizing for a long time. Second is employable, therefore to earn a living, which was also there earlier, but we had polytechnics, engineering colleges, medical colleges, law colleges to take care of this employment business and to earn a living. And the universities were only doing the first aim, knowledge for knowledge's sake. NEP 2020 says do both, especially the second one. And therefore, here is the short answer and the problem. There are 40,000 colleges. I'll give one example. If 10% has zoology, if there are 100 students per college, then there are 4 lakhs graduates who have to be given employment. There could be 4,000 skill-specific jobs. Therefore, there is 1 in 100 chance of getting a subject-specific job. If region specificity is constrained, that means Tamil Nadu wants to employ only Tamilians, Uttar Pradesh wants to employ only Uttarakhand people or Uttar Pradesh people, Maharashtra wants to employ only Marathi people, then there is only 1 in 100 chance of getting a subject-specific job. If to that, if you add region specificity, the chance will be 1 in 10,000. Assuming there are 40 provinces in our country, in summary, it is a hopeless situation. This I want you people to understand. Now, in the past, what did we do about this applied oriented work as well as skill? Till 17th century, biology, I'm talking only biology, biology was zoology and botany. There was no employment other than teaching. Few people got jobs. Mostly they pursued knowledge. Invention of microscope added microbiology to botany and zoology. Biology was taught as 3 subjects. Most of you must have gone through the 3 subject thing, not in Delhi, but in other parts of India. This is called the 3 subject like BZC or MPC and all such things. Whole of India follows that except Delhi and some parts of Calcutta. Now, museums, zoos, and natural parks were established. This generated some non-teaching jobs. There were no jobs directly linked to these things. Later, subdomains of biology, like genetics, biochemistry, physiology, they became separate departments. Delhi University is an example. There are 10 biology-related departments, both in North and South campus. All of them say they are biology departments. I don't understand that because each one is teaching a fragment of biology and not conceptual biology. Professional courses like medicine, veterinary science became more popular than botany and zoology in the last century. Demand for zoologists and botanists declined along with employment. Meanwhile, some botany and zoology departments changed curricular content like Delhi University, Madras University, Sambalpur University, or South Gujarat University, adding more of biochemistry, physiology, genetics, cell and molecular biology, etc., resulting in mismatch between the name of the department and curricular content. The name is zoology department, but you teach everything other than zoology. The name is genetics, you teach everything other than genetics. This kind of mismatch between the name of the department and curriculum is a result of this kind of reforms that people did, especially in Delhi. Rules of teacher appointments are such that they did not change these rules. They would appoint only their own tribe of students, affecting quality of teaching. Now, if you want to appoint or teach biochemistry in genetics, you should not look for MSc genetics. You should look for MSc biochemistry. Same thing for any other area. And therefore, but the rules say that if you want to be a faculty in zoology, you have to be MSc and PhD in zoology. If you want to be faculty in botany, you have to be a PhD or MSc in botany. Then how do you appoint others in experts in other areas? It is impossible. Therefore, rules of appointment, selection procedures also have to be changed along with this. Wildlife Act 1972, as I mentioned earlier, Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1961, they discouraged practice of animal science or zoology in colleges. And these circuses, zoos, zoological parks also became very rare. Therefore, we were cursing that biology has no employment and therefore people should not come to zoology, botany, and other areas. Starting with 1970, the structure and faculty composition and curricular content changed dramatically. Biology is getting integrated with chemistry and physics on one hand, mathematics and computer science on the other hand. These are all underground reforms that were going on in many good universities. Employment demand also shifted focus to biotechnology, information technology, and nanotechnology, BT, IT, and NT, and management. What will survive if you have this philosophy? Fisheries biology will survive, medical entomology will survive, reproductive and developmental biology will survive, plant tissue culture, biotechnology, and biomedical science will survive. But what is the casualty? Biology. Hence, we have to change biology in school and UG levels. Growth of biology demands that we teach integrative biology. Vocationalization is part of university system as per NEP 2020. Applied courses like forest science, aquaculture, sericulture, bio and food technology will and should increase. In basic science as well as in life, ability to change, I have already discussed this point. We should be flexible and we should develop ability to adapt to new challenges in things. Let us spend 2-3 minutes on this career, which this report emphasizes enormously. What exactly is this career? Career is a way of earning. A living in a formal and organized system of hierarchical salaried positions and jobs. How to become an employee and rise in the professional social ladder is referred to as shaping a career. Talent is necessary to succeed. Watson, this is not Jim Watson, this is a Watson from a telephone company, and he had something about rules, thumb rules of how to succeed. You avoid dumb people, be prepared to get into deep trouble, but you should have a godfather who will save you. Never do anything that is boring to you. Get out of the science if you cannot stand up to your peer pressure. These are the Watson's rules of thumb, how to succeed in a career in science, especially biology. Now, where do we get jobs? There are 3 spheres of science careers. University system set in an educational context. I have already given you the list of universities. There are private universities, public universities, deemed universities, doomed universities, all sorts of things you have. Central universities, state universities. All these universities are employers. The R&D institutions of the ministry, like the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Textiles, Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Irrigation, Ministry of Biotechnology, all this, Ministry of Health, they all have their own institutions spread across the country. And especially if you look at Ministry of Science and Technology, they have at least about 37 institutions. CCMB is one example. Similarly, other ministries, Ministry of Petroleum has their own institution. Ministry of Mining has their own institution in Dhanbad. Like that, these are all called R&D institutions of ministries. Please remember, they do research, very good research, but there is no educational context. But even then, science undergraduates can get employment if you follow the 4-year system. Then there is a third sphere, the strategic research institutions of defense and space departments. Majority of Indians, most of the educated people, don't know what these departments do. It is a joke that they themselves don't know what they are doing. In any case, getting employment in this is another opportunity, but I don't know how they select and how they appoint. I have no idea, but these are there also as potential employers. Each has a different mandate. Mismatch between mandate and manpower, that is employee, leads to problems. So if you want to appoint somebody with a certain requirement, if you appoint somebody else based on nepotism, then the system will collapse. That is what happened in majority of institutions, majority of universities, colleges. You don't appoint people who match with their skill with the requirement of the job. And that is where we made mistakes. And you have these unemployable, unfit employees. And therefore, what are the ground realities? Universities are playing into the hands of politicians with myopic vision. Statesmen and visionary social leaders are conspicuous by their absence. Society has become Philistinic, lacking ideals and suspicious of thinkers. Thinkers in Hindi, we call them Buddhijivis. In the present ecosystem, people seriously suspect the so-called sincerity of all these thinkers. There is less than contempt for large narratives and visions. Well-meaning sociologists and philosophers are avoided or shunned. They are not giants either. Quality of an educational institute is dependent on the civilizational quality of the society in which it is embedded. So what is wrong in our system? Too much teaching and too little learning. Too much information and too little understanding. Too much theory and too little experimentation. There is a pathological destruction of the university system of academic work, culture, both by implosion caused by mediocrity and surprisingly by external but indiscriminate funding. It is a miracle, said Einstein, that curiosity survives formal education. We admit horses and make them donkeys at the end of postgraduate degree. Academic career is not really glamorous. Academia has become a Ponzi scheme. Yesterday, I spent some time on this. Now, therefore, if you look at career in science, research, and education, one thing that we learn that there is no elevator to success. You have to take staircase. I have given you this example yesterday, where the examination should match the talent of the student or what they have learned and not what the teacher knows. And that's why C.N.R. Rao, the biggest chemist in this country, said India has an examination system, but not an education system. Now, there are 5 types of UG science models. The existing 3-year, 6-semester model with 3 subjects or major minor honor system, as you see in Delhi, as you see in South India, as you see in Eastern India and Western India and Central India. The UGC recommended a 3-year semi-integrated BSc in biology in 2001. That was my report to UGC. And of course, nobody is following all this. No government is following the UGC report. A 3-year semi-integrated BSc honors in biological sciences with emphasis on applied biology is running in Indrashil and Delhi universities. In Delhi University, I started this course in Venkateswara College literally by bribing the then principal Shankar Reddy. I will not go into details about all that. This was the first integrated biological science degree course in the country. And then in Indrashil University, I only advised them and they also started similar thing. Then there is a 3-year fully integrated honors in biology started in DU but changed later. See resonance article. I have published a resonance article and please read that. A 4-year BSc honors course in semi-integrated biology as per NEP 2020. Delhi University has undertaken the exercise. University of Hyderabad has done. JNU has done. And 2-3 more universities have done. But they have not integrated or talked about biology. They're talking more integration at different levels. And they're talking of specializations and all. And therefore, conceptually, this is not a conceptual biology 4-year course. All right. If you read the US Academy report, which is shown here, cover page, they will tell you what is the philosophy of undergraduate science education. They exactly talk what I have told you earlier, I have told and published. And today also, I will conclude the same thing, that we should have a conceptual biology as an integrative conceptual biology and not as zoology or botany or genetics or biochemistry or any other thing. They can all be individual courses, but they cannot be the major. Philosophy is needed for science and religion because philosophy gives us logic. And so when we frame syllabus, when we design courses in undergraduate science education, we have to be very logical in analysis. Ultimately, any domain knowledge grows from information and it becomes a conceptual. Physics had done that in 1912. Chemistry did that in 1945 after the Second World War, whereas biology is yet to do that. My pleading is that it's high time we conceptualize biology, and I will give you some model syllabus for all that. Ancient philosophers like Plato, Aristotle, Confucius, Thiruvalluvar have impact even today. Natural science cannot explain, leave alone solve, at least today, all problems and issues. Philosophical analysis helps leaders of business, science, industry, politics, and governance. Therefore, philosophy should be taught in science courses, especially biology courses. And therefore, what is feasible and innovative? Create at least one flagship UG course with innovation and NEP 2020 compliant in fundamental sciences. Example, 4-year honors course in integrated conceptual biology or biological physics or mathematical biology. Establish a center. This will satisfy the demand of NEP 2020, where he says we should have multidisciplinary universities, interdisciplinary departments, and transdisciplinary research. The only interdisciplinary department can be biology department. All other labels like zoology, biochemistry and all, they are not interdisciplinary, they are more interdisciplinary. Establish a center for human science, combining and transcending neuroscience, social anthropology, psychology, philosophy, history, economics, and political theory. This will be one example of integrating across the two cultures. And this will happen only if you give a structure like a center for human science. This is my recommendation to Karnataka government, which goes beyond NEP 2020. When curricular changes are brought out, it is absolutely necessary to recruit competent faculty who have aptitude for following those curricular changes in letter and spirit. That means our advertisements for selections, teaching positions should cater to the reforms and not to the old system. The spirit of NEP 2020 says interdisciplinary departments, I have said this, transdisciplinary research, multidisciplinary university. That means our PhD rules have to change. In transdisciplinary research means a group of 6 research scholars coming from different streams address a common problem. Let us say health of adolescent girls, or let us say public health. This is not a research problem. It is a research area. It is a research multidisciplinary problems which can be tackled only by multiple individuals. Therefore, you need PhDs, 6 scholars or 5 to 6 scholars together tackle this. You can have 5 to 6 guides, that is a different. But then what will the PhD be awarded? That is why we have to change the PhD rules also completely if you want to follow what NEP 2020 says. One should therefore have a 4-year and in the semester system, 8 semester BSc honors degree in only integrated conceptual biology. The 3-subject model is not valid anymore. Fragments of biology like zoology, botany, biochemistry, genetic cannot be valid interdisciplinary subjects at UG level. Science teachers in colleges are not trained in pedagogy for science teaching. Hence, education and pedagogy should be taught in 7th and 8th semesters to integrate education with science, especially biology, to create a new type of science teachers. This is a NCERT book where I have written chapters, Pedagogy of Biological Science. This is a textbook for B.Ed courses. Now you can ask me very disturbing questions like, you are talking so much of conceptual biology, where are the concepts, sir? You can ask me. I will give you only few examples. If you sit down, I will give you a model paper also, I will show you quickly. These are some of the concepts in biology, and we should teach these concepts without calling them biochemistry or botany or zoology. Populations mutate and adapt over time. This is the whole story of evolution. Units of heredity encode functional biomolecules. This is the gist of genetics. Yes, cells are the structural and functional units of all living things. Cell theory. The story of how chemistry transformed into biology is a huge story of how departmental structures changed over a period of time. And that is partly the course that will lead to biology. Evolutionary history is not always a simple tree. This people should know. It's not a straight line. Sexual reproduction creates new gene combinations. Whole of developmental genetics you should teach. Characteristics are inherited as distinct units called genes. Gene concept has to be taught. Physical structures can swap genetic information, chromosomal recombination. Changes in DNA are the source of biological variation. Where do you get this variation? This is change in the DNA only. The structure of DNA is built for replication and repair. Therefore, in biology, we have a great concept, structure subserves function. Rules, genetic codes, translate genetic instructions into proteins. DNA directs several steps in the protein making process. Transcription and translation. Protein folding and unfolding and the resultant formation of 3D structures holds the key to function. It's a huge topic. A full paper should be taught on this. Genomes contain, in addition to genes, lot of junk or repetitive DNA. All sequence details in DNA are not inheritable. Physical features, phenotype, are determined both by genes and environment. It's a huge subject. Lamarckian theory has to be understood properly. We have rejected Lamarckian theory very, very quickly and without analysis. In fact, it is better than so-called evolutionary theory, natural selection theory of Darwin, especially if you look at developmental biology in sexually reproducing mammalian system. Every embryology or embryo development is a Lamarckian story. Lamarckian theory applies here, not Darwinian theory. Eukaryotic cells contain descendants of symbiotic bacteria. This is what a lady called Lynn Margulis talked about long back. She was laughed at. Today we believe this is right. How you got eukaryotic cells from a prokaryotic cell. This is also called mechanism endosymbiosis. Life is powered by flow of protons through cell membrane. Entire bioenergetics comes from here. Solar energy is captured to make food. Whole plant physiology, including photosynthesis. Chromosome duplication complicates cell division. Complex cells regulatory check that could. Cell division is smooth and orderly and regulated. Most important concept in biology. Failure of this regulation results in cancer. Cells of our body behave like selfish individual organisms. Very important concept. Parasitic life forms like viruses exploit host cells for self-replication. Self-replicating proteins can damage or protect brain. Cells lose their individuality to become a multicellular body. Transport system overcomes the drawbacks of diffusion. Lifespan, we integrate a lot of physics and chemistry in this concept. Lifespan is a trade-off between survival and reproduction. Post-reproduction lifespan is not a target of natural selection. Many biologists don't understand that after reproductive success, this natural selection does not work because lifespan, which all of us want to be living for long, is not a target of natural selection after reproduction. Before reproduction, yes. This is a great biological concept which nobody teaches properly. Programming the genome creates different cells. Animal gametes fuse after sperms and are guided to the egg, the entire process of fertilization. Eggs develop into multicellular organisms with body layers. Developmental biology. Molecular gradients determine the identity and position of cells. Defenses are either innate or adapt to foreign invaders, but what is seen as foreign is not yet clear even today. What exactly is foreign? When an immunological system sees a foreign antigen and mounts an immune response, what exactly is foreign in biochemical language or biological language? Till today, we don't know. Adapting to external change by adjusting an internal environment is a new and holistic view of homeostasis. The ideas of Claude Bernard, Cannon, and Hans Selye are combined. This is the greatest concept in biology. Physiological stress response can help or harm living things. Biological activities are synchronized to a 24-hour period. Sleep is useful, but not necessarily a vital resting period. Experiences are stored as a pattern of neural connections. Like that, I have given you some concepts. Read this, try to understand. You will understand the whole biology. I will give one other example. There is a famous philosopher in India called D.P. Chattopadhyay. He has written a huge volume series called History of and Indian Culture and Civilization. In that, there is a volume 6 which deals with science. And in that, I have written a chapter when he requested me to do. I have whole biology, I have written in 57 pages. Those of you who have patience, please read this. That is the real conceptual integrated biology. Now, I have introduced this in some private universities. I'm giving one example of what is a conceptual biology as an introductory level, a paper. This is for some private university. And this is a course, essentially a conceptual summary of entire biology. You read this leisurely. And these are the topics. That means about 12 or 13 topics. And you complete biology can be taught. Molecules of the living state, metabolism is a defining property. Biodiversity can be measured and not time invariant. Darwinian evolution is the story of life on Earth. Cell is a unit of life. What organisms do, how do organisms live together, whole of ecology, communication in living organisms and integrative biology, story of life on Earth, human evolution as a model organisms in biology research, biology and human welfare, the applied aspects. So all these 13 topics will give you the glimpse of integrated conceptual biology, and this should be the first paper. Later, you expand each one of them into separate papers or courses and introduce this, especially the 13th topic, unsolved problems. Usually, we teach in BSc and MSc what is known. Nobody teaches what is unknown. It is our job as good teachers to bring the student to the latest and leave it to them that there are a lot of problems in biology for which we have no answers. So that will make his mind curious and he may undertake research in those things. I have listed few of them: consciousness, cognition, thinking, logic of biological design, what is foreign, is there a universal theory in biology, do Darwinian ideas require modification, these kind of things. Stimulate the student by raising these unsolved problems. I will stop at this. I can go on and like this, but I think it will be better if I field some questions to bring clarity to this subject. I hope I have conveyed you the spirit of this lecture, that we should teach biology as a single discipline and not in form of major, minor, or three subject area or any other model which we used to follow and we are still following in all whole of India. Thank you very much. I will rest.
Thank you so much, sir. Participants can unmute themselves and they can raise their query and concern if they have any.
So I have a query.
Yeah, please.
So when these reports, when those are submitted and they're not followed, then what action is taken? It's like a new report comes and then that's not followed. What exactly is done after that, sir?
Nothing. That is the political nature of our country, including university, including Delhi University, including Daulat College. I'm sorry to say this. Indiscipline runs in our blood. See, when somebody says something as a rule, first follow it and show that there are defects in this and suggest modification. Instead, what we do is we oppose. You tell anything, I will oppose. If you remember 10 years, 15 years back, or 2005, I think, when Deepak Nair was the thing, the period of a classroom was changed from 50 minutes to 55 minutes. 3 days of continuous fighting in academic council where I was there, and Duta created hell in that. That is what we call politics. 5 minutes extra you can't teach. You need so much discussion on this. I'm sorry to be very blunt on all these things. As teachers, we have to be leaders. We have to bring reforms. We can't be protesting like roadside protest of trade union leaders. That is not correct. And the same thing has happened to Education Commission. In the very first, second or third slide, I said, why 27 education commissions? Obviously, nobody is following. Same thing will happen to NEP 2020 also. Why they are all asking me to come and explain what is there in the book? Why don't you read? They don't. Vice chancellors don't read. Professors don't read. Heads of department don't read. Deans don't read. They want a retired man to come and tell what is there in that. And whatever I tell, I have no power. Therefore, nobody will follow. So what is this tamasha that we are doing here? I don't know whether I answered your question.
Yes, sir. We actually have to look into this irony of the situation. And we
Yeah,
can't
what we should do is don't follow blindly, intellectually analyze, come up with the objections, come up with, sir, what you have written, this is wrong. I don't think this is real. Something you tell so that the fellow who writes something will also understand there is some fundamentally something is wrong. Instead, we simply say no. If a horse is shown, no, sir, this is donkey. We don't, right? That attitude we should remove. Education, universities especially, are wholly centers of discussion. Even if it is political discussion, discussion. And please remember, unless people come down and sit across the table, no problem can be solved. If you take, each one of us takes adversarial position, which means you are wrong, I am right, then no problem will get solved. Whether it is university or husband and wife, anything, same thing will happen.
Sir, but
Okay.
when we cannot communicate properly and when or we avoid discussion, we frame it as argument at place one. दूसरा, whomsoever is the whistleblower, तो मुद्दा क्या का होता है और कौन में तब्दील हो जाता है.
You see, a whistleblower is punished because of the ecosystem. If all teachers are committed not for the reform, but for discussion, then there will be no problem. Supposing you don't like NEP 2020, come up with, sir, these are the defects. I have just now given you 1 hour lecture on what is wrong with NEP 2020. But who is listening to me? I want discussion only. I'm not interested that you should follow Muralidhar. No. Discuss and come up with the truth. Ultimate aim is to find the truth. Okay.
Sir, in NEP 2020, there is a two department, that is one is the life sciences. We teach life sciences for the 3 years, but in the 4th year they have to go for the major subject as either to the zoology or botany or the chemistry. Then why there is a not MSc in life sciences, or why they can't get the degree in the MSc or the research in the life sciences?
That is what I'm saying. See, number one, when you say 4-year course in life sciences, you have already missed the bus. The theme of my lecture is there is this life sciences is a mixture. It is a Khichdi program. It is not an organic compound. Biology is the organic compound. We have to integrate. We can't simply say life sciences means what? Biochemistry plus genetics plus taxonomy plus zoology plus biology plus this plus that and all. It is called a mixture. That is not the idea of conceptual biology. And therefore, even intellectual leaders, current leaders in the university system and in the ministry, they don't seem to understand. That is why I am speaking with agony. I am not saying I am superior. All I am saying is listen, discuss. Let us come down to what is truth. Let us find out.
So वही है कि initially we are giving the so much papers, 7 papers to study the GE, SEC, WAC, this and that, so that integrate all the fields. You should know the different fields. But in the 4th year, we are just doing you can't do research in the life sciences. It is a little bit थोड़ा different है कि भाई क्यों है
See,
ऐसा?
no. Don't
Because
say
life
you
sciences,
can't do
why
research.
not
See,
research?
research is done on a small topic. It is not done
Yes,
in a
sir.
subject. You
No, but
don't
they are not
research in
getting degree in
zoology.
the research.
Research means you raise a small question, a small problem, and then try to get answer for that. That is called research. Yesterday lecture, I told you what is research. Don't say that I will do research in biology, I'll do research in zoology, in research in mathematics. No, nobody can do on the whole subject. You do research on a research problem, a question to which you want answers. So if we understand this, and then there is something called level of sophistication. You can do research with school children, but don't give them advanced research problems for them. You have to tackle low level problem in terms of what we call the complexity of the problem or the question. So you can do research with anybody, school children, undergraduates, postgraduates, PhD scholars, professors, everybody can. Why do we spend after some time? I go as visiting professor to some university to learn more. I have never stopped learning. 2 times I have done that. Took leave and then went abroad or anywhere you like, and then learn some things which you had not learned earlier. There must be a thirst for knowledge. Then anything is okay. Everything is okay. Honesty is required. Integrity is required. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Anything
Any
else?
other query?
Thank you, sir, for an enlightening lecture. And in the same note that you have already mentioned that in the NEP 2020, uh, uh, in the colleges and in the junior colleges, they have stopped the intermediate education. So that we can see clearly in the state of Jharkhand as well, because here the students of the intermediate, like the 11th and 12th, earlier they were used to teach in the colleges. So now they are on the roads, and no one has the answer and the way that how to shift these students to the like +2 schools or where they will go. So it's just the implementation of this particular NEP 2020, it has become as a great challenge, sir.
Absolutely. Absolutely, I agree. But this is not the fault of NEP 2020. Who asked them to start these junior colleges? Kothari Commission in 1984 said that we should not have. Half the
Yes, sir.
country is
But
having junior
earlier
colleges.
it was just running in the
So
colleges
obviously,
in the
governments
morning
are doing that.
sessions.
See, when you
Yes,
don't
yes.
respect an intellectual, a scholar, you can criticize, but don't disrespect. When the recommendation was that there should not be junior colleges, whole of South India did that. Whole of Eastern India did. Now you are saying Jharkhand is doing. Obviously, they don't understand anything. Rebelling against the system is inbuilt into our blood. That is the problem.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
हेलो
Sir,
सर एक मुझे
Jyoti, 1 minute, miss. Sir, I have a request. Can we share the PPTs that you have shared with me with the participants?
Sure, there is no secret here.
No, sir, I just wanted your
Take
permission
anything
for
you
that.
want, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Jyoti, you can ask.
हाँ जी नहीं सर, वो एक जनरल क्वेश्चन है सर, जैसे आपने एनईपी के बारे में बताया एंड रिसर्च के बारे में बताया, लेकिन जब हम क्लासरूम में बच्चों से इंटरेक्ट करते हैं तो मोस्टली जो स्टूडेंट है जिस बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं उनका कंसर्न ये रहता है कि ग्रेजुएशन के बाद हमें जॉब लेनी है या फिर रिसर्च के बाद हमारे पास फाइनेंशियल हमें मतलब सपोर्ट करना है या हमारे पास टाइम ज्यादा नहीं है। तो उस केस में सर हम स्टूडेंट को कैसे मोटिवेट करें कि वो रिसर्च की तरफ इंक्लाइंड हों, क्योंकि मोस्टली 60 to 70% स्टूडेंट का यही ओपिनियन होता है कि मैम हमें हमारे पास टाइम कम है, हमें फाइनेंशियली जल्दी इंडिपेंडेंट होना है या फिर हमें जल्दी जॉब चाहिए, क्विक मनी की उसमें रहते हैं। तो यूजुअली बच्चे ग्रेजुएशन के बाद सर इवन मैथ्स या साइंस पढ़ने के बाद बैंक पीओ या फिर एसएससी की तरफ डाइवर्ट कर जाते हैं। तो सर उन्हें हम कैसे मोटिवेट करें, उन्हें किस तरीके से एनकरेज करें?
Okay, you asked a very good question. In philosophy, there is a phrase called category mistake. What does that mean? The question is wrong. See, NEP 2020 or anybody did not say that everybody should do research, everybody should come to basic science and fundamental science. From last 40 years, people are saying that there should be more vocationalization. That people who are coming from the poorer sections of society, it is not their fault. They have to become immediately life earners or wage earners. Therefore, you should give them training in skills rather than talk about great fundamental science or fundamental arts or anything. This was there always. What has happened in the present report, he says, this should become a major part of our undergraduate science education. Earlier, we did this by separating it and calling it polytechnic, calling it a engineering college, calling it a medical college, and all those things. Those who want jobs. Even in my younger days, before you were born, there was something called LMP, Licentiate in Medical Practice, which is a one-year course, abridged summary of MBBS. Those students who cannot afford to pay the fees, they were given this and said, go to villages and practice medicine. One of the greatest or the greatest medical researcher of all times in the whole world is an Indian. Yellapragada Subbarao. He deserved 6 Nobel Prizes. He did not get one. Some other day I will give a lecture on this great guy. So he had LMP from Madras. He could not afford to pay fees for MBBS. He comes from a farmer's family of 6 children. His eldest brother died of tropical sprue. From that day, he said, I will do medical research and discover drugs for that. A brilliant chemist. He faced racism in America. His associate professor, who was his guide, became a professor using a paper that he published. All sorts of things have happened. And later he discovered ATP 2 years before Lohmann. Lohmann got Nobel Prize. In 1927, Subbarao published a JBC paper, ATP. The only chemo drug that you have for cancer, methotrexate or all these derivatives, these are discoveries of Subbarao, not Americans. Sidney Farber, who is started Farber Institute in Boston, he got these medicines from Subbarao free of cost, and he gave it to 11 children who are suffering from childhood leukemia, which is very dangerous, fatal. And 5 of them got cured. He gets Nobel Prize. Who gave the drug? Subbarao. Even today you are using. So all this will happen. There's nothing wrong. The whole point is this is our society. We have to take all this and see whether we can improve the society. Education also is like that. People have been talking, so many commissions, so many rules, so many things, but nothing is changing at the ground level. So what you asked is very relevant. For that, you have to introduce vocational courses in the 4-year structure that Kasturirangan Commission is talking. 7th and 8th semester, instead of doing research, you give them a vocational course, say education. So B.Ed will close in due course of time. This is one of the predictions. Because we made a racket of B.Ed course all over India, and you know all the stories. They're sold for money. Absolute rotten ethics in this country. Anyway, like that, you can introduce anything, biotechnology, pisciculture, aquaculture, plant tissue culture, anything you can introduce in the 7th and 8th semester so that the student gets an employable skill. So he will get a job provided government takes policies where job creation becomes an object of every businessman, every entrepreneur. So simultaneously changes have to happen in all sections of society. Government cannot say, I will all teach you biotechnology and there is no single biotechnology industry. Where will you go? Therefore, our policies have to be framed after a lot of discussion, after a lot of thinking. That seems to be missing, including NEP 2020. Sorry to say this, I am a very blunt speaker. That's why I'm telling you all this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Any other
Janaganamana.
Okay, so if there are not any more query, I would like to end this session by extending our sincere gratitude to you, sir, on behalf of Daulat College and Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, SGTB Khalsa College, for this truly insightful and engaging session on biology education in light of NEP 2020. Your expertise and the valuable insight you shared sure have given us much to consider and learn from, sir. Thank you so much once again for taking time to be with us today, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amma. I enjoyed. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you,
the
sir.
best for all of you and your students.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Professor Bhatnagar has already joined for the session.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Very good
Good
morning.
morning, sir.
Good morning. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay.
Then should we continue the second session now?
Depends. I am ready.
Voice low. Sir, your voice is low.
My voice is low. Okay, just a moment, please. How it is now? It's okay? Better?
Participants, is it audible?
Low.
No,
It is
Bit
low.
low, ma'am.
no, sir. It's not
It's
clearly
low.
audible. It's very low. Volume
Just
is
a
coming
moment,
to
just
be
a
very low.
Is that okay now? Am I audible?
So you are audible, but like it's very less audible.
It is coming out to be a little low.
Okay, now it's fine. Hello.
Yes, sir.
No, sir, it is low.
Well, the intensity is very low of the sound.
Hello, now I'm trying to change the speaker. How is it now?
Sir, it's same.
Same. So,
But it is audible. It is clearly audible.
Yeah, it's audible, but the thing
Volume is less.
less. That's what I'm saying. If it's clear to participants, then we don't have any issue.
Yes, ma'am, it is clear. We can just raise our volumes. It is making.
Okay,
It
fine.
is clear.
I shall be
It is
louder when I
less.
speak. I shall
Sir,
be
participants are okay with it.
okay, so I shall be little louder when I speak. Okay.
Okay, then we should start with our second session. So a very good morning to everyone once again. Thank you for joining us. So our next speaker for the day is Professor P.K. Bhatnagar. He is a retired professor, Department of Electronic Science, University of Delhi South Campus. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of Daulat College and Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, SGTB Khalsa College. Let me take this opportunity to introduce the speaker for this session, Professor P.K. Bhatnagar. Starting with his academic journey, Professor P.K. Bhatnagar is a postgraduate from Agra University, followed by PhD from University of Delhi. Sir has teaching experience of around 50 years. Apart from his teaching experience, Professor Bhatnagar has also held many administrative posts like PI for 15 projects, head of department twice, dean of faculty of interdisciplinary and applied sciences. He has also served as a member of governing bodies of 4 Delhi University colleges. He has served twice as a member of Academic Council of Delhi University. Sir has also served as a member of recognized academic bodies, and list will go on. Sir has around 36 official visits abroad in connection with his research, international projects, and conferences. Sir has around 80 publications to his credits in addition to chapters in book and conference proceeding. Sir has been guest faculty at Department of Electronic Science at Delhi University South Campus and also at Jamia Millia Islamia, teaching MTech student. He is currently on various selection and research funding panels, CSIR, NASF, etc., and supervising PhD student as well. He has also been UGC BSR Fellow working in the Patent Institution, University South Campus for 6 years. We are really privileged and honored to have you, sir, here. We welcome you once again. I request you, sir, to share your screen, and it's over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed for a nice introduction. And I'll be sharing my screen. But before that, I would like to convey my feelings to dear colleagues, friends, participants, and organizers. A very good morning. And first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Savita Roy, Principal Daulat College, a good academicians and organizers and the organizers of the conference. I thank them very much. And with a special mention to Dr. Sonika Sharma, who has been very cooperative, and she has always been helping me whenever I needed her help. So with this introduction to my talk, and thanks to the participants and organizers, I'm just going to share my screen and start my talk. It may take a few seconds. So is it my screen is shared? Just a moment. You please allow my screen to be shared.
So wait for a minute.
Hello, sir. It will take a minute. We'll make you the co-host. But, sir, participants are writing that your voice is a little low. So, can you please try to increase the volume somehow?
I'm trying. Just a moment. I think it is almost a maximum. I'll try to see at audio. Audio is.
So, in your audio settings, if you can see if the microphone is at full volume.
Almost full volume. Yeah. Are you able to hear now? Let me just.
It's the same, sir.
Take a minute. Let me just try.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Sonika ji. Can you hear me? Hello.
So there's no change.
I think I have done everything which is.
Sir, I make a request. If you can leave and rejoin again, we can see if that helps once.
Okay. I just leave and rejoin. Okay. Just a moment.
Thank you.
जी जी
So the volume is same.
माइक्रोफोन अरे I am joining by mobile phone. That will give sound, and rest I'll present by computer. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's clearly audible.
So I have joined using my mobile phone. Okay.
Sir, you have to, disable the sound settings on your laptop.
Yes, I'll do that. I'll do that. Please allow to present now.
Yes, sir. We are doing that.
Make me co-host. Only then I can share
Can you make me co-host so that I can share my screen?
Yes, sir. We have requested. They are doing it, sir.
I am waiting for your permission, please.
Yes, sir. The technicians are doing it, sir. I have requested them. Just few more minutes, sir. Sir, he has made you co-host. Can you just try? Yes, sir. Your screen is visible to us.
Ma'am, am I audible now?
So clearly audible.
Okay. So I think I start because it is already 5-10 minutes have passed. So the point is that the topic of and the theme of this research refresher course is very timely, and it will provide a lot of incentive for the new researchers and guides. So it is basically to train the faculty and the researchers to teach undergraduate students and researchers who want to go in the field of research. I want to share my experiences that I have for the past 40-45 years about the experimental research, setting up of labs from scratch to full-fledged lab. For setting up labs, I took help from the research projects that I submitted from time to time, and these projects are basically UGC, TBT, NSF, Indo-UK, Indo-US, Indo-Singapore, Indo-Portugal, Indo-Japan, Exchange of Scientists Program, and Indo-INSA Program, Indian National Science Academy. So here I think I have distinguished participant here, and if you find some useful points in my talk, please use these. I will throw light on some relevant aspects of NEP and research. And yesterday I heard talk by Professor A.K. Bakshi. It was really very illuminating. So I'll now proceed for the next slide that gives NEP and research methodology, enhancing research quality. I was formerly Dean, as you mentioned, FIAS. So the interdisciplinary applied sciences is very close to my heart. So in today's talk, I will speak something about relevant parts of NEP and related research. Now, what is NEP research policy? I think enough has been discussed about National Educational Policy 2020, and I would simply take only relevant issues, and I will mainly focus on science subjects, and that too, say physics, because it is interdisciplinary. I would like to say, as others may feel it, that now the research is not a subject-oriented. It is not physics, chemistry, or say zoology, botany, something like that. Now you have to get a final product or to get a constructive research. It is not important to publish papers. It is more important to get the research output in the form of some device, in the form of some system, which can be used by the society and masses. In fact, the subject chosen should be of national interest first. Because we are global now, the subject can be of international interest also. Now, in the earlier days, what happened in PhD courses, the syllabus had research methodology. But at undergraduate level, students did not know what research is. They do not know what research means, in fact. So they always thought that research and development and projects, they are the same thing. But no, it is a very good, development that research methodology has been introduced at undergraduate level, and it emphasizes research-oriented approach to higher education in India, aiming to foster a culture of innovation and critical. An important part of national education policy is NRF. Like as in America, we have NSF, National Science Foundation. It's not equal to that, but it is the same tune. It is the National Research Foundation. It supports and coordinates the research and development efforts across various institutions. Now, the role of NRFs and NEP is that NEP anticipates extensive research improvements. From research improvement, we need that the research should be meaningful. It should not be confined to just publishing paper. You publish 100 papers, only 1 or 2 is useful. So all rest of the things is just a data which may be useful or may not be useful for the scientific community. Now in NRF, it provides money and assistance for innovative research. So we have to switch over from a conventional research to innovative research across multiple fields or proposals of national interest. We don't have to see only the national interest, but the national interest includes, I would like to say, masses, where you have to concentrate on health, environment, like things. And see, water is a very important component. So if we consider all these things, we have to consider a independent, not independent, but interdisciplinary approach. A PhD level is already there. Essential paper research methodology, I already mentioned you earlier. Now, I would like to give you a reference, which is NEP and research orientation in higher education. The reference I have given at the bottom, and it is by Dr. Sarika Chabaria Talreja, and I have given you the complete reference, which is mentioned here. One has to go through these things also to understand how the research has to be carried out. How can we motivate the students? How can we select the topic of research? How can we look into thrust areas? So all these things, you see, the main responsibilities of the teachers or the supervisors who would like to conduct research, a meaningful research for the country. So it's expected, or rather it is suggested, that they must go for learning, they must go for getting up-to-date knowledge of the subjects, areas of national interest first, and then global interest. So depending upon their area of work, how can they correlate the thrust areas with their areas is very, very important. Now, next I would like to mention the research methodology. This is very extensively covered in the internet also and in many, many books also. I would like to simply confine myself to the basic experiences and problems that I encountered when I was supervising research, when I was going to apply for the projects, get the projects, and many more things. So a systematic approach to conduct research encompassing the methods and procedures used together and analyze information relevant to a specific research problem that one has to choose. And then here a framework of how a researcher designs a study. Basically, the research traditions have completely changed with the passage of time. I would like to throw light on this later on, but everything is changing as the development in technology is taking place, as the development of artificial intelligence is taking place, and new systems are coming into the market. So a framework for how a researcher designs a study, collects data, and then analyzing the tools are available in the market depending upon the subject. For chemistry, it may be different. For physics, it may be different. For interdisciplinary, it may be a common. So for drawing the conclusions. So essentially, it outlines the how of the research processes, ensuring a systematic and valid approach to answering research questions. Now, there are certain key aspects of research methodology. Some basic aspects are more or less common for different subjects. Subjects may be different. You know, if you have, I just give an example of a camera. The basic features of camera are the same. You should have something like a lens to take the photo. Lens is everywhere. Then we have to do the shutter speed. Earlier days, we have to put light, how much light should be there, what should be the background should be there. These are the new developments in the camera. So similarly, the basic aspects of methodology are also same. But how this methodology and approach for science subjects refers to systematic, scientific, and logical approach which is used to conduct research in the specific area. I would like to mention something about biology also. You see, I am a person who did his high school with arts. I had subjects of civics, economics, and arts. I did not study any science that time because that time I thought I would not be able to do the dissection of a frog. It looked me very odd. So I went to the science, art subjects, and civics, economics, arts were my subjects. But later I realized that science is progressing, and those times these art subjects did not have much value, and science is always progressing. So I chose science. After 11th and 12th, I took physics, chemistry, mathematics, and then BSc and MSc I did in 66 and 68, 1968 respectively. So for research point, selected, I switched over from one field to another. Now it is interdisciplinary. It is not switching over. It is a seamless transfer. So that I will just mention after this slide that how it is possible. So firstly, you select the research problem. You define the research problem depending upon your research area. Then research design is chosen. Data are collected by various methods. You do literature survey. You have experimental results, interviews, observations. You collect all the data and you earmark the data, which data will be suitable for us, because nowadays lot of data is available, and data does not mean knowledge. Data information does not mean knowledge. We have to extract knowledge out of this data or observations. So the techniques to sample out a particular type of data are available. Mathematical models are available. Techniques of data analysis are there. Statistical analysis is there. Thematic analysis and other qualitative analysis is there. Now, statistical is there because we are dealing with a high number of particles. If I talk of science subjects, if I talk of semiconductor material, the carrier concentration is about 10 to the 23. So there actually the statistical analysis is very, very important. And we have those who are doing physics or chemistry, they are aware of the various statistical models. And this will be very good for them, like Maxwell-Boltzmann statistics or Fermi-Dirac statistics, and so on. Then there's a point of data storage and use. In earlier days, data storage was a great problem because the storage capacity of the devices were very, very small. You will be surprised to know that the first small drive that I purchased was having only 240 MB. Now, on a small pen drive, you have the megabyte, terabyte, you have not terabyte exactly, but many gigabytes information. So 240 MB, I purchased for 3,440 rupees that time, about 20 years from now. And now the cost of a gigabyte information system is only a few hundred rupees. So with this, you can have a lot of data storage and you can use the data. The terabyte systems are available in the computers nowadays. And then after you do research, whatever you do, it is not should be an open-ended research. Mind it, the days have gone when we used to just publish papers and see without any conclusion or without, or the conclusion would not have been useful to others. Then we have to be now, we have to have a close-ended research. It should lead to some system. It should lead to some observations or readings which can be used by the industry and by the researchers. So we have to go for the validity and reliability of the system. These are very, very important aspects. Without this, your system will not be, in fact, welcomed by anybody. So paper publishing is not the only criteria, as I've been mentioning. I think I shall be repeating it also sometime, because a teacher always repeats and he feels that we should repeat so that it goes for most of the person with the understanding. Now, if you take the detailed study structure for conducting research, the conventional is that you define the problem, then you go for literature review, then you have some questions in mind, you develop the research conceptual model, you have the objective, you list the objective, and then after you go for methodology, data collection, data analysis, and then discussions. And then discussions will be based on your, maybe on data collection, one, maybe on your experimental observations, two, maybe on some models which are available in the research papers. So research recommendations you will finally submit, and that recommendations must be useful for the society. What people are doing now, what people have been doing, I would like to say, because the systems were not available, not much memory was available. They did not, they take a program, they take a material for research, and similar research were doing on other materials without knowing whether the material will be useful or not. So first of all, you have to select the useful materials, select the useful procedures, use a useful technique, a useful topic, and then only you can go for research. This is for, a suggestion for the prospective guides and guides. Many of the guides must be knowing this. But because some of the aspects I'm just telling you on the basis of my experience, so if they find it suitable, they may accept it, or if it is a duplication, they may ignore it. Now, the research methodology is continued. I would like to mention the new tools and technologies available. In earlier days, when I was working at IIT Delhi in 1969 as a research person, then what happened? We did not have calculators. We had the facet calculators. I'll show you the facet calculator here. Next, this is the facet calculator. We used to rotate it. There's a handle which we used to rotate as a mechanical type of calculator. And it took a lot of time for making the calculations. Then the calculators were simple mechanical facet calculators, then electronic calculator, programmable calculators, and with some functions, trigonometric function, integral, statistical function, all I have seen, because I have gone from 69, 70, from a facet calculator to a basic computer. Now, the computer's further advancement was made from a simple computer to a very big computer center. I think some of you must be knowing that Delhi University had a very big computer center which had 5 to 6 rooms, and tapes and cards, card reading machine, card punching machines, all were housed in few rooms. And I worked in this computer center in 76. Many people were coming from Roorkee and many other places. Now you have everything at your hand. You have webs available, you have data is available. The only thing you have to be very, very careful with the data that you have, whether the data is believable or not. You have to see it. Wikipedia is there. So many things are there. It is editable. You may put your things according to your choice. It may be useful, it may be correct, it may be incorrect. So you have to verify these things when you are doing this thing. So then Pentium 1, Pentium 2, and now you have the personal computers which are having the memories of the order of terabytes, which have many functions which are much faster. Laptops are there. So all these things which have made the things very, very faster. You can see the development in the past 50 years are much faster than the development which has taken place 100 years before. So why? Because you have many tools, faster tools, and now a faster tool is coming beyond supercomputer is the quantum computer, which is expected to be very, very fast, and your computations will be very good. I would like to show here that this is the calculator, another calculator, and another calculator. I think some of you have used it. Another calculator, it has graphics also, and then this type of calculators we had. And then after this, would like to mention that you have many generations of the calculators. But before that, I would like to go back and tell one more thing before that, and that is AI and softwares are available. AI means artificial intelligence is there. Now, people are making use of this thing, and many softwares are available nowadays. Now, the different streams like medical, engineering, and AI and software development, etc., their interfacing and computation has become very, very fast. I think you must be realizing this thing. So you have to go to the latest available. We have i3, i9 series of computers, depending upon your capacity, depending upon your requirement of how much data you have to handle, you have to select the computers. You have to take a proper configuration of the computer, not like that any computer will do your job, for which window you have to work with. You have to, I'm not training you, I'm just saying that you have to train the students for this purpose. And first of all, you have to tell them that research is not a thing that we have to be panicked with. It is something which we have to make it very friendly. And we have to go ahead, we have to see what are the components and how will we proceed. So you have to see something that they becomes curious. They want to know about things. And one thing I would like to say, whether it is teaching or research, it should be linked with day-to-day things. For example, suppose somebody is teaching electronics and see, and electronics, how the fan regulator works. So you are teaching an electronic device. And what electronic devices put in regulators, they will understand. You can see the UJT is there, junction transistor is there, and then other transistors are there. So all these things are there. You can just try to correlate your day-to-day things from your classroom teaching. Now, next is after the calculators, I will go ahead with the computer generations. The first generation was vacuum tube based. When I was working and was studying for my MSc in 1966, the systems were vacuum tube based. I used to read a book by Terman. And now I had to switch over from vacuum tube to transistor based, to IC based, integrated circuit based, to VLSI, very large scale integration, and then ultra large scale integration. I think it depends upon how many transistors they are putting on a chip. In earlier days, there were very small number of transistors. Then we increase the number of transistors on chip, or we integrate a number of transistors or a number of devices on a single chip. That's why we call it integrated circuit. And then if the number is very high, so it's known as very large scale integration. It was in 1971 to 80, and it is microprocessor based. And now there's a book by SMG that describes about VLSI and ULI systems. Many people know who are working in the area of semiconductor material and electronics. In fact, I have been in the physics department, and I have been in electronic science department. So semiconductor has been passion for me. Other departments also, physics and chemistry may be separate, but physical chemistry has always been there as subject. So that was the first integration or interdisciplinary, subject. So other persons which do not belong to physics, but in basic sciences up to 12th standard, they have at least heard these names: semiconductors, how do they work, what are the devices made by them, and what are the materials like silicon, germanium, gallium arsenide. They are the earlier things, and new things are coming up in the market. We have to make up to date, and everything. I think during my talk, I will try to update the things and mention this was the old first generation computer, very bad, very big. How many rooms you can say it can occupy for tapes, or machines, for punching machine, for card reading machine, for tape writing machine, for tape reading machine, and so on and so forth. So these are the various generation of the computer. From 1915, we had 1950 silicon transistor, then TTL, transistor logic, then 8-bit microprocessor, 32-bit microprocessor, 32-bit microprocessor, a better version. Microprocessor is nothing but the heart of a computer. So it's very, very important. So for most of the devices were 32-bit microprocessor. Then now 2064-bit microprocessor, and then graphical processing unit is there. It's very important, takes a lot of memory. The earlier memories could not have worked. So you can have how many transistors it has. You can see how many transistors. It has increased from here to here. Why transistors? The transistor can memorize also. The memory devices are there, different type of RAM and ROM, random access memory, and read-only memory, like things are there. So you need so much of memory so that you can play with the graphics. So it means you have to have a faster computer. So all these things are available now at your desktop, or many of the things are available in your mobile. So now you are equipped with a system which is very, very helping, which is user-friendly for doing the research. You can tell the students about all these things. They know it, but you have to mention how they can be useful for why somebody you are studying in mathematical physics, Legendre polynomial, Bessel polynomial, but nobody knows. Why are you studying it? What is the use in daily life? So whenever you're teaching any subject, we have to mention. What happens that makes them curious. Makes them they want to know about any material or any system or any subject you want to teach in the class. Now next is the Apple computer. This was the first computer in April 1976, and I think after that many desktop computers came into picture. So these are the computers, and with that now I'll proceed after showing you different computers, I'll come to my topic. These are various desktops available. I think some of the desktop with different contributions are available with you, and similar contributions are in laptop, but laptop is easier to carry, so people are having laptops of various brands. Lenovo is there, HP is there, and many more. This Dell is there, and so on. So we have gone from a PC to various computers, and then mobile also. Mobile is also where you can use the internet. You can take some part. You can use the part of mobile for a computer purpose. So it depends upon how good is your mobile. So all these devices, I would like to tell you, have display device where you see on the screen. I am saying so because finally I'll come to a display device, which is very useful. Perhaps you must have heard that the display devices nowadays are foldable. You can fold them and place in your pocket. The mobile phones costing about 1,25,000 or 1,30,000 rupees are foldable mobile phones where the screen can be folded, and some foldable screen you can put in your pocket even. So that's why I'm emphasizing on all the devices, whether it's mobile or computer or desktop, should have a display. Without that, the device will not work, or without that device will not be useful. And then after these devices, let us come to the 5th generation. Perhaps you must have, if you have seen television yesterday, an operation was made 5,000 kilometers away. In Lhasa was the patient, and it was done in China. The doctor was 5,000 kilometers away. He used the 5G system, and it connected to satellite. The hospital he connected to satellite, and he connected his operation robotic system to the satellite, and he performed an operation on liver, and other 2 operations he performed sitting 5,000 kilometers apart very successfully. So this is the strength of 5th generation computers. Is much faster, and you just do things in real time. You don't have to wait. The real time things are happening here. So here the robotics and artificial intelligence are participating, and you must be aware that how much power you have. You are doing neural networks. Many of you must be doing. You see, if there's an interdisciplinary teaching, the biology person would like, they have many, many things to interpret. So the mathematics will come to your rescue. The physical models will come into your rescue, and physics, biology, and mathematics coming together with the computer science and artificial intelligence will serve a lot of purpose very, very quickly. So this is the time of speed. The speed has to be very, very fast, and the faster is speed, if the person cannot defeat you if you are the fastest. So it's all happening, whether it's a medical thing or even in defense. You can see what's happening between Ukraine and Russia, what is happening between Israel, and so everyone wants to have the fastest. Although I'm not in favor of these type of developments, but these systems can be used for constructive approach, for useful approach, not for war. So, but they have to first develop the systems for useful approach. But unfortunately, these are being used for war. But for anything, you have to have a deterrent. You should not use it, and you should have the fastest deterrent with you, and fastest information gathering system. Now you can see that it is a system which has developed by AI, quantum computing, nanotechnology, and natural language. So this is the 5th generation. It is the future, and this is very, very interesting. So now you have to do. The drones are coming. The drones are following. Similarly, these robots will follow your instructions. So this is the new technology, and quantum computing is very fast. I would like just to tell you, everybody knows that in normal computing, you have on and off, you have 0 and 1 only. Anything is converted into binary means any information converted to 0 and 1. But in quantum, either 0 or 1. In quantum computing, you have both 0 and 1 together. So that makes the computer very, very fast. I would like to mention that with quantum computation, to suppose it is a very, very interesting topic or thing I'm just like to mention to you. Suppose some of you are hearing my talk, listening to my talk and getting bored. They want to remain there and they want to remain at some other place, coffee house also. Quantum mechanically it is possible to show your presence here, attending the lecture and being in the coffee house also. Because 0 and 1, 0 is your present position, you are attending the lecture, and 1 is the coffee house. It's possible. A light signal can be, a simple single photon can be detected at 2 points. So that makes the computing very, very fast, and nanotechnology is coming to help. People will ask what is the help, what is the use of nanotechnology. I'll mention later, because I will finally switch over to interdisciplinary, and all these things are very, very important just to be introduced for interdisciplinary research. And then there are various disciplines I have mentioned here, and disciplines are science, arts, computer science, management, defense, commerce, and many more. I will focus basically on the basic sciences here, which has physics, chemistry, biology, maths. And then you have the interdisciplinary. You can have physical chemistry, you can have biochemistry, you can have biophysics, you can have mathematical physics, like that. It's interdisciplinary. I would like to tell, and I'll repeat later, that a department and a faculty of interdisciplinary and applied sciences, which I call as FIAS, is already there in South Campus for the past maybe 40 years. 1985, this faculty was created, and the subjects there, I'll mention it again, are biophysics, biochemistry, plant molecular biology, genetics, electronic science, like that. So fortunately, I got an opportunity to be dean of this faculty, and I could gather a lot of information. And then, it is a seamless transition from one to another. You have to meet the person of one discipline has to meet the person of another discipline of common interest. And go for this, I'll tell you all these things. So research basically may be fundamental, theoretical, analytical, experiment, applied, or both. Nowadays, people are going for applied research. That funding and grants are made only on applied research, which are promising, which are closed-end projects, not open-ended projects. So when you submit a project, I'll sometimes share the video of some persons who are already working in DST and other funding agencies. You see, I received 3 projects of DBT. My discipline is electronics and physics, but the Department of Biotechnology gave me 3 projects. Why? Because I try to update myself. I try to learn from biology, from South Campus electronics, these departments like biochemistry and microbiology. I didn't know what is DNA of DNA, but I tried to learn, and they were also happy. So we could do joint work there. So we will go for interdisciplinary later. So interdisciplinary is maybe 2 subjects, 3 subjects, 4 subjects, like this. And the next slide will show here that the result of the research work may be known conclusively after. I'm just mentioning the difference between research and research project. In research, you move in a certain direction, you set some objective, but what will be the end product? You do not know. You just visualize them and expect certain values and patterns. You may get the expected results. You may get different patterns. If you get different patterns, you have to analyze and investigate the difference. Now, in research project, it is a well-defined, you have a project, you know what are the objectives, what are the methodology, you have a flow chart, how to follow it. You have to achieve the objectives by optimizing materials used, the parameters are optimized, and what are the physical conditions available there. So it is having an objective, pre-decided objective. But in research, it's nothing like pre-decided. It may be a failure, it may be a certain. But tell me, failure is not a failure, it is a success indeed, because it tells you some information. I give you an important example of Michelson-Morley experiment. In fact, what happens, it's very, very interesting to know that somebody can say that our Earth is moving, revolving. So what we do, we just go at the atmosphere, say a few kilometers away. What will happen? Some country will pass after 1 month, another country will pass because we are up. So the Earth is rotating. We will remain there stationary, and some countries will pass. Now, today we are India, next time we are in China and so on. But this does not happen. So people say that there is something ether and the ourselves and the earth are moving together. So nothing is being. So for that they have done the Michelson-Morley experiment, and this gives a negative result. So negative result was also very, very important. The only thing is how you interpret the negative results, how you investigate it, how you go for another investigations to find that which results are really can be validated and which results can actually be in tune with whatever is happening in space, in our daily life, and so on and so forth. So that is the idea from the research. But research project is already defined, and we have to know the thrust areas. We have to go to the websites of DBT, DST, national website. What are the thrust areas on which we can work, on which we can get the grants? It's very, very important to go for the thrust areas. In our time, the thrust area, from that time to till date, it will always remain. Energy will always remain a thrust area. Now, how do you harness energy is different. The means in earlier days were different. The means now are different. In earlier days, I started my work on solar cells, a photovoltaic cell, a PN junction. Everybody knows a solar cell converts light into electricity. But the type of solar cell, and that is, environmentally friendly. There is no pollution there, and sun is a source of energy for, it will remain for centuries together. There is no significant decrease in power, and so on and so forth. So we were working in the area of solar cell. Now a number of systems are coming. The energy is coming from hydrogen. The energy is coming from gas. The energy is coming from biogas, for example. Many, many systems are there. People are doing work. So energy is very, very important for that purpose. So research I have already mentioned. It's very important. I repeat that the sole aim of the research should not be paper publication. If it is a paper publication, hundreds and thousands of people are publishing paper every day. It goes to the dustbin because it is of no interest. Maybe that it can be used for promotion of some person. But the person who has carried out research for promotion or anything, I'm very sure that he will say that, well, this type of research is really not good, and he should have done some good research so that it benefits this. Yes, for promotion, it may be good, but it is not be counted in global as Google Scholar or something. It cannot be cited by many people. So we have to see the aim of publication is to increase the knowledge, to disseminate knowledge, to give or mention what is the future scope of this publication. I have done up to this stage. The next person can take the next stage starting from this stage. So that should be the sole aim of the paper. So that I would like the prospective guides and researchers to tell their students, if they have not told, I hope that they should have told. And because the guides are very, very responsible and they are creating a generation of researchers, I think they will do it. And the prerequisite is that it should not be only for scientific community. We have done research for physics, chemistry, mathematics. It should be useful for the masses. It must be able to provide solutions for day-to-day problems regarding environment, cleaning of water, health, agriculture, etc., etc. And the new materials are used for this purpose. I would say that new materials like zinc oxide is a material which is used in agriculture. New techniques are available. New approaches are available. See, there are so many things to do. You don't have to do anything. The only thing you have to have is some ethics, and you have to select things out of these things, and which are very, very relevant to research methodology, and that too related to your subject expertise. You cannot read everything. You cannot go you cannot carry out research, otherwise you will get confused. So that's why the student to whom you are guiding, you have to be very, very specific. Well, you have to see the literature survey. After a week time, you please come to me and show what you have done. You can discuss with him and suggest, okay, this is a bit useful. You can go ahead with this. You can ask him to see the review articles and all that. And he cannot do research without your assistance. And your assistance and your guidance will help him. And the way you guide him there's no distance. They are very close friends. The supervisor and the research student, they are close friends as far as the academics is concerned. They are helping each other. And so there should be a very, very close bond between the student and the researcher. Then why interdisciplinary research? That I am coming now. It is a topic very close to my heart, as I told you. And fortunately, I was in the electronic science department, which was a part of the FIA's Faculty of Interdisciplinary and Applied Research. So initially, we were not, collaborating. We were not discussing. We thought that, well, biochemistry, biophysics, what the electronics has to do with biophysics, biochemistry. But soon, as we started reading books, reading papers, and we visualize that whatever materials we are using, whatever technologies we are using, they are very good for biophysicists. They are very good for microbiologists, genetics, and all that. Because I will tell you some equipments which are very, very common to them. I will tell you some models which are very, very common to them. So we have to select models. The equipments which are of common use, the concepts which are very, very common, how our concepts can be used by them, or how their concepts can be used by us. So it takes time. I'll tell you some good things about the interdisciplinary and some bad things also. All that glitters is not gold. But yes, I know that a polished brass will pass upon more people than the rough gold. But the idea is not that to become a polished brass. The idea is become from a rough gold to a very good gold. Right? A gold of 24 karat gold, if possible, otherwise 22 karat. So that we have to see. And then if you go ahead, it's important to understand the meaning of interdisciplinary research. What does it mean? And then why it is required. What is the process? How to do it? What are the problems involved? What is its relevance in social science research? Social science are also now a part. If we are doing research on water, everybody knows in bioscience, E. coli, has to be removed. There are 110 variants, and there are certain E. coli we have to remove from the water. So I have done research in this area also, and that research has been very, very fast. I'll come to that later. So not only the academic interest, but it should have the viable practical application, should be cost effective, should be most important environmentally friendly. We should not adversely affect our environment. So these type of things which have to be taken care of, and with the help of nanomaterials, it has become very, very possible to develop the materials, to develop the devices, to develop the systems for DNA type of things, for biology studies. So I will come to that specifically later. But first of all, I will have to mention what interdisciplinary has to do. So here, interdisciplinary is a type of academic collaboration in which specialists drawn from 2 or more academic disciplines work together in pursuit of common goals, right? In yourself, you can have, there are many things. You have interdisciplinary and intradisciplinary also. So, but interdisciplinary is possible, but you have to go beyond the limits. You have to cross the boundary, and you have to go. This is the first cross of the boundary where the 2 subjects are coming. Then is a multidisciplinary where you can cross more boundaries. But here the point is that in multidisciplinary subjects, every discipline is doing its own things and helping other. I would like to take it like that, assembling something. Many devices are made separately and their parts are being assembled. So there are multiple disciplines. They are working. Somebody is making for example, display. Somebody is making a ROM unit. Somebody is making some other circuit for the system. And then we integrate together. Or for example, we take mobile parts and we integrate and assemble the mobile. So disciplines are different, but they come to a common conceptual framework of making mobile phone, making a defense based device. And then the true interdisciplinary occurs when researchers from 1 or 2 or more disciplines pool their approaches and modify them so that they are better suited to the problem at hand. I will tell you what are the real problems. It looks all very ideal. It's really very ideal. So, but we can at least go to near ideal situations, if not ideal. And if we can try, then if we try 10% try or 15% try, at least one model will come. And out of them, if it grows, it will take over all the other models available. So it is a multidisciplinary physics, chemistry, mathematics. Interdisciplinary is like this: physics, chemistry, biology, and then it is a transdisciplinary. All the things are interconnected, and then finally is the nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is a tool which is being used for here transdisciplinary, for interdisciplinary, and for multidisciplinary. So engineering is also there. So all these things are coming together, and I think most of you know it is a mechanochemistry, it's a medical health science, biochemical engineering, again biomechanical engineering is there, and so on and so forth. So with this now I move ahead. Again, so many things are connected to make it: computer science, music, psychology, physics, engineering. They are all together for making a computer music. So they are all coming together. It was given by Dick Moore a few years back. So this is also available for interdisciplinary. And just for seamless transdisciplinary, I say that these are the simplest: physics, chemistry, mathematics, disciplinary. Multidisciplinary, they are trying to come together, this with this, or this with this, or this with this. Little complicated. And this, they are interdisciplinary. And then this is a complex, transdisciplinary, all together. It's a very complex system. So you have to be very, very careful. And it's very easy that all the people that are working here have the same opinion as academic opinion. They don't have any personal problems like that. So it is beyond something, and we have to go for transdisciplinary. So all I have already mentioned to you about the transdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, and intradisciplinary, I told you within a single disciplinary. So what happened? There was a researcher, Marilyn Chamber, in 1990, who has given some aspects of interdisciplinary research, but now the things have gone ahead. We have gone much beyond 1990. So the reference is Dr. Khushbu Ashok Kumar Mishra, and you can just go through once. When you have to go develop something, you have to start from the scratch. Then only you can make the building block, understand the things. Then, like, let me tell you, there's a ENT doctor, that eye, nose, and throat. If he does not know the physical anatomy of the any person, he cannot do good diagnostics. So any other physician can diagnose better. Yes, the ENT person will see what will happen after the diagnosis is done. So all these things are like that. Your individual thing is also very, very important, but multidisciplinary is also very, very important. Depends upon what type of problem you are encountering with. And then the source of interdisciplinary programs arise from the conviction. Conviction is a very, very important term that the traditional disciplines are unable or unwilling to address. Why people want, there's a word known as inertia. Everywhere there's inertia. Even the Newton's law is giving inertia. The thing which is moving will continue to move unless the external force is applied on it. It means unless some external force, it may be something which is guided by your mind. It may be something by motivation. It may be some incentive. You will continue to remain in whatever state you are. Well, the conventional research will continue. How does it matter? We will be getting our salary. Let aside the nation. We have to get PhD to our students. We have to get 3 PhD, 4 PhD. We'll get from. No, you have to have a conviction for interdisciplinary research, and you can have the common supervisor from your department and the interdisciplinary, discipline where you want to work with. And then you have to make a team. And once you make a suitable team, I told you, the team should be having a seamless type of arrangement. And then in the interest, personal interests are forgotten. And then you go ahead. There's a need and relevance of this. So when there's a seamless team, your student of electronics department should be able to reach the interdisciplinary faculty, maybe biochemistry, biophysics. It should be a seamless transfer. You should go there and use their facility. They should use your facility, and so on. And nobody should be like that. I have done it. I should get more credit. Others should get no. All are equal partners. Then only the interdisciplinary research will take place. So nowadays, because we have an interconnected world, we have interconnected problems. We affect each other in many ways. Therefore, we need an integrated approach to solve the problems. We need a seamless system which can do away with existing disciplinary and institutional boundaries. The real world problems should have a holistic approach. So all these things which I have spoken earlier, I mean, these are written in terms of points, and then greater awareness and a good knowledge of one's own discipline has to be there. It's very, very important. And there are two types of the research, cognate and radical. And the integration is within the natural, physical science or social science, we call it cognate. And then it's radical, more fundamental, then interdisciplinary between them, spanning or expanding the natural and social. So that is the need and relevance of the social science now has the social things also, social problems which can be solved by science, like water, or like health, and so on and so forth. So we cannot isolate them. And then the process are, we have to conceptualize on the basis of hard groundwork. We have to have discussions with them, weekly discussion on 4. Research is not a 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We have to, first of all, mind it, and we have, first of all, tell the person, researcher, that, well, it is not 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., it's 24/7. If you are going to sleep, some concept in your mind, just take a pen and pencil, write it, lest you forget. So this has to be done, and we just forget these things, so we have to write these things. So we have to make a conceptual framework. The research objectives have to be closely monitored, written, and should be a closed-ended approach. The theory and theories and the models that are to be used should be of common interest. There are many persons. One is expert in modeling, the other is expert in experimental physics, the other is good in basic or fundamental science, math subject, and so on and so forth. And then you have the relevant questions, and then you have the methodology and timeline for showing the brief details, and this is how you write a project. And for interdisciplinary thing. So I am a person of electronics. How did I get a DBT project? My is only, I could have got a physics project or something like that. So what happened? So I had to train myself. My mentors were very good. They gave me a lot of training. Though I was a senior person, but when I was going for training, I was just like a student. No matter how senior I am, seniority does not matter. It matters how you want to take the subject, how you want to understand. So forgetting about your seniority, you just go like a beginner. You can write questions which may be silly questions even, because once you ask a silly question, one may be fooled for that time, but you get the answer, you are aware of these things forever. So it is very, very important to ask even the silly questions from the mentors who are good people, and then we have to go for the technical aspects. The major technical aspects are manpower, data collection, data analysis, optimization, bridging the gap. It's very important. The bridging the gap means seamless things. And the results of the experiment research field, whatever it is, if there's a gap, you must find some interface between them. And that interface, you know the computer interface. If there's any device, I speak and the computer writes for me. It's interfacing. There's a small vehicle for the person who cannot move. He just gives the voice signal, and the small vehicle starts moving. So interfacing is very, very important. Quantification, most important. Validation and prototype design. And then if you are at this stage, then you can transfer the technology. Believe it, mind it, the technology transfer will only take place if you have done a research which is useful. Otherwise, nobody will take your technology. It should be very, very useful for the society and for the masses. Cheap, environmentally friendly, and pollution free. Right? And then we move ahead. Some example of the interdisciplinary things. I told you nanotechnology is there. Nanotechnology means everybody knows when the size is of the order of 10 to the power -9 of a meter. So when the size reduces of a particle of a material, its properties altogether change. Many properties change, and we are lucky that when the properties change, they are good for the scientific one. They are good for the scientific. So nanomaterials and nanotechnology and nanoscience is very, very important, where we handle the nanomaterials. In earlier days, it was not possible because the technology was not good. Now we can handle these materials. We could not have seen these materials earlier days. because nanomaterials we made, but we did not know whatever material we are making is nanomaterial. Like you must have heard bhasms were there, the Vedic bhasms were there, Loha bhasm or gold bhasm. We did not know that it is nano, but if you see under the microscope, SEM, scanning electron microscope or TEM, you will see that their size is nanometric, or even say atomic force microscope. So we have the tools available. We can play with the material. We can see whether it's useful or not. We can check their physical, chemical, structure, optical, thermal, all properties, electrical properties, and we monitor them, and we can see that whether the materials are useful or not. And then the quantum information processing is also there. See, the bioinformatics, information and bioinformatics, image science, material science. These are the new subjects that are coming. You are amalgamating physics, chemistry, biology, and engineering in material science. So it has now become one subject. This type of material you have to take depending upon your discipline. But characterized missions are, or many of the characterization systems are same, like SEM, TEM, confocal microscope, FTIR, HRTM, etc., Raman. So they are very, very good material. In bio, you will go for gel phoresis and other things, chromatography and other. So, but they are all useful. CV, cyclic voltammetry. So all the things you must have heard these names. They're very, very useful. You may need a few, not everything, but you must have a feel that, well, we are all together. We belong to the same interdisciplinary system, and we have the only thing we have to connect to them. We have to have a proper communication with them. So compiling various modules as per need, we integrate various modes, we develop modules, I think 10 or 15 minutes are there. So please tell me in 10 minutes before if I have to leave. So the modules may be mono or isolated or sets of interdisciplinary. They may rely on quantitative, and optimized mixed mode. See, you have to find a difference between qualitative and quantitative also, their application and their advantage and disadvantage also. I make a qualitative say that this person is good. It's qualitative. But what are the good properties in that person? That is quantitative. So that's how in material also we say that material is good. What electrical, optical, thermal, structural property is good, that we have to find out. That's qualitative. They serve as building blocks to give a final shape to the particular such activity. And then several immediate benefits. So I am now coming to the benefits. I'll come to the drawbacks. So fostering innovation, creativity, enhancing research quality, addressing complex global challenges, collaborations, knowledge exchange, development of critical thinking is the primary thing. And in addition to it, you have a wider perspective. You are not confined to your discipline now. You are using a wider perspective. You are getting a better explanation because your subject may not give explanation, but other subject can give you a better explanation. Maybe because of the biological reason you are getting this information, not of the physical reason. Similarly, the better normative work implying creating, prescribing or norms or standard, all these things are there. You confront questions when you are sitting with a biologist or any interdisciplinary member. He can ask you a question or she can ask you a question, and you can ask you a question. Otherwise, these questions may not occur to you. So when you are discussing with them, many things occur to you, and some new results may come out of that. A new innovation to make a new patent. Just the idea can be patented. Idea you can patent. It's very, very important. So necessity of the interdisciplinary research, I have already mentioned to you. At the same time, it addresses students' individual differences and helps to develop important transferable skills. Now, students are coming together of different disciplines. The NEP has done a very good thing. See, the student from any discipline can come to this department and get the credit marks. So in a way, it is good unless the things become hospital. So we have to see the things. See the things should happen in a constructive way and not in a destructive way. So, but the NEP gives you opportunity, which earlier was not. Then the incentive to be there, the scope of interdisciplinary research, IDR, I use IDR now, is close to my heart. As I told you, I am a student with FIS of the university for 35 years and learned a lot. See, learned a lot by interacting with life science departments of this faculty, and it made possible to carry out interdisciplinary research on medical diagnostic system, DNA sequence detection using a very fast femtosecond and accurate method using FRET. I was doing work on conducting polymer, and I read something on use of DNA sequence detection, something like that. It was done by Bazan long back. I read this paper. I thought, why I should not go to the lives? I didn't know D of DNA. I learned from that. Initially, one can laugh. You don't know what is DNA. Yes, I know what is the meaning of DNA, but I don't know the other details of DNA. It may be single strand, maybe double strand, how many base pairs are there. I didn't hear these names even. So they taught me. I'm so grateful to them. And then what has happened is that my research experience of about 50 years and research supervisors, 40 plus years and 35 students says that how did I select the research area with time? In 6970, I did purification of materials, a semiconductor by zone refining. It was very important because in semiconductors, we need a very high purity material. Unless we have a high purity material, silicon, we need 5-9 purity or 7-9 purity. 5-9 purity means 99.999. There are 5 nines. 7-9 purity means 99.99999. There are 7 nines. It's not easy to purify them, and they takes lot of environmental, degradation is there. So silicon purification is very bad. But we took zone refining. We took a purified material, and over that we purified. Then in 76, I took PN Junction solar cells. That time, the time energy harvesting was PN Junction solar cells. People were doing research. I took PMO solar cells as my PhD work, and continued this work on solar cells till date, and modified many ways different types of solar cells. But solar cell is there till date. Now in 95, I worked on the memory material. So you have to select what is the thrust area, what is the, computer CD writer was there. Your memories were on CD. So I developed, my 3 or 4 students have done their PhD on CD writing materials, CD reading materials, and CD erasing materials. We used the chalcogenide materials, binary, ternary, quaternary materials. We did research. We optimized them. We did how the phase change taking place. When we are writing, we are amorphizing. When we are erasing, we are crystallizing. So this phase change gives you the, how to detect, how to read, and how to write. Right? This gives you a contrast, as this page gives you a contrast between white and black. So there, the reflection from amorphous and crystalline gave me contrast, and I used to read and write. The speed was the point, and the speed writing, for speed writing, I was using the materials which were technologies. Then in 2001, I got a paper by 3 Nobel laureates who got the Nobel Prize in the 2000 in chemistry, Alan Heger, Sirkawa, and McDermott. I thought that because silicon is very good though, but it is, purification is creating a lot of problems, some new materials should come. So I studied the conjugated polymers, make the flexible device. I told you, solar cells. Here also solar cells. So it is a flexible solar cell. I say PV, photovoltaic, light conversion to electricity. Similarly, organic light emitting diode. The polymers are nothing but the organic materials. So we call it OPV, and OLED is the organic light emitting diode, is a flexible diode. And then during the course, I did DNA sequence detection using CP, conducting polymer, and FRET, Forrester Resonance Energy Transfer phenomena, in 2008 to 2015. Published many papers, and OLED is still coming up with flexible and transparent display devices. I already mentioned to you, and the problem was how to extract full light from organic light emitting diode. The light emitting diode emits light. Most of the light remains inside by deflection. I tried to take this out by using a new material, zinc oxide nanorods, and I got success. The intensity of light increased by 22 times. So I'm just moving in a very sequential manner. For example, OLED is concerned. I started work long back in OLED, maybe as I told you in 2002, 3, 4, and then in 22 I am publishing a paper which gives you the extraction. So you have to be sincere, and you have to be follow the problems and try to find solutions. And 2000 till date, I'm using carbon-based nanomaterials or OPV, is organic photovoltaic, and organic light emitting sensors. We use the 2D materials like single walled carbon nanotube. This is the 3D material, carbon nanotube, basically 2D because it has a length and it has a area of prescription. Graphene is again a 2D material, and if you roll a graphene, we get the carbon nanotube. These are the very good materials, being used it, and they use it in making the devices. When I make a device, I call it like a preparation in a kitchen. When you make preparation in a kitchen, you add different spices in the dish, and you make the dish useful, good to taste. I use these spices in my devices in a suitable amount. You cannot add salt to any amount. You cannot add chili to. So I have to do in these nanomaterials in nanomolar form and nanograms itself, and we have to optimize. So we have made OPVs, OLEDs. They are doing very, very nicely. I have grown. I'll show you how I made it. And then in 2023 onwards, I am working on PCM, phase change memory, which are used basically for thermal energy storage application. I published in January 2025. So, but then I have working in close collaboration with MIT University. We have made these gloves which can retain heat for 4 to 5 hours. Where in the hilly areas where 0 degrees Celsius temperature is there, you just heat it and it will maintain temperature for 4 to 5 hours. Many things are there. So it is another thing. Similarly, we have done pathogen detection, discrimination, pathogen killing as in 2025 as a part of DNA sequence detection. So we detect DNA. We have done E. coli, Bacillus synthesis, and other things, Salmonella. And then we are proceeding in this way. We detect the pathogen. We are making use of the quantum dots here, and we have submitted a project. Hopefully, we will get it and go ahead with this. So one must remain up to date. One must try to carry close-end research, make a prototype system as deliverable. You can proceed in your own way, depending upon your expertise and need of our. And then some keywords, but I am just repeating: discovery and research and ethics. There is a difference in these things. Literature survey, broad selection of research problem, research methodology, paper writing is very, very important. Dr. Julka was, writing has told about this thing yesterday. And many of the things Dr. A.K. Bakshi has discussed. Plagiarism is very, very important to check. There may be self-plagiarism, and you use someone else's words and figures as such without proper reference. Plagiarism is taken very seriously nowadays. You can check it using systems like Turn-in-On. You have to know what are patents, what are the HNI index. They have to know it to a researcher. What is the thesis organization? You have to do. Briefly, I mentioned about the impact factor. It should be very high. The researchers should be 10. I know that the guides know about this thing, but the researchers should be told about these things. Given the definition of impact factor, nature has very high, 24, 25, even more in cases. Then many impact factors are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending upon the journal, how many readers are there, how many things are referred to. This gives you an index. H index means 15 means the researcher has published paper and that have been cited by 15 times. Similarly, I index, I10 means that 10 citations are there. If an author has 10 index, I10 index is 25, it means that there are 25 publications that have each of them has been cited 25 times. This is not 10, but 20. I10 means 10 times, 25 means 25 times. That has to be corrected in this transparency. Now, interdisciplinary research IDR, we say that, ma'am, how many minutes more? 5 to 10 minutes?
So, 5 to 10 minutes, sir.
Okay, I'll just finish. So, then this is interdisciplinary research, and then bio research. I will come down to my research. Then, very briefly, some challenges are there. Nobody wants to change the tradition. I told you there's a inertia and all these things I've discussed. And then let me come to my efforts. And the students are very eager to this. What are the barriers from going from one department to other or making a interdisciplinary collaboration? We have to remove the barriers, and then and there should be new things for job opportunities. Then this thing will flourish. And then let me come. There are so many things. I would like to say, take the South Campus FIAS as role model, which has done successfully all the just in the display departments are there. If you follow them, you will be able to do very good. Then this role model is FIS Compass. I don't repeat. And seamless model should be there. Funding may be there. Then there's a I told you NSF, you have NSF. This for Indian, I have already mentioned you. And if there are harsh realities, it is difficult that you have the coerced interests, which are very, very common. You have to do about this collaboration, hybridization, and then it's difficult to get funding by private agencies, but the government agencies may give you the funding like that. I got DBT, the funding is there, so you can have bio with any scientific combination. So I will just come to the this thing which inspired me for conducting polymers. I have been doing work in this area, conducting polymers, and I have made a number of devices: quantum dots, Salmon DNA, graphene, silicene. These materials everybody knows, every physician knows, and many of the people in chemistry knows conducting polyarenes or fullerenes. I have basically used this material and zinc oxide nanorods, and I made solar cells, LED, and all these things I have done experimentally in my laboratory. That's why I can discuss about anything at length whenever time is there. And then I made this red LED, P-ready, plastic light emitting diode or orange light emitting diode, blue diode. And then you can see how does it work. In a diode, you pass the 3 volt and you get the light. How you do that? You just see it. Electrons are going from here, holes are coming from here. Okay. Then what happens? They meet. They will meet. And they recombine. They give radiative recognition and give you light. So I have done this work in my lab, and I have used DNA for a very good purpose, because I wanted to block electrons somewhere. DNA is negative, it will block electrons, but will allow the pass the holes. So holes come here, electrons are blocked here, remain here, holes are coming here, they recombine, they give you light. And then let me go for polymer LED. There's a small video. I would like to show you a small video. Just half a minute video is there. Yes. You can see the device, flexible device, a transistor. So this we have done on work on OLED. Now they have done very high, they have been developed, cost is high, the cost is now being reduced. This is very interesting. And there are other, things also. Because there is no time, I would like to share other thing also. For that, one more I would like to show you. You can see this. This is a TV, OLED TV will come here. So these are various things I'm not going to discuss. If somebody is interested, I would like to go for this. So let me come back to my talk again, and then it's not coming. So just a moment. Okay. So I think it's visible now. Screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I had put the zinc oxide nanorods, which act like waveguide. Initially, the light was not coming out of LEDs. It was all reflecting back. By putting these nanorods vertically, I get 22 times more light here. And so how does it do? These zinc oxide nanorods, I apply current and light is coming out. So many things are to be done. I've used DNA, nanobio-technology, biosensors I have made, DNA sequence detection I have been doing using FRED. And then the whole system is available. It does in femtosecond. And I have done for 3, 2, 1 even base pairs, which is difficult for doing 1, 2 base pairs. I have done for 15, 5, 20 base pairs, which was easy. It is difficult to detect, but I have been able to detect it. FRED I am not discussing, but you can see it is a detection. Initial, and when I put the DNA, it becomes like this. When I put the surfactant, it becomes more clear. So this result is published, and in femtosecond, I get the result. Similarly, there are many nanobioelectronic systems available. I'm just going to close it in 3 minutes time. The feasibility is there, and then creation of infrastructure was done by me. I started from scratch. And by using the projects, I could get complete infrastructure. I use all these technologies in my department. Right from 1985, I've been working. And then last but not the least, who will be takers of our product persons of IDR? It is the results that we have to see. And then this is my group where I have worked, and I am in touch with them because now I am working at another place. And this is, thank you very much for your patient hearing. And I would like to give you my email address. So with this, I close. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, sir. Participants can unmute themselves and raise their query if they have any.
So I stop here. So, I'm not able to hear.
Yes, sir.
Participants, if anyone has a query, please raise. You can unmute and ask.
I think there are not many questions, no questions, because there are so many things that were discussed. But if any individual wants to contact me, one can contact me on email out of so many subjects, because I have done work individually on each of these aspects in my laboratory with my students, so I can address their problems anytime. They are all welcome.
No query from participants?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I think we should end this session. So I would like to end this session by extending our heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed speaker, Professor P.K. Bhatnagar, on behalf of Daulat College and Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, SGTB, Khalsa College, for your profound knowledge and perspective talk on NEP and research methodology, enhancing research quality. Your contribution has undoubtedly enriched our understanding of research methodology, sir. It is going to definitely improve our research endeavor. We are truly grateful for your time and effort, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thanks to the audience, and thank you too. And thanks to the organizers, especially
so much,
to Sonika Sharma ji also, who has taken all the pains in helping me. Thank you very much indeed. So bye. I think I can now.
Pleasure, sir, to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you indeed.
Thank you, sir. Okay, participants are requested to join back at 2 o'clock. Okay, you can
before
leave
2 o'clock. If we say 2
before
o'clock,
2
they come
o'clock,
by
yeah.
2:20 and we have to wait. The speakers join on time. So please join before at least
10
5
minutes
minutes
before. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Daulat College and Malviya Vision Teacher Training Center, SGTB, Khalsa College. Professor Savita Roy is currently serving as principal of Daulat College, University of Delhi. Professor Roy has completed her higher studies from University of Delhi, and she has been serving as principal of Daulat College since year 2014. She is a dynamic academician and administrator. She has contributed a lot to research as well. She has more than 20 research articles to her credits in many reputed journals. Talking about Dr. Renu, Currently, she is serving as teaching faculty in Physics Department, Daulat College, University of Delhi. Dr. Renu has done her graduation, post-graduation, followed by her PhD from Kurukshetra University. She has published around 13 articles in many reputed journals. She has also received numerous awards and recognition during her academic journey from recognized bodies. She has attended many national and international conferences as well. Today, Dr. Renu is going to share her expertise on the LaTeX and its structure to more advanced features and packages. We welcome our speaker for the session. It's over to you, Dr. Renu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a nice introduction. I would like to thank our respected principal, ma'am, Professor Savita Roy, and refresher course convener, Dr. Sonika Sharma, ma'am, for giving me a chance to deliver a talk in this prestigious refresher course. The topic of my talk is the basics of LaTeX and its structure to more advanced features and packages. The lecture will be purely on hands-on basis. So first of all, I will give you a brief overview of what is LaTeX. LaTeX is a document preparation system for high-quality typesetting. It is most often used to produce technical or scientific documents, but nowadays it can be used for any form of publishing. Now the question arises, why LaTeX? Because modification in big document is easy. With LaTeX, you can easily modify your document. Suppose you are writing a book and your book includes thousands of figures, table, and delete any figure, table, or reference, then it will not automatically change your reference figure or table number, but it will change the same in content as well. With the help of LaTeX, you can easily separate content and style. LaTeX is portable, means if you are working in Windows with the same document, you can work in Linux and other operating system as well. LaTeX is an open source. It means it is totally free of cost. You need not to pay money to write in LaTeX. LaTeX helps us to generate lists. It provides you many scientific features. In today's hands-on, we will basically learn to handle basic aspects of document structure that includes section, subsection, paragraph, bullets, and enumerated lists. We will learn to incorporate well-formatted mathematical equations, metrics, figures, tables, and references in a document. We will also learn to add bibliography, that is reference to a document, and cite them easily whenever required in a document. We will also learn to make a presentation. You can use LaTeX in both modes, either in offline or in online. For offline use, you need to install MikTeX. Also, its editor that you can install either TextMaker or Text Studio. But for online use, you need to create an account on Overleaf. For today's session, we will do hands-on by using Overleaf. So in order to start Overleaf, you need to first register on it. So I request any of you to please share your screen, as I've already registered on Overleaf, so that I can show to everyone how to register on Overleaf. I request Dr. Shivani ma'am to please screen. Ma'am, you need to type Overleaf in Google. Overleaf. Yes, please click on first link. Then click on sign up with Google. Choose an account. I request everyone to please repeat the same. Continue. Skip. Skip. Either skip or continue. Go to Overleaf. Ma'am, you can skip as well. Accept all cookies. Maybe later. Okay. Now you have registered on Overleaf. You can start with create a new project. Blank project. You can give any name to the project. Create. Yes. Now I hope everyone is done with the same. Okay, ma'am, now you can stop sharing your screen. Please respond in chat if you have done the same.
Yes, we have done.
Okay. Okay, if you use LaTeX offline, then you will get your screen will be empty. So we will start from the beginning and we'll delete all the commands. Now you will see the entire screen is divided into two parts. On the left side, this is a code editor. Whatever command you will write, the final output will be shown on the right side. We'll start with document class. You can choose any of the document class depending upon your requirement. Suppose if you want to write a research article, you can start with article. If you want to write a book, you can start with book. If you want to make a presentation, you can start with the beamer. There are option article, beamer, book, letter, report. Depending upon your requirement, you can choose any of them.
Excuse me,
For
madam.
today's session, yes.
Can we, if we get stuck somewhere, can we ask at that very same moment?
Yes, ma'am, you can ask at the
Okay,
very same
then this when we had opened this overleaf, document class, use package and title, author, everything was coming. So we have to erase that first, delete it?
Yes, ma'am. I want to, you know, like it is some default command. So I want you to know since beginning. That's
From
why
the
I
beginning.
asked you to delete all the commands.
Okay. Thank you.
So for today's session, I'm starting from the beginning and I'm choosing article. You can select other options as well. Like you can keep your font size 12 point. If you don't use it, then the default size is 10 point. A4 paper. There are other options as well, like A5 paper, legal paper. So I'm choosing A4 paper. Next is title. If you want to give any title to your document, suppose I'm giving basics of LaTeX and the structure to more advanced features and packages. Next is author. Next is date. You can keep any date over here, but if you want your date to be updated every day, then keep today. Now begin document. Your entire article will be written in between these two commands, begin document and end document. Now let's recompile. You will see error. Because we haven't kept the command make title. Okay, it will come in between the begin document and end document. Now on the right side, you can see my title is appearing and author names is appearing and today's date is appearing. It is very optional to use date. If you don't want to use, then you can keep it either blank or don't use /date today. Now in the research paper, you first need to write abstract. Begin abstract. Begin command will always end with and command. If you put only begin command and don't use and command, then it will show error. Now in between begin abstract and end abstract, you can copy and paste your abstract. You can copy any content. Like and then compile. You will see abstract is appearing on the right side. Okay. Now whatever your abstract is, you can simply copy and paste between begin abstract and end abstract. After that, you can make section or paragraph depending upon the content of your paper. Like I am making section. See, the section is appearing on the right side. You can give any name to your section depending upon your content. See, number 1 is appearing in front of introduction. If you don't want to give number, you can just put star after the section. Okay, now number is not appearing on the right side of your document. In a similar way, you can make its subsection. You can give any name to the subsection depending upon your requirement. See, now I have omitted the star, so numbering is again showing on the right side of the screen. Now in introduction, just copy and paste your content. And then compile. You will see content is appearing on the right side of the screen. Now, if you want your introduction to be split into 2 columns, as generally do in our research paper, so for that, you need to use package. Every packages you have to use just after the document class on the top. If you want to divide your content into 2 columns, for this you have to use package multicore. Now I want this portion to be divided into 2 columns. So I will use command begin. multi, and I want to divide it into 2 columns. It depends upon your requirement, whether you want to divide in 2 or 3 or more.
Initially, at the second number, when you wrote use package multi-call. Okay, so
Yes,
there
ma'am.
can't we write 2 columns if we want it to be in 2 columns?
No, ma'am, for any columns, you have to use that package.
Okay.
I'm
And then
just
later
using.
on, we have to
Yes,
write
ma'am.
2. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. If you will not use that package, then it will show error, because mostly commands are indulged in that use package multi-core.
Okay.
And
Mine
can we
is
change
not
the
shown at right
font?
side.
Sorry.
Dr.
Can we
Renu,
change the
I am
font?
also doing simultaneously, but mine is not showing at the right hand side. Like I have also copied and pasted abstract, but it is not showing at the right
And
hand side.
maybe you have used some special symbol.
Recompile. We have to press recompile every time, no?
Recompile?
And it might be possible that
Recompile.
you have copied and pasted some special symbol. So I request everyone to take only text, no special symbol. I will show later on how to use special symbol in LaTeX. As you can see mine, there is no special symbol like percentage sign, alpha, beta, gamma. It is a simply plain text.
In my case also, it is only simple text. There is no special symbol.
And then you might have missed some command.
Okay.
Or maybe she's just not pressing on the recompile every time.
That I haven't done.
So that is why it is not appearing.
Now I've already told if some command is begin, then you have to end that as well. So you have to end multi-call where you want that split
Dr.
to be
Renu,
end.
1 minute. Shouldn't it be begin multi-call? You have written calls. Will
Yes,
it
ma'am,
make a
multi-calls. It will be
Acha,
multi-calls because I want to split it into 2.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you.
But in use package, it will be multi-call only.
Okay, thank you.
Now recompile.
Ma'am, it should be and multi-calls. I think
Yes,
you have
ma'am.
written multi-call.
Yes, yes. So you can see that LaTeX is very specific. If you have missed a single word, then it will show error or some other typo. I hope everyone is done up to here.
Just a sec, ma'am. Now that when I was inserting abstract, then if the content has different paragraphs, then it takes different numbering. So that means it is important that the entire content has to be in one para.
No, ma'am. Then you can do other commands based upon that. I'm here only giving a brief overview with one paragraph. Later on, I'll show you how you can, if your content includes multiple paragraphs, then how you can set your content.
Okay, because when I copied a content from the net and I pasted it over here, then different numbers came 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And after seeing your page, what I concluded was that the entire content has to be in one paragraph. I mean, as of now, how much you have told.
No, ma'am, it is not necessary that it should be
Okay.
in one paragraph.
Okay.
Now in next section, we will learn how to add bullet points and enumerate.
Ma'am, just a sec. After end abstract, we paste the content, right?
Yeah.
No, sorry. It will be begin. It is
Abstract. In between begin and end, you have to paste the content of your abstract.
Yes. Okay. And after that, we write end abstract.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then we have to introduce sections to it. So we write a section introduction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then begin in 2 columns, so multi-calls 2.
Yes, ma'am.
And then this latex is, then again different content you have added over here?
Ma'am, it is upon your requirement. Now, I'm just giving a brief overview.
Okay, okay, okay.
I'm just roughly copying and pasting
Explaining, yeah, okay.
text to just show you that how your section, it is just a brief.
Okay. Because this is the introduction part, so we need to put in the introduction content over here.
Yes, ma'am, exactly.
Okay.
You can make next section as well. I'm making it as a subsection to just show you how it will appear. For that, you need to begin. Okay, if you want your content to be written in bullet points, then you have to use the command begin, itemize, and if the command is begin, then it should be and itemize. And after slash item, whatever you will write, it will appear after a bullet point. Let's see.
Hi, Dr. Renu, I'm sorry to interrupt you at a later stage. I lost my audio connection. The point
Ma'am?
where you started with the multi-calls, how did
Yes,
you
ma'am.
import that file? How did you import that package? Because I have not imported the package, it is not showing to me.
Ma'am, just you have to use package multi-code. Use package, and in curly braces you have to write multi-code.
Where have you written it?
Ma'am, on the top after document class.
Acha, on the second line itself, you have written it there.
Yes.
Use package multi-code. Okay, got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
This time while teaching, you have said you wrote it after explaining other contents. So next time when we have to work on it, should we put the use package thing at point number 2 itself?
No, ma'am. It depends upon your content
requirement.
Like while writing the
manuscript.
And there are so many packages. Like for figures, we have to use package graphics. So it is not necessary that you have to wrote it at second place.
Write it
There
down
are other packages as well. So you can give any numbering, but the numbering should start after document class and before title.
Okay. If it is at third position or fourth position, it does not matter.
Yes, ma'am.
The chronological order is mandatory, or it can be in like up and down.
Between use packages, it is not necessary. You can put anywhere, but packages should be between document class and title.
Okay, from begin document, you mean to say?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
thank you.
Okay. Suppose then you will see on the right side dot is appearing. If you want to add other, then keep on repeating same. Now, if you want instead of dot, there should be a star. Then you have to change. Now you will see instead of dot, star is appearing on the right side. So for that you have to use in square bracket $sign and slash asterisk AST. Now if instead of these bullet items you want number to be appear, then you have to use command begin enumerate. Now you will see number is appearing. You can do in a similar way depending upon your content, how many bullet items are there. Similarly for dash, if you want dash to appear, you can just use dash in between these two. Okay. Similarly, if you want to use square, you can simply use slash square. Now we will see how to add mathematical expressions using LaTeX. In order to insert mathematical equations, you need to use package and math. Okay. I have made it another section just to show you how you can make different sections in the overlay. Now suppose I want to write these equations in the LaTeX. First of all, I am writing this equation. For this, you need to begin equation. Okay. My equation was summation I1 to n I square is equal to n into n plus 1 to n plus 1 divided by 6. So for the same, as there was a sum sign, so you need to use slash sum curly braces first argument, that was I is equal to 1. Next argument was n. Then it is showing as well. You will get an idea that you are writing correct or not. We'll see the equation will appear on the right side. fraction, you need to use command /fraction, and in first curly brace you will write numerator, and in the second curly brace you will write denominator. Now for next equation you need to use again begin. Suppose next is x square is equal to 4x plus 6. Now I'm writing quadratic equation in the same root of a quadratic equation. This one. Please try to write on your own.
So, ma'am,
Yes.
what I perceive is this is a sort of formatting platform where the content and everything that we require is to be on another page, Word document, or maybe any other platform. From there, we pick it up and put it, give the command, paste it over here, and then the desired result is obtained. Is
Yes,
it
ma'am.
so?
Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You are explaining it very well, ma'am. But the thing is that वो छूट गया मेरा, तो I think I'll have to see the recording.
Ma'am, you can ask to me if it's small thing.
I'm trying. Let me see if I'm able to do it on my own. Otherwise, I'll trouble you.
Square root b square minus 4ac.
Can we ask Google Gemini to convert our equation maybe in LaTeX or to formatting in LaTeX for us?
Sorry?
Like there is this AI tool, Google Gemini. I think we can do that. Like we can take a picture of an equation and ask Google Gemini to convert it in LaTeX.
If you want to do, all the commands are available on Google as well. But the motive is we want to learn on our own. So for that, we have to familiar with the commands.
Yeah.
Actually, we are working on this doc file, no, from a very long time, so it's difficult to learn. I am doing it every time it is showing error, error, error. Each and every line is red for me.
And actually, it will come with a lot of practice.
Right, right. That is why I am
But
not
once
asking.
आरती मैम एक बार आपने लेटेक्स लिखना शुरू कर दिया, you will forget doc.
आरती मैम, एक एरर मेरी आ रही थी, शायद आपकी तो नहीं है, बिकॉज व्हेन दिस वाज द डॉक्यूमेंट वाज बिगिन डॉक्यूमेंट, उसके साथ साथ एंड डॉक्यूमेंट था. एंड डॉक्यूमेंट अगर बीच में आ गया है तो वो उसके बाद सब रीड नहीं करेगा. एंड डॉक्यूमेंट को
बीच में ही लिखा है मैम, एब्स्ट्रैक्ट और इंट्रोडक्शन में बीच में लिख रही हूँ. एब्स्ट्रैक्ट मेरा वही रिकंपाइल करके आ गया है. अब इंट्रोडक्शन में प्रॉब्लम दे रहा है. ऊपर जो डलवाया था ना पैकेज वाला, वो लिखा तो वो उसमें भी एरर दे रहा है. मतलब 2 लाइंस में एरर आने लग गई है. टू लाइंस आर शोइंग रेड.
Ma'am, I'll seen and your error. So for time being, you can Just
I
omit your.
yes, I'm observing yours and try to learn more.
And moreover, what I feel is that if we get stuck somewhere, we cannot proceed further. कि उस स्टेप को छोड़ के हम आगे बढ़ जाएं, ऐसा नहीं कर सकते ना मैम?
You can comment that line. There is an option in overlay. Suppose if I add percentage sign. Okay, then it will make it will not show in final output. See, now that paragraph is not showing in my final output. If you're stuck somewhere or you think this line is wrong, you can just put percentage sign over there. Then it will not trouble your rest of the content. Hello? If anyone is getting error anywhere and you just find that the error is just because of this line, just put percentage sign before that line. Then it will not give error in your entire PDF file. Just that action will not be appear on right side of the screen.
Just a query that is there some debugging available, like this is, or the software shows us that this line has error and this is the error, so that we can correct
Yes,
it.
you can debug, but you can debug only when you are familiar with the LaTeX. For beginners, it is very difficult to debug on the basis of.
In my case, it is showing some AI simultaneously and showing me error and asking me only one chance is available. Only one chance is left sometime. It is going.
I'm just ignore that. Like you can't debug na, as you are not familiar with this. Like अभी मेरा भी error था, मैंने square bracket छोड़ दिया था. बट मैं थोड़े से फैमिलियर हूँ तो मेरे को पता चल गया कि उसने सजेस्ट किया तो मैंने वो यूज कर लिया.
आपने परसेंटेज कहाँ लगाया? आप कह रहे हो ना परसेंटेज लगा दोगे तो फिर नहीं होगा.
यस मैम.
अगर सिंबल am I audible?
Yes ma'am.
I'm having one query. You just said that we can put percentage symbol to remove this error.
Yes.
So where to put this percentage symbol?
In front of that line that is giving you error.
Okay. I'm trying.
Okay, now we are done with the equation part. Now next we'll learn how to make a table in LaTeX. You again need to use begin command, begin table. See, all the commands are appearing on their own. This centering is used when you need to put your table in center. If you want to put your table in right or left, you can just put here right. If you want your table to be appeared on right side, if on left side, then put left. Or if in center, then keep centering. Begin tabular. After that, 2C. These are 4 columns. If your table demands there are only 2 columns, then keep only 2. Otherwise, use whatever depending upon your table. See, I want to make this table. Okay, so this table has 2 columns and 4 rows. So I need keep only 2 columns. In first row, there is subject physics, chemistry, math, and then marks 90, 80, 95. So first entry is my subject. So it will come here, subject. And in next column, it was marks. Okay. You have to separate both entries by this and sign. In next, it was physics. And marks for 90. Next was chemistry and 80. These two lines are that your column is ended over here. Next was math. Okay. Now just recompile. And you will see there are no horizontal lines in between subject, physics, chemistry, maths, and there is no column to appear like same as I've shown in Word, like this one. So you have to put this pipe sign. Go see. Now recompile. You will see left side is covered. Now if you want to cover right side as well, then put pipe here as well. Now horizontal lines are missing. You want a line above subject and marks, then use H line. And you will see horizontal line is appearing on the row. In a similar way, H line you can use between physics and 90. So it will depend upon the requirement of your table. Whatever you want, you can do with the using different commands. So I'm just giving you a brief. There are so many options, like you can merge your rows, you can merge your column. For that, you can just type in Google how to merge two rows in LaTeX overlay, how to merge two columns in LaTeX overlay. There you will get all the commands. You can just copy and paste the commands and can change your table up. Because in such a limited time, it is not possible to show you every command. Now you can caption your table.
Ma'am, can you please add one more text to mark, for example,
Mark a student in different subjects. Now see, earlier your table was appearing in between the bullet points. It was not appearing wherever we want. So there are some tags, like I have used begin table H. H means here. I want my table to be appeared after the equation. Okay, in a similar way, there are other tags B. If you want your table to be used to be appeared in bottom, T for top, B for bottom, HT for anywhere in between. So you can do editing depending upon the requirement of your article. Okay, so I think you all have done up to here.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Now we will learn how to add pictures in LaTeX.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, in the line 36, 37, 38, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, and 45, there is space before subject, H line, physics, and H line. Why it is so?
It is not necessary to give space. It is showing automatically, otherwise it is not
Yes, ma'am.
necessary
It
that
is
you need
showing
to give.
automatically in a way that there is a space before when you start writing whatever, whether it is slash or any text.
It is giving you automatically. It is not necessary that you need to give this much space in front of these lines. If
Okay,
you don't give, even then it will appear.
Okay, ma'am.
Section add pictures. Okay. Now, in order to add pictures, you need to use the package. Use package graphics. You can make your notes here as well. If you suppose after percentage sign, I will write adding pictures. Adding mathematical expressions. You will see when you will recompile, these text will not appear in your main PDF file. So these are just to make your code readable and for your long-term memory. Because we have to use so many packages in LaTeX. Later on we forget why we have used this package. So you can make your brief notes over here by using this percentage sign. These are basically called comments in LaTeX. Whatever is written after this percentage sign will not be appear in your final PDF. Now we were doing. Okay. For
Hello,
picture
Renu ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, this AND equation should be above the section table. Begin equation, AND equation. I think.
Yes, it can be. But it will not give you any error. It is just
Shows red line.
But it is an ignorable error that can be ignored. It will be better if you put after that. Otherwise,
In my compiler, it was giving an error. When I shifted the AND equation above it, only then it went forward.
I don't think so. It should. Because these are ignorable error. It will show error if you have begin but didn't end. Then it will not compile.
Is it different for different versions of LaTeX?
But we are using overlay, so we all are using C. I don't think so. It must be. But it's because now so many people are doing, so it may
possibly
show. Yes. So in order to add picture, you must have picture over here. So you need to upload the picture that you want in your content. For that, you need to go on this arrow. First one is new file, second one is new folder, and third one is the option of upload. Click on that option, select file, select picture that you want to upload. Suppose I am taking this one. It is, you can rename it as well. Now for adding picture, again begin, figure, okay. Again centering, if you want your figure to be in center, include graphics. Width is equal to 0.5 of line width. You can adjust the size of your figure. It means the width of your figure will be 0.5 or times that line width. You can choose it. If you want to make it 0.6, 0.7, that depends upon you. 1.jpg. Okay. Now I have only one figure here. If you have more than one figure, it will show you the choice. So whatever figure you want, you can choose here. Caption, you can name it. Then recompile. Okay. The same problem is here. My figure is appearing in between the bullet points. So you can use the same tag that we have used in case of okay. Is it clear to everyone?
Yes.
Now next we will learn how to add references in a document. In order to add references, you need to use package hyperref. For adding references, you need to make a file with extension .bib. Go to new file and make a file with extension .bib. You can give it any name. Suppose I am giving it main.bib. Create. We'll see this file is created, main.bib. Now there are two ways. Either you can create this bib file manually, or you can create it with the help of Google Scholar. I'll show you. Go on Google Scholar. Write the name of paper, whatever you want to cite in your article. Suppose I'm paper on durability. I need to cite this article. So you have to go to BibTeX and just copy and paste in your bib file.
Please, can you repeat, Renu? कैसे आए वहां तक?
Ma'am, you need to go on Google Scholar, type the name of the paper that you want to cite. Click on these commas
Okay.
with text. Just copy. I've already copied some. Just copy and paste. You can write it on your own as well. For example, after @ you need to write article and the name, brief name of the article, title, author, book title if it is book. If it is paper, then you can write the article of paper, pages, year, publisher. Okay. In a similar way, you can either copy or paste or manually write your other articles that you want to cite. Suppose I want to cite this one as well. Okay. Now again go to main.text. In the end, before end document, type bibliography and just name of the file. My name was main. And next, bibliography style. You can keep any style depending upon your requirement. Here we are using it plain. Okay. Now come to your content. Suppose I want to cite here /cite curly braces, and it will give both options because I've kept only two references in my bib file. So here I want to cite the first one, Iraq 1996 journal, and the second one, suppose I want to cite here Einstein. Okay. Just recompile. And you will see references are appearing on the bottom and as well as in the content as well. Sonika ma'am, can I take break just for 5 minutes?
Yes, you can take break if you want.
Actually, my little son is crying very badly.
Okay, fine, no issue.
So I request everyone to repeat the same. I'll come back shortly.
Ma'am, speaker has taken a break for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello.
Speaker has joined back.
I hope everyone has done up to here. Now we will see some basic formatting of the content. Suppose if you want to color your, see, I want this line into red color.
Renu, I am getting, when I am inserting references, I am getting question marks, not number.
And then you must have left something. Have you
हाँ,
used the use package hyperwrap?
Yes, yes. एक बार ये वाला main dot bib वाला दिखाना, इसमें नंबरिंग भी थी क्या? ये जो लेफ्ट साइड में जो फोल्डर है आपके main dot bib, do you have numbering in this क्या? अच्छा, you have no, you don't have numbering.
It must start with @.
Okay, okay, fine. ठीक.
After that you can have numbering as well, but it must start with @.
Yes, this is missing. Thank you.
Suppose I want this line to be appear in different color like red, green. So for that you need to use package Xcolor. Package now I want this line in red color. Then just use text color. And whatever content you want in different color, just if I want in red color, then write here red. If I want it in green color, write here green. After that, close that text in curly braces. Suppose I want up to here in red color. And you will see this line will appear in red color. Okay. You can change color as well. Now some other utilities. If you want anything to be underlined, suppose I want to underline this word. I use underline. Now you will see this word processor is underlined. Now if you make any text bold, then just use the command. Suppose I want to make this query as bold. You can make as many as you want. Text. Now you will see this query is in bold. Similarly, if you want to write something in italic, text IT. So these are some basic commands to modify the text.
रेनू मैम, जब
Yes, ma'am.
आपने गूगल स्कॉलर पे जाके साइट पे क्लिक किया तो
हाँ जी।
उसमें बिब के अलावा और भी अदर ऑप्शंस थे, कैन वी यूज?
नो नो मैम, आपको बिब टेक्स्ट वाला ऑप्शन ही यूज करना पड़ेगा।
ओके। और
हाँ जी।
और ये जो आपने मेन फाइल क्रिएट की है, इसके अलावा अगर हम ये फाइल क्रिएट ना करें, मेन टेक्स्ट करके जो आपने की है, वो हम नो साइट का ऑप्शन यूज करके इसमें भी ऐड कर सकते हैं ना डायरेक्ट?
मैम इसके
मतलब
लिए
हम
फिर आपको डिफरेंट यूज करना पड़ेगा, वो है मतलब उसके लिए आपको फिर और डिफरेंट कमांड, डिफरेंट पैकेजेस आपको यूज करने पड़ेंगे। बट सबसे इजी वे है कि आप एक डिफरेंट ही फाइल बनाएं, क्योंकि देखो अभी तो मैंने सिर्फ 2 रेफरेंस लिए हैं। आपके का जो रिसर्च पेपर होगा उसमें कितने 100 200 इतने ज्यादा रेफरेंसेस होते हैं, तो आपकी जो बिब फाइल बनेगी उसमें काफी सारा कंटेंट होगा, तो फिर ये बहुत हैवी हो जाएगी ये वाली फाइल अगर आप इसी में करते रहते हो।
ओके 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 मैम, थैंक यू।
Now we will see how we can add metrics in our document. Begin metrics. Just wait for a minute. See, I want these different type of matrix in my document. So for that you have to use the command begin. If you use p matrix plain and I want to entries are 1 and 2 3 and you can make matrix of any dimension depending upon your requirement. Just keep on adding more rows and these and percent sign. See, I forgot to put these and lines. These two lines shows that my first row is ending over here. In a similar way, you can make it square as well. Instead of this open bracket, we see it will appear in square bracket. If you want to make it determinant, then P matrix. If you want double 5 to be appeared, then use capital. So up to now, we have covered all the basics that are required to make a journal research article. So if you have any questions, you can ask. Further, we will proceed towards presentation. We will also learn how to make a presentation using book. So should we start to learn presentation? Or it is enough?
Participants, you can reply.
Are you interested in learning the presentation as well, or is it enough?
Yes, it's quite interesting. It's just that this is a CUI, what I have understood. Like we have used Word, which is a GUI, which is a graphical user interface, and it's a command line user interface. So just a personal question, what prompted you to shift to this? You must have always been using Word, and what prompted you to shift to using LaTeX?
And it has many advantages over Word. So suppose I'm writing a book. In book there are hundreds of figure, okay, hundreds of table, hundreds of references. So in Word, if in between I have deleted one figure, okay, then I have to manually change the numbering of every other figure. In first chapter, suppose I have 10 figures and I have deleted the figure number 5. So I have to change manually the numbering. Now figure 6 will become figure 5, figure 7 will become figure 6. Or in the text as well, where I have specified figure 1 indicates this, figure 2 indicates this. But you will see in this LaTeX, it will done automatically. You need not to change any you need not to do any formatting in the text. It will do automatically. Same is with references, same is with table, same is with equation. So and you will see in the end it will appear in PDF form, and it will be a fine PDF. If you will send it to some other version, or you will open it to some other version, then your formatting will not be changed like Word. So this motivated me to shift on LaTeX.
Dr. Renu, I have a question. Can I ask?
Yes, ma'am.
Renu, just let me know. Can we change the style of references using LaTeX?
Yes, ma'am, you can change. There are so many options available. Like it depends upon the journal in which you want to publish. Just like I have chosen here plain. You can choose chemistry, RSC, whatever journal you want to publish, you can change accordingly. You need not to do manually as we have to do in.
Can you tell me the commands and the keys which we have to use for changing the style of reference? Because I have just joined. Just give me a 2, 3.
And you just need to change here.
Bibliography.
There are so many options available. Despite of these options, you can use your own as well. You just need to type on overlay on Google. Suppose you want to publish in scientific reports, then
Okay.
you need to type in Google what is the bibliography style for scientific reports. That will show you the keyword, and you need to just copy and paste that keyword in this bibliography style, and then your references will be set according to scientific reports.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So it's already 3:25. So 3:25. So should we start with presentation, or is it fine?
Do you want to go with presentation, participants?
We would love to have it, but since there's time constraint, like she can just quickly let us through it, maybe a brief.
Okay. Dr. Renu, you can share your presentation then, if you want.
Okay, ma'am. For presentation, just make a new file. Give it some another name. Suppose. Great. Now go in this presentation text. In a similar way, use command document class. And instead of article, now you have to choose Beamer for same. There are so many options and theme available for the presentation. You can use any one. I'm using Bodila. Then title. Can give any title name. I'm giving my presentation. A similar way, author. So in a similar way, begin document. And it must be and. Make title. See. You can also make your presentation using overlay. For next slide, you need to use command begin. Frame. And in between these, you can write the content of your presentation. In a similar way, you can make as many slides as you want. Rest of the commands for adding figure, table, matrix, and equations are same. Just you need not to use any packages for the presentation. All the packages are already inbuilt in this Beamer, so you need not to import as we have imported in case of our article. In a similar way, you can add bullet points, begin, in a similar way, you can add blocks.
Dr. Renu, like here we have different slides. So for
Yes,
each
ma'am.
slide, we have to write begin frame and like that, begin and end. Begin
Yes, ma'am.
frame and frame.
You have to add begin frame and add frame for every slide. And in between the begin frame and add frame will be your content for that particular slide.
Which you have told earlier also.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank
So all the other options are same as in case of article. So we will not go into the detail. I think I'll share my presentation with you, in which there are lots of command for the beautification of presentation as well. So thank you everyone. Hope you like the
Ma'am,
session.
can you please tell the difference between point number 3 and point number 7, that is title and make title? Point number 3.
And make title means your title must be appeared in the presentation. If you don't use this command, then your title will not appear.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Make title means it will shown in the final output.
Okay, ma'am.
Any other query from participant side?
एक इसमें और विषय है, काफी अच्छा सेशन था। इससे पता लगता है कि हम रेफरेंसेज वगैरह कौन कौन से स्टाइल में लिख करके इसको कैसे कर सकते हैं। ये स्टूडेंट्स के लिए बड़ा अच्छा रहेगा, क्योंकि हमारे काफी स्टूडेंट्स को ये नहीं पता कि रेफरेंस की क्या स्टाइल होती है, कैसे लिखते हैं, तो ये उनके लिए बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। थैंक यू डॉक्टर रेनू।
थैंक यू सर।
I think we should end this session if there is not any more query. Okay, so I'm ending this session with a formal vote of thanks. It's my pleasure to offer a vote of thanks to Dr. Renu for today's incredibly informative hands-on session on LaTeX. Many of us perhaps been intimidated by it, but your clear explanation and practical examples have shown us just how valuable tool it is for producing high-quality documents. Thank you for equipping us with such useful, knowledgeable tool and for making the learning process so engaging. We are grateful for your time and effort, Dr. Renu. Thank you so much once again.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Participants, we can start with the presentation by 3:45. So all of you are requested to join on time. minutes will be for question and answer session. So please keep a track of timing. Don't exceed your time limit. Okay. So we can start with the first participant. Just let me read out the name. Dinesh Kumar. Has he joined? Dinesh Kumar? No, he hasn't joined.
I can't see him.
No, he hasn't. Dr. Gauri Ahuja?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Gauri, you can start the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please. Ma'am, can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Gauri Ahuja from Department of Chemistry of Daulat College. Today, I will discuss in bit about structural and catalytic activity of benzimidazole-based copper-2 complex. So here, this benzimidazole acts as a ligand, and further, this ligand is utilized to prepare a copper complex where copper is present in +2 oxidation state. So these are the contents of the presentation. I will discuss in brief about the ligand, about the complex, the tentative structure of the complex, elucidated structure of the complex, the characterization techniques employed for the characterization of both ligand and the complex along with the proposed work. So this first diagram represents the ligand, where it is an example of asymmetrical tetradentate ligand. Tetra means 4. It has got 4 donor sites. This moiety is benzimidazole moiety, and here is the amide linkage. So the structure was characterized by using various spectroscopic techniques, which includes UV visible spectroscopy, proton NMR spectroscopy, carbon-13 spectroscopy, mass spectroscopy, CHN analysis. And further, this ligand was utilized to prepare this copper complex. This is the figure which is given on the right hand side. This is the tentative structure of the complex, where the coordination number of copper is equal to 6. The geometry supposedly should be equivalent to octahedral because it is having coordination number is equal to 6. But copper is present in +2 oxidation state, and we have learned that this is a D9 system. Therefore, it will undergo distortion. So the single crystal was developed for this complex, which confirmed that the central metal ion is copper, and it is surrounded by the ligand. The ratio between metal is to ligand is equal to 1:1. It is coordinated to one of the oxygen of the nitrate ion, because I have taken copper nitrate as one of the copper salts for the formation of the complex. One of the nitrate ion is present outside the coordination sphere, and 2 of the water molecules, they are present outside the coordination sphere. So by collating the entire data, the molecular formula of the complex came out to be copper nitrate, because this is the binding site. GBSA is nothing but this GBS. Then nitrate, because it is present outside the coordination sphere, and 2 of the water molecules, they are also present outside the coordination sphere. So, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Like I said, that this complex undergo distortion because it is a D9 system. So we can calculate the extent of distortion from the data, and the distortion parameter is called as Edison's parameter. It is given by the symbol which is called as tau. So for this complex, the distortion parameter came out to be in the range of 0.02. And also, what kind of distortion? The distortion was like that the regular geometry was converted into irregular geometry. So therefore, the distortion is known as a distorted square pyramidal environment. That is, the environment around the central metal ion is distorted square pyramidal. Also, with the help of data and with the help of various softwares for the elucidation of this structure, we can calculate the kind of interactions taking place in this complex. That is, we can comment on the intermolecular hydrogen bonding. We can calculate the intramolecular hydrogen bonding also. Then these, since I have discussed about ligand and the complex, these are the characterization techniques which were used for their characterization. These were the instruments which were utilized. Few of them I have written and few of them I have ignored. And few of the softwares also, they were utilized for specifically for the single crystal analysis. Then this is actually the proposed work wherein I wish to utilize this particular complex as a catalyst to carry out an oxidative transformation in the presence of ionic liquid and along an external oxidizing agent. I wish to check the formation of the products, whether they are present in the major percentage or whether they are present in the minor percentage. I wish to see the workup and the separation of the products, whether it is feasible or whether it is not feasible, because if there is more formation of these side products, this may affect the overall efficiency of the rate of reaction in terms of atom utilization, and this may also reduce the efficiency of the catalyst, and the efficiency of the catalyst can be calculated with the help of a parameter which is called as TON, or which is generally known as turnover number. And I also wish to carry out the biological activity of this particular catalyst, because the benzimidazole based complexes, whether it is a copper based complex or whether it is manganese, iron, nickel, they are very, very effective for the biological activity. So this is, thank you so much for the presentation. I am open for the questions, please.
Dr. Gauri, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Can
you,
you
Dr.
go
Gauri.
with the crystal structure?
Gauri, can you name few software which can be used for DFT calculation in your compound?
Which one, ma'am?
The compound, that is the complexes which you have prepared. Can you name few software which we
Yes.
can, please?
Yes. And ma'am, as far as single crystal is concerned, you can use OLEX software, you can use Mercury. I mean, these are the three softwares which were utilized. And there is one which is known as Shell Excel 2018. And there are other programming also, which is very much required for the refinement of the data also, which actually gives rise to the stable structure of the complex. And as far as the elucidation of the characterization of the complex, you can use UV visible, you can use IR, you can use EPR spectra also, you can use cyclic voltammetry also.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Gauri. I just
Yes,
want
ma'am.
to know because you mentioned the weak interactions, the many interactions are taking place between the copper and the ligand. So, Maria, how did you study all those interactions? The way
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
From these specific techniques or
yes, ma'am. This is what I'm telling you. You can use OLEX, you can use Mercury, and
by Mercury you can see all this interaction.
Yes, ma'am. OLEX, Mercury, and Shell Excel 2018. These three were actually utilized to calculate all these interactions, to calculate the distortion parameter also, and to give this particular structure of the complex also. And also you can draw three-dimensional structure of the complex also. You can draw the one-dimensional, which you can see. And there are so many other things which you can draw from a particular set of data.
Okay,
because
Gauri, one more thing. Have
yes, ma'am.
Have you synthesized these complexes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, you haven't published these?
Ma'am, this up to slide number 4, which is the one, this is the published data, and I will be utilizing this complex to carry out the application.
Application part.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Gauri.
Dr. Gauri, I have one question.
So this,
Dr. Gauri, you are hearing me?
I can't see actually my slide. Okay. Yes, sir.
Can you go with the
yes, sir.
art diagram? Can you go to the RTEP diagram slide?
Sir, can you hear me? My network is extremely unstable.
Yes.
Sir, tell me.
This is a 5 coordinated. You are saying octahedral. How is the octahedral?
No, sir. I didn't say. I said this is the tentative structure. Sir, I said that this is the tentative structure.
This is penta coordinated, maybe trigonal bipyramidal.
Sir,
Yes.
Yera. Can you see
Here
this?
copper say how many atoms are attached? One,
Sir,
two,
can you,
three,
sir,
five.
can you, sir, can you see this? Can you see this? I have already said, can you see
I
my
am
screen?
asking for single asymmetric unit. You should tell the coordination geometry around the asymmetric unit. If you grow the fragment, there are so many combinations, but we will propose a structure based on asymmetric units. And have you collected its EPR spectra?
Yes, I have EPR spectra. I have
Can you,
calculated G parallel.
can you show me that it's
Sir,
EPR?
right now, so probably, sir, I will have to look into my all this data.
Okay, no
But
problem. But
but
you
but
just see it is
but
a
I will share it with you. No, sir.
Okay,
This is
fine,
the
Dr. Manoj and Dr. Gauri, we can have
yes,
it
ma'am.
later on. Madhu, can we call another one? Thank you, Dr. Gauri.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Gauri.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Kumar.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I am sharing my slide.
You can start with your presentation.
Please
Is
put
it
it in
visible?
a slideshow.
Visible?
Yet it is visible.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Hemant Kumar Tiwari, welcome all of you in this presentation. Am I audible, ma'am?
G.
You are audible.
Okay, the topic of this presentation is research methodology, drug design in malaria research. This is the original work and have been published. The objective of this study are to design and synthesize peptidomimetic small molecules of plasmapsin 2 A aspartic proteases and falciparum 3 A cysteine proteases of Plasmodium falciparum. The second one objective of this study was to investigate the impact of scaffold on the affinity of plasmapsin 2. The research methodology involved in this work are solution
Sir, the
phase.
slides are not moving.
Yes, slides are not moving. Please, Hemendraji.
Movable?
No, put it
No,
in
not yet.
slideshow mode.
Ma'am, slides are movable or not?
No, sir.
Your front slide is, we can see, but not, they are not moving actually.
It's not in the slideshow show mode, sir.
Just
Make it in a
press
slideshow
F5.
mode.
Just press F5. Ma'am, let it be. It's visible now. Ma'am, it's visible now if you're not able to make it slideshow.
Not visible.
So you
No,
can
it's
do next now.
Slide is visible.
If
Unshare
it
and then
slideshow is
share
not
your whole screen. Unshare first and then share your whole screen.
One.
Dr. Madhu, can we take next one? if he's taking
मैम
time. आप कर रहे हैं हेमेंद्र जी?
हाँ मैम, ये पता नहीं कुछ दिक्कत हो
कोई
रही है।
बात नहीं, अच्छा हाँ हाँ, now it is visible. You can continue.
Movable? Slides are movable, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the research methodology involved in this work were solution phase synthesis of inhibitors, column chromatography, characterization of new molecules by IR, proton, C13, and mass spectroscopy, SDS-based gel electrophoresis, computational docking, and enzyme kinetics by UV visible spectrophotometer. Now I am going to highlight my studies. So, ma'am, this slide is visible? Introduction?
Yes, introduction is visible. Yeah.
Okay. So you know that the malaria is not new disease. The term malaria originates from the Italian word malaria, which means the bad ear. Since long, it is believed that malaria was caused by a miasma which arises from stagnant water at night. That you know that the true cause of this disease became first clear in 1880 when French researcher Lavarent discovered the malaria parasite in human blood. Now, I will talk about the burden of malaria. There are 4 species of Plasmodium falciparum which are responsible for malaria: Plasmodium falciparum, Plasmodium vivax, and Plasmodium ovale, and Plasmodium malariae. WHO reported that nearly half of the population in the world is estimated to live in malaria endemic area and country. In every 30 seconds, a child dies, and 600 million new infections find worldwide annually. Ma'am, movable. This slide is visible. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible and your slides are visible, sir.
Okay.
And also movie.
Okay, the symptoms of malaria. These are fever, chills, general feeling of discomfort, headache, nausea and vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and muscle joint or joint pain. Now, these are the registered anti-malarial drugs which are used as anti-malarial in daily life. So malaria remain uncontrolled to date as its parasite rapidly develop resistance to existing anti-malarial drugs, and also because of the high degree of antigenic variation during the complex life cycle of parasite. But all these registered drugs show resistance to the parasite. So the highlight the urgent need of development of new anti-malarial drug address to this hazardous problem. Now, the key approach in drug design. I have used these approaches in my drug design: structure-based drug design, ligand-based drug design, and computational drug design. The structure-based drug design is based on the 3-dimensional structure of protein to design drugs that bind precisely to it. Ligand-based drug design, it is also known as substrate-based drug design. It is based on the compound that interact with the target to design new molecules with similar properties. And third one is the computational drug design. It is the computational model which predict how drug molecules will interact with targets. So I have used the second point and the third point, ligand-based drug design and computational drug design, in this study. This work is original work and have been published. So my research interest is aspartic proteases of malaria parasite, new targets for chemotherapy. This is the metabolic pathway which is used malaria parasite. Hemoglobin is break down by the aspartic proteases family enzyme plasmapsin first into heme and globin. Parasite convert heme into hemoglobin, which is a malaria pigment and non-toxic pigment for parasite, and globin is further cleaved by aspartic proteases and cysteine proteases family, falciparum, and so on into amino acids. So WHO recognized that the plasmapsin have been officially recognized as the suitable target for the design of novel chemotherapeutic compound for the treatment of malaria. My interest is to develop new anti-malarial drugs against this aspartic proteases enzyme plasmapsin first and plasmapsin 2. And this is the picture of plasmapsin enzyme. Proplasmapsin 2 is a zymogen which is converted into active form plasmapsin 2. Plasmapsin 2 is a bilobar enzyme having 329 amino acids having 37 kilodalton molecular weight. These are the reported plasmapsin inhibitors which have several structural motifs. It is statin, dihydroxyethylene, reduced amide, hydroxyethylamine, hydroxyethylene, hydroxyethyl hydrazide, phosphonate, difluorobutane, tetrahedral intermediate, and norstatin. This is the mechanism. So we know that the natural substrate of parasite is hemoglobin. This is the site of cleavage of bond. This is the alpha globin chain of hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is a tetrameric protein having 64 kilodalton molecular weight and 2 alpha chain and 2 beta chain. So plasmapsin 2 is a endopeptidase and cleave hemoglobin between phenylalanine 33 and leucine 34 residue. So this is the platform. This bond is the platform to design the new drug. This is the reported aspartic proteases, but they have many disadvantages as low cell membrane permeability, rapid elimination from plasma, high fast metabolism, very low oral bioavailability. This is the drug discovery cycle which I have used in this study with the help of computational docking. And I have synthesized these molecules which have been reported: compound 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Compound 1 and 2 are the plasmapsin 2 inhibitors, and compound 5 is falciparum 3 inhibitor. Compound 4 is also plasmapsin 2 inhibitor, and compound 3 is also plasmapsin 2 inhibitor. All these have been reported. And this is the gel electrophoresis of the compound with plasmapsin 2 enzyme. And this slide shows the inhibition of hemoglobin digestion by peptidomimetic chalcones. Cultured parasite were incubated with inhibitor for 24 beginning of stage. You can see this is the control, and this is the positive control with the pepstatin A general inhibitor of aspartic proteases, and lane 3 to 8 shows my compound with enzyme. You can see that this is the more accumulated hemoglobin. More accumulated. These lines show from 3 to 8 shows more accumulated hemoglobin. So it confirms that my compounds inhibit the action of plasmapsin 2 aspartic protein in activity in culture. So this is the docking picture of falciparum 3 PDB ID. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Yes, please.
So, which was the most active compound out of the ones that you had synthesized?
All these are the synthesized. All 5 molecules are the most promising candidate. The IC52 micromolar inhibition, you can see compound first 3 to 0.3 micromolar. All these 5 are most promising
And so
candidates.
these were made using some amino acids because there are side chains and they use thalamide also.
Peptidomimetic molecules.
Okay,
Yes,
and
I
one
can
more
see the
thing.
indole also in this case.
And how did you combine this? There is a benzene. You are making that chalcone. So this benzene and this NH2 is there na, from amino acid. So how did you couple this one?
The way all these are the reported, you can see these all things. These are the source of the journal which I have been published. Journal Pharmacy.
Dr.
Yes.
Hemendra, I think you have
Sure.
published this work in 2011, 13,
Yeah.
and 17. Are you still working on these?
Yeah, I have also. मैम अभी आने वाला है 2-3 महीने में, इस पर काम चल रहा है अभी.
Okay,
नई
चल रहा है. And the
targets, हाँ.
basic moiety will be same,
No,
like
ma'am.
indoor.
No.
You are modifying.
हाँ, modify में. वो idea, new idea है मैम.
अच्छा, new idea है आपका. ठीक है. So in malaria, I can see मतलब कि because you are targeting the hemoglobin of parasite, right?
हाँ मैम.
Okay. What could be the other side where we can target in malarial parasite?
हाँ, यस मैम. मैम ये जो जितनी भी रजिस्टर्ड ड्रग है ना, जो क्लोरोक्विन, मेफ्लोक्विन है, वो इस टारगेट को ब्लॉक करती है. हीम टू हीमोजोइन. जो हीम होता है ना मैम, ये पैरासाइट हीमोग्लोबिन को जब ब्रेक करता है ना, ग्लोबिन तो वो अपने लाइफ साइकिल के लिए लेता है, लेकिन हीम टॉक्सिक होता है उसके लिए, तो हीम को डिटॉक्सिफाई कर देता है हीमोजोइन में. तो जितनी भी एंटी मलेरियल है वो इस पाथवे पर वर्क करती हैं, मतलब हीम टू हीमोजोइन को रोकती हैं. मेरा जो टारगेट है वो फर्स्ट टारगेट है कि हीम और ग्लोबिन में टूटे ही ना.
ओके.
प्लाज्मा फर्स्ट. ये स्पार्टिक प्रोटीजीज है. बहुत सारे टारगेट है. फेल्सीपेन है, 1, 2, 3 है. फेल्सिलाइसिन है.
This is the standard pathway, right? The mechanism for malarial activity. So you are targeting the second one, heme plus globin. This one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
तो ये हीमोग्लोबिन तो होस्ट का होगा ना कि पैरासाइट का?
मैम ये जब पैरासाइट होता है तो ब्लड में ही आता है, तो क्या लेगा? ब्लड से ही लेगा ना मैम.
हाँ, तो मतलब ब्लड या हीमोग्लोबिन जो है वो होस्ट है ना कि पैरासाइट का?
नहीं, होस्ट का है ना मैम. तो होस्ट का कहाँ जाएगा? पैरासाइट की फूड वैक्यूल होती है ना.
यही कंफर्म करना कि पैरासाइट का नहीं, होस्ट का हीमोग्लोबिन.
हाँ, तो मैम पैरासाइट जब इसको तोड़ेगा तो एंजाइम यूज करेगा ना. एसिडिक फूड वैक्यूल में डाइजेस्टिव एंजाइम्स होते हैं ना.
अभी क्वेश्चन जो आया था कि
मैंने क्वेश्चन कुछ और पूछा था.
हाँ जी.
नहीं, आपने क्या पूछा था मैम?
मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा था like this is the mechanism for the anti-malarial activity. So you're talking about heme and the globin. So you are targeting the second step. So I asked कि this hemoglobin is of animal or that is human body or the parasite? Malarial
मैम
parasite.
ये तो होस्ट का हीमोग्लोबिन. व्हेन पैरासाइट टेक अप द हीमोग्लोबिन फ्रॉम द होस्ट सेल, तो ये तब यूज करता है. ये तो लाइफ साइकिल है उसका पैरासाइट का. ये सब हीमोग्लोबिन मेटाबॉलिज्म एसिडिक फूड बोले को मलेरिया पैरासाइट. तो ये मेटाबॉलिक पाथ से सारी ड्रग डिजाइनिंग की सारे क्राइटेरिया निकलते हैं. जो भी बेसिक चीज निकलती है इसी पाथवे से निकलती है. तो मैंने भी यही यूज किया था.
ठीक है, थैंक यू. यस डॉक्टर नेहा.
Okay, ma'am, one thing I want to say here, because I also worked on the same line once, anti-plasmodial activity. So we can use the blood cell here, human blood cell for the target. And another thing I want to ask from sir is that, sir, have you used only Plasmodium falciparum strain or any other for this study?
मैडम मैंने किया था, MRC 2 में किया था 2008 में. NIMR से मेरी PhD है. मैं बायोकेमिस्ट भी हूँ और केमिस्ट भी हूँ. एक्टिविटी भी मैंने खुद ही की थी. ये तो कल्चर भी किया था मैंने इसका.
बट आई एम आस्किंग कि आपने प्लाज्मोडियम फेल्सीपेरम स्ट्रेन पर ही या कोई और स्ट्रेन भी यूज किया था?
नहीं मैम, पर्टिकुलर था. MRC 2 स्ट्रेन है जो NIMR का है, उड़ीसा से लिया गया था. वो उसी को कल्चर किया था, उसी से साइजोन्स वगैरह. तो कुछ स्लाइड्स मैंने यहाँ पर दिखाई नहीं है, थोड़ी सी टाइम की लिमिटेशन थी, नहीं तो वो भी मैं यहाँ पर शो करता आप सभी को.
Okay, fine, sir. Thank you.
As far as I remember, Hemendra ji, there are 4 plasmodium strains. मुझे जहाँ तक याद है, and you're targeting
Plasmodium
only one falciparum. हाँ. But what about the others? मतलब कि this falciparum is dominating only in few areas. What about other areas where the other species of this parasite are dominating?
मैडम ये
are you thinking from that point of view also?
नहीं मैम, मैं जानता हूँ प्लाज्मोडियम फेल्सीपेरम इज मोर मोर लीदल है। 95% डेथ आर कॉज्ड इन अफ्रीका। हमारे यहाँ भी सबसे ज्यादा प्लाज्मोडियम फैल्सीपारमी सबसे ज्यादा होता है
नहीं,
इसमें।
वो मैं समझ गई, मैं पूछ रही हूँ हम कर सकते हैं, कैन वी टारगेट अदर्स पैरासाइट
नहीं कर सकते हैं। मैं थोड़ा
आर
सा
यू
इसका
प्लानिंग टू डू सो?
हाँ कर सकते हैं मैम, कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उसमें सबसे ज्यादा जो कॉमन है ना मैम, वो या तो
वो
वाइवेक्स है, हाँ,
प्लाज्म।
या फैल्सीपैरम है।
ओके,
Okay. Thank you so
ठीक है,
much, sir.
thank
Very nice presentation. Thank you.
ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम।
Can we have next participants? Dr. Kamlesh Kumari from Zoology. Dr. Kamlesh, are you going to share your screen?
Yeah.
Are you ready? Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Can you put it in slide mode, ma'am, and start from the first slide?
Right. Now, is it in a slideshow mode?
Yeah.
Can you see it is moving, ma'am?
Yes, it is in the slideshow mode.
Yes, a very warm good morning to everyone, evening to everyone. I want to convey my sincere thanks to the convener and the organizing committee to allow me and to share my work with the budding researchers in this 2-week refresher course on the research methodology, embarking on NEP, this research methodology for the scientific excellence. So,
can you speak little loud, ma'am?
Sorry?
Actually, you're not audible. I don't know from your side or my side.
No, ma'am, its voice is a bit low.
Just a minute.
Can you come closer to your system so that you can be audible to us?
Increase the volume, ma'am, just once. Increase the volume once. I'm audible now?
Okay, fine.
Is it much better?
Ma'am, आप continue कर सकते हैं.
Okay. So the work I'm presenting here is the multifaceted approach to show the interaction between the thioflutamide and with the hemoglobin. The extensive use of the hemoglobin here has led to the significant negative impact or with the on both the environment and the human health and the living species. In this slide, you can see the global uses of the pesticides in the form of the various different forms like the herbicides, fungicides, and the insecticides. So the pesticide which we are using here is the thioflutamide that belongs to the class that is benzimidols. So basically, this study explores the interaction between the pesticide thioflutamide and the hemoglobin. So for this, we have checked the interactions. So here you can see, so that not only impact on the human health, it shows the various health risks into the humans. So why we are studying the interactions of this protein along with this thioflutamide. So you can see that has an proteins as this protein act as an biological targets. Here we has studied the toxicological insights and we even studied the mechanistic understanding at the molecular level. So if we talk about the thioflutamide, so the thioflutamide, this studies explores between the thioflutamide is a benzimide class fungicides, which is a notable not only for the efficacy in the agriculture, basically, but also for the potential interaction with the biological receptors in the living species. Structurally, you can see here the hydrophobicity of these molecules basically shows the thioflutamide is the primary aryl from the aromatic ring and the alkyl ring chains, which are the non-polar and tend to avoid the waters, contributing towards the compound's overall hydrophobic behavior. Similarly, here we have a hemoglobin. So for the in silico study, we use the PDP ID of the hemoglobin, which is extracted from the RCSB, that is 2DN1. And this has in a structure, basically the tetrameric protein within a 2 alpha and the 2 beta subunits. So this work has a multifaceted approach. With this multifaceted approach shows the characterization or to check the interactions with the various tools like here we have studied the UV visible spectroscopy, then further with the FTIR studies, and then the CD circular dichroism spectroscopy. Then some in silico tools has been used like the molecular docking and the MD simulations. Further, the same studies has been taken into the next level, that is called as the electrochemical analysis, that checks at what level the protein has interacted with the thioflutamide inside the body, and at what changes at the beta sheets or maybe the helix structures, what are the changes into the various levels. So from this, in the UV visible spectroscopy, the UV showed here the 3 peaks at the 212, 274 and the 406 nanometer due to the N pi transitions and pi transitions and the porphyrin 6 significantly. So a significant increase changes has been increased in the intensive peak at the 274 and at a 406 nanometer. So that shows the increasing the amount of the TF, or you can say the thioflusamides in the solution. So here we have taken the concentration of the pure concentration of the hemoglobin, and the various concentration has been taken with the thioflusamides. So the same peaks has been first taken as in a sample, and then it is done in a triplicate study. So we have find this varying concentration at the 298 Kelvin. Along with that, the absorbance has been studied with the various concentration of the thioflutamide. Next, we have studied the same aspects with the inflorescence spectroscopy. So we have recorded the emission spectra at the 298 Kelvin temperature, 303 and the 308 Kelvin. So with the difference of the 10 Kelvin between the lowest and the highest temperature to understand the type of the quenching between the hemoglobin and the thioflutamide. So here you can see this specs basically the interaction between the thioflutamide and this hemoglobin checks that when the hemoglobin and thioflutamide complex is formed in a ground state and a static quenching has been observed, which is shown in a linear line. So that linear line was analyzed using the Stern-Voltamer equation that implies the electrostatic interactions in between the hemoglobin and the thioflutamide. Then the further studies have been taken into the circular dichroism spectroscopy that tells the simple additions of the different concentration of the thioflutamide in the hemoglobin that changes the structure, the alpha helix structures of the hemoglobin. So here you can see the itself sample of the hemoglobin has in a highest concentration of the helix, or you can say the percentage of the helix. When we changes its concentration to the hemoglobin to 1 microliter and the changes to the different concentration, the helix concentration becomes constantly decreases. So here you can say this indicates the destabilization of the helical with a large margin of the 8.2% to the 23% of pure hemoglobin molecules. Further, after that characterization, the in silico studies has been studied for the checking that molecular aspects of that hemoglobin and this thioflutamide. So the molecular docking has been studied with the same PDP ID, that is 2DN1. So the molecular studies has been checked and they check the interaction between the thioflutamide and the hemoglobin was using with the help of the software, that is TSV and the Autodoc. So from that we find the 2D interactions and the 3D structures. So the binding energies between the thioflutamide complex and the hemoglobin complex was found to be minus 6.1 kilojoule, which shows the presence of the lysine, that leucine and valine, and you can say the alanine, that shows the interaction of the basically the you can say the hydrogen interaction, the electrostatic interactions, and along with that you can see the basically here you can see the interaction between the electrostatic and the other things. So here the presence of the hemoglobin has been checked with the ligand, and that shows the same with the different bond length. Here you can see it was demonstrated effectively the interaction between the alanine, histidine, as well as the valine, which shows the molecules are effectively stabilized. Along with that hemoglobin, the molecular docking, the simulation and the simulation studies has been taken the docking molecules into the next level. So molecular docking simulation studies shows the RMSD value, that is root mean square deviation values, which shows the HB alone stabilized first as an HB, and the one product, that is your hemoglobin and the thioflutamide, shows the changes in that molecules, which was seen, it was earlier, it was same, but at the 90 nanoseconds, or you can say after the 90 nanoseconds were observed, indicating this destabilization of the complex. So that the same fluctuations, that is root mean square fluctuation, has been observed into the molecules. And after the, as you can see, after these 50, or you can say the 90 nanoseconds was observed, indicating the destabilization of the molecules. So these fluctuations shows the values which comes under this molecular dimension simulation from this data has been in an acceptable range. And this is done within a software which is Chromex, which is fully available. And in that, the same studies of the molecular dynamics simulation has been observed at a various nanoseconds time levels. So from these, it shows the changes into the secondary structures contributions. So here in that, we have studied the alpha helical structures has been changed, or in that range. Okay, from 50 seconds and latest to the 50 nanoseconds. So this is done after the using of the Chromex with the help of the Stride web servers to study the further interaction, to check the further interaction with the
Please come to the conclusion, Dr. Kamlesh.
Yes, last is that. So the electrochemical studies has been shows the same result findings, and it shows the changes into that interactions. So that shows the peaks presence into the hemoglobins, shows the presence of that hemoglobin and the thioflutamide at the different cathodic and the anodic slopes with the same studies. So this is this conclusions which shows that study confirmed the formation of the stable complex with the thioflutamide and the hemoglobin through the various aspects tools like your UV, the fluorescence spectroscopy, the CD, the in silico tools, and the electrochemical studies. For this, I have published this work last year only, and in an International Journal of the Biological Macromolecules. So this is my lab work, and I'm very thankful for the organizing team to give me the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Kamlesh.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. This thioflutamide, it is a fungicide, I believe.
It's a kind of fungicides that belongs to the class of the benzamide. So basically, it's a new generation kind of the pesticides which are used.
Oh, do you have a structure of this molecule? Because you have shown the three-dimensional structure.
I have shown now, it's here.
Okay, this one. Fine.
Madam, what is the role of this complex thioflutamide with hemoglobin?
What is the
Role?
He's asking what is the role?
What is the role? Actually, whenever we took anything in a food or something, so pesticides goes directly or indirectly goes into the food or in our body. So how they are fixed. So the hemoglobin which is present, so we have taken the hemoglobin PDP ID, that is your 2DN1. So this is in a hemoglobin which is extracted. It is present in both the organisms, the humans as well as into the other organisms. So it simply, when it interacts with the, or you can say when it comes to the contact with any pesticides, you can say, so it simply changes the structure. So it affects basically, as you can see, the all the human activities, not only the direct system, even the indirect, we can say it is affecting.
But ma'am, you're looking at the, the interaction of this pesticide with the hemoglobin. What about the others? Because you said that whenever we take this, the food, okay, so it is, after all, it is entering our body. Meaning you are studying the interaction between hemoglobin and this pesticide, not with others.
What is the selectivity? What is the selectivity? Yes, this is the right question, ma'am.
So basically,
what is the selectivity?
The hemoglobin, that is a protein which is present here. So you can say whenever it is goes, it shows the changes. So protein, when it interacts with the this pesticide, so you can see there are changes. So that the changes we have seen into the form of the whole structures, okay, or the, if you are using the if we can simply compare, you can see here these hemoglobin purely has this type of the peak. But when we changes the concentration, you can see that these structures, the primary structure, the secondary structures, they are altering. Okay, so they are altering. So that means the percentage is also in changes. So we have studied that interactions. What are the interactions that is?
But ma'am, if you look at a peak between 400 to 500, I can't see any change. So don't you think that because this is a lambda max, the maximum absorption is taking place between 400 and 500, and I can't see any change there. Do you think, Madhiki, it is also a important area to be targeted?
So I have seen not only onto the 406 की peak जिसकी आप बात कर रहे हैं. So we have that startingly from the 200 that I have mentioned, from the 260 and this 312, here you can see that there isn't a change. Okay.
So ma'am, we can predict the functional group which is basically undergoing a change, the interaction between the hemoglobin and the pesticide. So I think the whichever functional group in the the hemoglobin is undergoing a change after interaction, so that might be absorbing between 200 to 300.
Oh, ma'am.
So we can study the interaction, ma'am.
We are furthering work on this, so it's continuing process. अभी हम कर रहे हैं, ma'am. So we'll be taking your suggestions.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Ma'am, at what concentration the binding is maximum? Like if you have studied that.
280 nanometer on nanomolar, you can say that the maximum concentration we can observe, and initially there is a very small changes. So when we increase the concentration, so that the last second that concentration we have used, that is 280 micromolar, which is the last second concentration, we find there is a maximum change. After that, we find that there is no change in the peak. So that last is 320 micromolar.
Okay.
Thank you.
And one more thing that you did the binding study, the molecular docking and the MD simulation. After that, you did one more thing using stride.
Right.
So basically, what is the significance of this?
Stride is the further work that we have taken or that extracted only from the MD simulation. So basically, in that we have seen the molecular, the secondary structure alteration which we have studied. So here in this table, you can see this is the complete amino acid change and this hemoglobin chain. And here the alpha helix structures, this turn, and you can say the beta bridges that constantly changes within each and every nanoseconds. There's enough changes. So we put that reaction, or we've taken that study for 250.
We can do this with the synthesized molecules also. After the MD docking and simulation, we can do this study for the synthesized compounds also.
Synthesized product, from that you can do that further studies, but for that you need one PDP ID. From that only we can.
From any protein, we can do right. Like this one more study kind of a thing.
Right. So we are using that same MD simulation studies, and at every seconds, okay, every seconds we find from the 0 nanoseconds to the 250. And we are capturing each and single amino acid alterations. So from that, we have uniformly taken that 50, although we observe that for each and every second, ठीक है, nanoseconds, but हमने यहाँ पे capture करके सिर्फ 6 photographs लगे हैं. Otherwise जो आपकी PC analysis या फिर ARM dissemination के बाद जो आता है, that is
1000 तक तो कर सकते हैं, 1000.
Ma'am, I have one query. Is because of hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, is because of this whatever interaction change you have studied in the hemoglobin, because of the structural change, is there any change in biological function like oxygen carrying capacity of hemoglobin is also going to be changed or something like that has been studied or reported? Or what is happening at the biological functional level other than this structural?
आप जो कह रहे हैं, this is exactly. So this is about to check the synthesis of that. It's not exactly the synthesis. We have taken the 2 commercial products. One is your theophylline, the another one is the hemoglobin, and we have taken that the physical characterization. ठीक है? उसके बाद हमने in silico पे किया. Now we are trying to check that interaction or the studies into the in vivo or in vitro models पर. So we are trying that कि अभी आप जो कह रहे हैं पेपर्स में बहुत सारे लिटरेचर्स में है has an changes, biological changes in the oxygen carrying capacity.
Exactly. Then only the structural change, whatever is your finding, is going to be relevant or significant. If it is going to influence.
That will be our next target. So we have started that work, or we just trying to check that work organism.
Have you one more small query I have you found any on other organism also the effect of this fungicide antifungal agent has been reported other than the human hemoglobin?
Actually, sir, they are not that much explored. Okay, so you will find a very little paper or very selective papers on a theophylline, and the another one that I'm going to use as that is metoprolol. Metoprolol is another pesticides. So these are the next generation pesticides. We find some articles that show the kind of the interaction within the hemoglobin. और अभी जो है सर मैं इसको एक मॉडल ऑर्गेनिज्म के साथ ट्रीट कर रहे हैं. दिस पेस्टिसाइड्स की हम टॉक्सिसिटी इवैल्यूएट कर रहे हैं इन अ मॉडल ऑर्गेनिज्म. हम ज़ेब्राफिश कह सकते हैं. सो अभी हम इस पर ट्राई कर रहे हैं.
Okay.
We can take the queries in the chat box. Please post your queries in the chat box. Can we have next?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Kamlesh and Dr. Shobit.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, next is Dr. Kalpa Mandal, and all participants are requested to please keep their camera on while presenting. And please keep your presentation short and crisp, because there are many participants who have to complete their presentation today.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I have my presentation is not hardcore on the research, but yes, the basic aim of joining this course was to learn the AI tools and other techniques which are latest in the technology. Rather, my colleagues had also asked me, why are you, doing a 15-day course? Man, it's not that. It is basically to upgrade myself and to learn new tools and technologies, So I have just randomly picked up the topics from the syllabus and created a presentation out of it. Okay. Let me just share the screen.
Ma'am, please keep your camera on.
Yes, just a sec. Just a sec. Is it on? Okay, it's not on.
Ma'am, put it in slide mode.
Yes,
You can
yes,
see
yes.
your slides.
Some problem in the.
Ma'am, press F5.
Is it my this thing is on?
We can, yes, ma'am. You can start now.
Okay. Okay, fine. So as I said that randomly picked up a few topics and I'm giving a presentation on that. Well, I wanted to insert few AI tools. I tried some tools also, creating imaginary pictures and using some of the AI tools. Was not very successful, but anyways, whatever came up, I am sharing with you all. So it is navigating print sources, journal abbreviations, and digital databases and research. Basically, it would be useful more for the students, which they will be doing in the research methodology syllabus. So what are print sources? Print sources, these are the physically available published material, what could be in the form of books, academic journals, reports, newspapers, any printed material rather, which we say, which is a hard thing, which can be seen, which can be observed. So these are the print sources, and they have been classified into 3 different types: the primary source, the secondary source, and the tertiary source. Okay, so the primary source is the first hand publication which is obtained. This could be in the form of research articles, presentations, thesis, conference proceedings, historical documents, speeches, interviews, newspapers, and all. That is the information which one is getting at the first hand. That is the source of primary source. Then the secondary data sources, these are something which are obtained after the interpretation has been done on the primary data, or some analysis has been done, some assessment has been done, or in other words, we can say that some modifications have been done. So these will constitute the secondary data sources, which could be obtained from educational institutions, libraries, internets, government organizations, non-government organizations, and so on. Now for the tertiary sources are actually the compilation of the primary and the secondary ones. Okay, so this would include encyclopedia, dictionaries, bibliographics, and manual handbooks, other practical guidelines, which are in fact a compilation of the primary and the secondary sources. Now for the journal abbreviations. Now these journal abbreviations, what are these? It is in fact known to everybody. These are the shortened versions of the journal titles, and these maintain the essence of the original name while the length is reduced. And these are typically standardized to prevent confusion between similar titles, ensure clarity in the academic fields. Just a sec. Probably I have. Yes. So how the journals are abbreviated, okay, and how it is formed. My slide is going in front, just a sec. Yeah. So there are common this organizations which have created guidelines for creating the abbreviations, and these are ISO, NLM, CAS-SI. ISO is International Organization for Standardization. This is most widely recognized system for abbreviating journal titles across various disciplines. It defines the rules for abbreviating the journal titles, and by retaining the essential words and omitting the non-essential ones. There is a list, the list of title word abbreviations under ISO, which provides a comprehensive database of the abbreviations. NLM is the National Library of Medicine. This specifically deals with the medical field, biomedical field, life sciences. CAS-SI, it is the Chemical Abstract Service Source Index for chemistry, material sciences, and other related fields. Now, what are the different types of the journal abbreviations which are used? These could be in the form of full abbreviations, partial abbreviations, or customized abbreviations. Okay. Now, full abbreviations are, this will include the shortened version, shortened forms of all the significant words in the title. Okay, for example, if it is Journal of American Chemical Society, I will give the example also, take example. It would be j.am.chem.soc. So all the major words are shortened. Then partial abbreviations. Partial abbreviations are simply where the title is abbreviated without necessarily abbreviating every word. Custom abbreviation, this is some fields or the organizations they follow unique abbreviations which are tailored according to their specific needs. Yes, these are some of the examples where the journal name has been written and the abbreviated form of the Journal of Chemical Society, JM, Chem. And so on, which is well known. Then why are the journal abbreviations important? Okay, space saving. In academic papers and bibliographies, abbreviations are used to shorter the length of the citations, which allows more references to fit in, and within the space which is provided, you can accommodate larger content. Then standardization, abbreviations actually eliminates inconsistencies and creates uniformity in citation, making it easier for researchers to locate and identify the journals. Ease of communication is there. Abbreviations are universally recognized within the discipline, simplifying cross-border collaborations and the ease of communication. Then efficient searching. Many online datas and these indexing services use journal abbreviations, which enables faster searches and improved accessibility to the articles. Now, what are the common challenges with journal abbreviations? Sometimes ambiguity is observed, and this leads because similar abbreviations might be used in multiple journals, which sometimes leads to confusion. Then the standardization across the fields. Disciplines may have varying standards for abbreviations, which makes interdisciplinary referencing a potential hurdle. Then inconsistent usage. Some researchers may use non-standard abbreviations, causing discrepancies in the citation. Now, an important content is of digital database. Now, whatever research that we are doing, it requires a lot of data. Now, from where these data are to be obtained, from where these are to be collected. So, some slides on this, that these are organized online collections of various material. They store and provide access to peer-reviewed journals. It provides access to the papers, conference papers, journal papers, thesis, dissertations, patents, books, technical reports, and very, very helpful in the field of research, academia, teaching, writing, and other places where one needs to bring about reformation and bring about a connection with the current existing data and the data which were before. Now, importance of digital databases. They provide authentic, reliable, and up-to-date scholarly information. They help in literature review, identifying research gaps and referencing. It aids in interdisciplinary research, academic collaborations. It is essential for publishing, citation analysis, and avoids duplications. Yes, this slide would be helpful for the students who actually do not know about from where to obtain the data. So there are various databases from which the collection of data can be done. Google Scholar, which we know is very commonly used, and just a sec. Yes. This Google Scholar is a free search engine. This indexes scholarly literatures. It includes academic articles, thesis, books, and provides a simple way to broadly search the scholarly literatures. from one particular place, one can get an access to many things and in various disciplines and various sources. It is multidisciplinary, it is free. Then Scopus, this is more useful for the science people. Scientific abstract and citations database. This was launched by, this is an Elsevier database. So it provides access to peer-reviewed literature, includes journal articles, again, conference proceedings, books, chapters, along with the citation information. It is used by researchers, institutions, libraries for literature review, citation analysis, research evaluation, and identifying the different trends. Now, Web of Science. This is a subscription-based platform, and it also provides access to collection of research database, primarily focused on the scholarly literatures. It includes articles, though we may feel that Web of Science means it deals basically with science content only. No, it's not so. It also includes articles both from social sciences as well as from arts discipline. And the platform course collection, it encompasses the index, Science Citation Index Expanded, SCIE, for the science materials, a Social Science Citation Index for the social science content, and Arts and Humanities Citation Index for the arts and humanities contents. This offers access to wide range of literature across various fields. This is Web of Science is from Clarivate company, which provides information and analytical services in the realm of scientific and academic research. And it also provides this indexes all the materials. So it is good for access to search various materials, scholarly literatures. Now, next is PubMed. It is a free search engine, and it also provides vast database on in the field of medicine. Okay, biomedical researches, biomedical literatures, including citations and abstracts from this PubMed is maintained by US National Library of Medicine, and it is a crucial resource for researchers, healthcare professionals, and the students worldwide working in this field. It also allows to search and retrieve information about biohealth, health-related articles. SciFinder, something very useful for chemists. It is a research discovery tool and provides database to vast collection of scientific information, provides information on focused on chemistry, material science related fields. This is maintained by Chemical Abstract Service, CAS, and is comprehensive resource for literature, substances, reactions, and more. It is crucial tool for researchers in chemistry. Why? Because it provides access to chemical structure, properties, reactions, and much more information. It also provides information for other scientific disciplines, which includes material sciences, medicines, engineering, and so on. Then UGC Infonet, as the name indicates, it is from the UGC platform and information available on the net. So it is a major initiative by UGC India to enhance academic libraries and promote access to the scholarly electronic resources. It is aimed to provide a cost-effective way, because many of the other databases, other search engines, they are paid. We can obtain the title, but when we have to search the basic content or a full-length paper, then either through institutional ID, which we have, which students may not be having an access to, so it becomes difficult for them. It is a paid, most of them are paid. But this UGC Infonet, this is a cost-effective way for the institutions to access a wider range of electronic resources. And this consortium provides access to wide range of e-resources, which includes journals, bibliographic databases across various disciplines. Now, ResearchGate. ResearchGate is actually a social networking site. This is specifically designed for scientists and researchers. It provides a platform for sharing research. It could be your own work. It could be in collaboration with the peer groups. It could be discovering new work within the field or interdisciplinary. It is essential place for the researchers where they can connect, they can share and build a professional network. You can also create your profile, upload publications, and share research data to facilitate communication, collaboration through a messaging system, and ability to ask and question the various problems.
Ma'am, can
Users
you wind up?
Okay, that is fine then. I can wind up here also, because databases, these are the ones by which this could be used to gather information and then do various, interconnectivity, you can say, communication to know about people where this research gate is there having an access. It also provides, you can say, it also gives information that your co-authors have published new papers, or whatever papers are being published in the same field in which you are working. It will keep on prompting, it will keep on sending mails, so you can come to know about the researches which are being taken place in the area which you are doing, or where you want to do more, explore more, that can be also accessed. So that is it.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a question. Have you taken the research methodology paper in the previous semester?
I would be taking it now, because we had floated this paper. Unfortunately, students in the 6th semester in our college did not go for it. So now in the 7th semester, it is going to be mandatory. So we would be taking this paper. Anybody who is in the 4th year will have to opt for it.
Okay, ma'am. You mentioned the UGC InfoNet, right, ma'am? Database. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, what is the difference between this UGC InfoNet and the Google Scholar and ResearchGate?
Yes, see, it is, first of all, it is from the government of India. Okay, UGC, e-resources, government e-resources. Here, you can find in UGC InfoNet, you will be also finding the thesis, and through various topics, you can have all the thesis enlined in one area. Okay, a particular topic, supposing you are giving, and you want to know what all work has been done, what all theses have been submitted on this, so that you will be able to get in one go.
Ma'am, books also, no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Next, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Kamlesh Kumari from Botany.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, end your presentation. Yes, ma'am. Please stick to the timings.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is visible, Dr. Kamlesh. You can start.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, I'm from Botany Department, Dr. Kamlesh Kumari, and today I'm presenting on the graphical abstract. And my topic is characterization of genetic diversity using morphometric, cytological, and molecular approaches in the plant, that is Sancus flaccid. So this is my graphical abstract from the research. And this is the plant that I have collected from different locations. And this plant name is Sancus flaccidus. And this plant was collected from different locations, total 13 locations. And we can say the same plant was collected from different locations. That is, it is called different populations of the same plant from Himachal. And the cytological study was done, morphometric analysis was done, and the molecular characterization of the same plant was done. And I can see, so these are the different location with different altitudinal range, and this shows the variation in the chromosome number. Like diploid, n is equals to 9, and the tetraploid, that is n is equals to 18 chromosome number within the same plant. And it was found that the two plants they are showing the diploid chromosome number, and they are found in the lower altitude, and their distribution was rare. And the rest of the tetraploid plants having the chromosome number 18, they were most common in the distribution from the lower altitude up to the higher altitude. So this is the some of the pictures of the chromosomal study. So here I have studied about the exact chromosome number as well as the meiotic aberrations. Aberrations, that means if there is any abnormal meiosis is there, abnormal chromosomes are showing. So first is the plant which is showing the 9 chromosome number at metaphase, and the second plant is the different chromosome number. So these are called basically the polyploids also. So among these, the stomata size was also compared between these two plants. The size of the stomata and the shape of the stomata was also compared, and the pollen grains was also studied, how the pollen grains, the plants which are adapted to the lower altitude, their pollen grains, they are different, and there is some similarity or differences with the plants which are adapted to the higher altitudes. So these are some of the aberrations. You can see the number was 18, and 18 is to 18 distribution of the chromosomes, and some of the abnormalities, like if it shows the normal chromosome, that should be at the center, but here some out of plate bivalents were also visible. So here you can see a large number of chromosomes are lagging in between the poles, and here some bridges are also shown. So these are some of the aberrations which are seen in the plant, and these aberrations are maybe due to the harsh environmental condition which is there in the higher altitudes, since the plant was collected from the desert area of the higher altitude. And the second, this is the first parameter of cytological study. And the second parameter which was studied is the multivariate morphometric analysis using the different tools. So, and this the quantitative morphological characters was done. For that, some of the vegetative characters as well as the reproductive characters was studied morphologically by measuring their size in mm and centimeters, and then the all the readings that were run by in the software SPSS. And the SPSS software, the mean standard deviation and coefficient of variance and the ANOVA F statistics was calculated by taking these quantitative characters. And further, the comparison of mean values was done. In the comparison of the mean values of, again, the vegetative as well as the floral characteristics of both the variant plants, variant in the sense they are showing the different chromosome numbers, and the mean values, and that the average was taken for both the plants. So morphologically variations means this plant, it looks reddish green in color, and the second plant was totally green in color, which was diploid in where the chromosome number was different. And this is the mean values which was calculated by using the SPSS software, and the average was calculated for both the polyploids. And this is followed by creating the dendrogram. And the dendrogram was created by using the Ward method. And in the dendrogram also we can see two groups are found. So two main groups. Out of the two main groups, one subgroup is also there. And this subgroup, it shows that this plant is showing the lower chromosome number, and rest all others which were very common in distribution, they are showing the tetraploid chromosome number. So these two groups are, again, it is divided into the different clades. Based on this, the graph was created, and in the graph also we can compare the different morphometric analysis. For this, the green color, they are tetraploid plant, and the blue one is the diploid plant. So here also variation was observed at different levels. These are the characters of the plants, and these are the different variations. So then this was followed because both the plants, they are showing differences at the cytological level, they are showing differences at the morphological level. Then some phytochemical analysis was also done, the basic phytochemical analysis, in which the phenolic content and flavonoid content was observed. So in the phenolic and flavonoid content in both the species, which is diploid as well as the polyploid, there is much significant differences. You can see almost they are showing similar range. The differences are only in the range of 10 to 12 readings. So these two are compared, and it was found that there is no significant difference between these two cytotypes or these two polyploids. Then further the morphological, after this, the molecular characterization was done. For the molecular characterization, different molecular markers are used. This is the first molecular marker, which is called RAPD markers. So these are the bands of PCR bands.
हाँ मधु,
So
डॉक्टर
out
मनोज
of
गिरी का मैसेज आया, आप इनको दे दीजिए नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन को बुला लीजिए, इनकी प्रिंसिपल मैम के साथ मीटिंग है।
so
आपको
these are the
मैसेज किया है
different
मैंने।
bands which are visible in the gel electrophoresis, and these out of this the polymorphic bands are calculated, and a table was made. Out of that data, the dendrogram was made. This dendrogram was made using the software Antisys PC. Sorry. Yes. And same, the principal coordinate analysis was also done. So this again the variation was observed in the dendrogram also, like the different cytotypes and the different morphotypes in the molecular analysis also. So comparison was done, how these two plants are related, how much similarity is there. So out of the two major groups was found, and it shows 39% similarity. And these two plants which are having the lower chromosome number, they are showing the they are forming one group, and rest four, they are tetraploid, they are forming one group. So based on this data, we concluded that there is a significant difference between the diploid and the tetraploid plant species. Then further, for the molecular identification, DNA barcoding was done. For the DNA barcoding is just to study the identification of the plant, whether out of having so many differences between the diploid and tetraploid cytotypes, if the plants, they are belonging to the same species, or they are belonging to the different species or the same genus, or maybe there is maybe some differences. So for that, the DNA barcoding region was for DNA barcoding, from the only a small sequence, we can identify the plant at a species level, whether they are medicinal or non-medicinal. For this, these are the bands. For here also, I have used three different markers, that is ITS, MADK, and RBCL markers. And the DNA sequencing was done, and I have not shown all the details. Only one marker is there, that is our ITS sequence analysis. For this, the DNA sequencing was done first, and then the sequence result is compared with the already data which is present in the NCBI, and the sequences was compared, and the blast search analysis was done, and the different then the dendrogram was created by using the software. Then the neighborhood joining methods, and it was the two accession number was got from the NCBI gene bank. This is the two accession for the diploid and the tetraploid, which I have submitted in the gene bank accession number, and this shows similarity which is already there, which was submitted from the South Korea. And these species, they show some similarities with the other species which was already submitted. So this is reported for the first time from India, and it was showing 100% similarity with the already submitted species from the Korea. And this, from this, I have concluded that although this plant is showing the morphological variation, chromosomal variation, and there was some variation in the biochemical level also, but these plants, they belong to the same species. There is no difference, and it is concluded that the plant is Sanctus placida, no other, not from any other species. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kamlesh. Dr. Kamlesh, please
Yes,
let me know, is it your published work or you're working on it?
Ma'am, only one parameter is published till this morphometry analysis. Rest the cytological and molecular work is under process, is not published yet.
Okay, how did you find out the polyphenolic content of your plant?
So, because this plant is not medicinally important, it is used as a forage only. So, I have used only the 2 flavonoid and phenolic content, and for this, I have taken the standard of rutin and gallic acid, not gone into the details of all the phytochemicals.
And what is the significance of dendrogram?
So it is just comparing my data with the other data which is already available in the GenBank or NCBI. If it is very similar, if it is showing 100% similarity, that means the identification is correct. If it is not showing, then I have to move for the identification, because this is I'm studying the grasses. For the identification is very difficult. I have identified most of the species from Botanical Survey of India and FRI.
And
Just
how do you make it? Do you use any software for making the dendrogram?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. For this, the Mega software is used. So this is in the syllabus at UG level also in the bioinformatics, how to create the dendrogram using the Mega software. And for the REPD, antithesis software is used. And for morphometry analysis, I have used SPSS. These
Thank
are
you so
free
much.
of cost. Yes.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I have one
Madam,
question. Actually, I'm confused. Is
Yes,
this a graphical abstract or it is a poster or complete paper?
Ma'am,
Because you
actually,
added all the tables, etc.
so graphical means you can add picture, table, anything. It should not be, written content should not be there, I think. So I have added all the, I
So we
exclude
can
some.
use whole paper as an abstract.
Ma'am, abstract, what मुझे जो समझ आया, I put everything here, but the abstract,
Madam,
graphical, we
is
can put only the graphs and the readings only, right? And images also we can put.
Madam, is plant की
I think that the graphical abstract is the only to express abstract into the graph or in the pictures form. So, but you included all your results. Therefore, I'm confused whether it is a graphical abstract or
This
it
is
is a
only the pictures and their dendrogram, not all the result. All the result, I'm having more tables, so I put only one or
tables
two
are
tables.
also there, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
मैडम इसका मेडिसिनल प्रॉपर्टी क्या है इस प्लांट की?
Yes, medicinal property कम है sir. Medicinal it is because this is a grass, so it is used for forage purposes and some anti malarial and anti skin के लिए use करते हैं. These two only, not reported.
एंटी मलेरियल.
Yes.
अच्छा, ठीक.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Can
much.
we have next?
Dr. Manoj Gir.
Yes, ma'am. मैम ये कैसे सीक्वेंस चल रहा है, मतलब कभी ऊपर से मतलब नीचे से क्या सीक्वेंस क्या है मैम इस प्रेजेंटेशन का?
Dr. Manish, actually, Dr. Manoj Gill has a meeting with the principal madam. That is why he requested us.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Ma'am,
Yes,
I am
please.
audible now?
Yes, please continue.
I am here to present my own ongoing work, a brief view, optical parameters of dispersed red in acetone. So I am working on presently on dyes, azo dyes. You are aware, chemistry people are here. Dyes are natural or synthetic substances, or you can say that natural means haldi chandi mehandan. These are natural, and synthetic azo dyes dominate overall dyes or market. You can say that captured by the azo dyes. And note that we are aware about the textile. In the textile, we say that primary function of these dyes in the textile industry. But beside textile industry, there are many scientific and technical applications they have. like dye laser, liquid crystal display, and non-linear devices. So we can classify these dyes on their chemical structure as dyes. Among these classification, azo dyes are particularly significant as they account for approximately 60% of all dyes and dominate the commercial market. We have used here dispersed red, taken here dispersed red 1 and recorded its absorption spectra at various concentration by help of this spectrophotometer mentioned here. And this dye procured from this company, MS Tokyo Kasai Kogyo Corporation Limited, Japan. And also its fluorescence spectra recorded on this spectrophotometer, or you can say that Fluoromax. From this graph, when you take, everyone know this graph, it is the UV visible spectrum or UV visible graph. Wavelength on x-axis, it is the wavelength. On y-axis, it is the optical density or absorbance. For chemistry people, you can say that it's very simple. But our purpose is here different, very different. Various optical parameters we can determine only from this spectra. Just by using UV visible spectroscopy, we can tell you various parameters like also dipole moment, attenuation coefficient, absorption coefficient, and after determining these parameters, we recorded a fluorescence spectra multi-scanned. There is not only one solvent is here, not acetone, formamide, DMSO, and various solvent have been taken here. And by selecting various excitation wavelength, we recorded or we observed this spectra. Here you can say that from this simple look here at this point, this is a peak. And also when you carefully analyze this spectra, you will say there something is here hidden peak. This hidden peak is very important. From this you can say that by determining it or observing it or analyzing it, you can say that the energy loss by comparing the lambda max and lambda emission, you can say that it is the energy loss or stock shift of this at this particular sample or solvent of this sample at a particular solvent. But when you carefully analyze this spectra, you are observing here something different here. Or this hidden peak becomes very, you can say that important here, because it is coming out at very high value. You can say that 690, near about 700 nanometer. It is, you can say that needs investigation. Further investigation is needed here to prove it shows non-linear behavior. If it shows non-linear behavior, it can be used as a laser dyes. Or from physics point of view, it's very important. If we prove it, we are going to prove it. We are working on this further or verifying it. If it is a peak or just it is just something, you can say that unwanted addition, unwanted peak. But from this, you can say that it is a broad peak. It's not unwanted peak. So definitely we can say that it can be utilized after further investigation. Spectroscopic investigation can be used as a laser dyes. If it is, you can say that we are successful for this or to prove it, then definitely this paper will be published in a very high impact journal. If it is not so, then by finding various parameters, we will be able to publish it in 2 to 3 factor. And these are conclusions of this study, what we are doing now. We decided the optimum concentration, best concentration for this particular acetone or for this particular solvent, and various parameters we have determined here. And we took the help of this Professor Sobansen, Renu, and he's a student, now assistant professor at Bangalore University. And now recently what this is published, not relevant to this paper. So it's my ongoing work, and hopefully this work, which is mentioned here, will be you can say that published in the end of this year. I hope.
Yes, Dr. Manoj Gill, is it over?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you come to the 5th number slide? What is the name of this graph? What is the
And it
significance
is
of this?
the fluorescence spectrum.
Acha, fluorescence spectra. You have not mentioned here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is the significance of your work?
Ma'am, significance is this, after analyzing this spectra, first we will identify the non-linear behavior of this dye. Because I am saying that there is some hidden peak is here at higher wavelength. Means infrared laser or those dyes can be utilized, or those dyes which absorb the light in a very high wavelength, they can serve as a dye laser. It is a tunable laser. If we are successful to prove it, then we can say it. And after this, we will try to also another part of this. We will determine the lifetime of this dye.
Okay. So
Lifetime
what is the lifetime of this dye on the basis of this, the
not
fluorescence
measured till,
spectra?
ma'am. Not measured till, ma'am. अभी तक नहीं किया मैम, वो हमारा अलग पार्ट है मैम. सेकंड स्टेप यही है मैम.
Okay, thank you. Can we have next, Dr. Madhu?
Thank you.
Kiran Soni.
दर्शन मैम, we would be leaving the meeting हमारी प्रिंसिपल मैम के साथ डिपार्टमेंट 5:30 से.
हाँ जी.
Good evening, everyone. Am screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening to everyone. So today I am presenting my work. I am Dr. Kiran Soni, assistant professor in Ramjas College, assembling of cross-linked nanoparticle and their agricultural application. So this work we are doing last year. We have done this work. From this one paper is published, one is in pipeline. So we have prepared the extract from the plant waste. Then we have prepared their nanoparticles with different metal salts, and then we have seen their agricultural application. And we have seen their result by taking different parameters. And then we have compared these parameters with each other and with the control plant. So what we have done, we have taken the chitosan and the plant waste, and we have taken the silver salt, zinc salt, copper salt for preparing these nanoparticles. Then we have treated the mung beans by taking these nanoparticles, and we have seen their impact in the soil, in the ecosystem, in the cotton also. Then we have studied the different parameters like seed germination, plant height, root length, leaf length. So we have characterized these nanoparticles by seeing the UV visible spectrum. The silver nanoparticle, we can confirm if we are getting a peak at 425 nanometer. So we have seen that our nanoparticle are formed at a pH of 5. We have confirmed by the FTIR also, by the literature search. We have varied the different composition of zinc nitrate, chitosan, and the extract we have taken in the same concentration. We have changed the different concentration of the zinc nitrate. Similarly, we have changed the concentration of the silver nitrate, and we have seen different type of compound we have prepared. We have confirmed by the same analysis, and we have quantified their how much nanometer size we are getting. Then we have taken the XRD study of these nanoparticle we have synthesized in the laboratory. So by the literature search and JCPDCS file, we have seen that our nanoparticle are forming. Then we have seen that germination rate in the different sets of the nanoparticle, and we have found by treating with our nanoparticles, almost 99 to 100% seed germinations are there. Some of the compound are giving very best result, almost 100% result we are found. Then we have seen the shoot length. The compound 2A, in that one that we have taken the 1:2:2 concentration of our zinc nitrate and the silver nitrate, and we have seen they are giving the best result. Then we have seen the shoot length in the aqueous system also. Root length also we have studied. Then we have seen that on the day 4, day 6, day 8, and day 10, we have seen and observed that result of the shoot length, their leaf length, and the root length. And we have found our system is very good for the growth. Nanoparticle we have prepared, they show the positive result on the plant growth and other parameter. They are very eco-friendly, heat resistant, and they are giving the 100% germination rate with the walnut extract we have prepared. The silver nanoparticle showed the best shoot length in the soil with the silver concentration of the 10 ml with the walnut in an aqua system with the 20 ml system we are taking. Then silver nanoparticle showed the best root length with the almond, and while zinc nitrate with the almond, if we are taking the concentration of the 20 ml of the zinc nitrate. The silver nanoparticle show the best leaf size with the if we are taking the silver nitrate concentration of the 20 ml. These are the some of the our publication. This work is one of the work is published in the our elsewhere, and one is in pipeline. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Dr. Soni. Dr. Soni, I think it is a published work, right?
Some part is published, some is in pipeline.
Okay, some is in the pipeline. As far as I can see your XRD, the peaks are not sharp. But how did you confirm the the crystalline structure of the silver?
Yes, ma'am. What is happening when we are preparing the nanoparticle by the extract, plant extract, then we are not getting the sharp peak. Like when we are preparing the laboratory with the sodium borohydrate and other sulfide we are taking, we are getting the sharp peak. As one of my paper published in the very RSC journal, and that one we have done the hydrogen that water splitting activity we have done. So in that one we are getting very sharp peak, but when we are taking this plant extract, then we are not getting the crystalline nature. We are not getting. We are getting the amorphous only. Sticky mass हमें मिलता है. We have to give that washing several times, but we are not getting the sharp peak.
And in the column, the graph, you have not mentioned the x-axis and the y-axis. You should mention all those. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Kiran.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
Yeah, next is Dr. Manish Kumar.
हाँ जी मैम, एक सेकंड।
Dr. Manish Kumar, please share your
जी
screen.
जी मैम कर रहा हूँ, प्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ। मैम स्क्रीन विजिबल है?
हाँ जी, विजिबल है। प्लीज आप अपना कैमरा ऑन कर लीजिए।
ओके ओके, कैमरा भी ऑन। मैम कैमरा ऑन हुआ क्या?
जी, start your presentation.
Okay ma'am, good evening all. Now I am going to present my topics in front of you. My topic is future direction of AI in chemistry, opportunities and challenges. First of all, introduction of AI in the chemistry. AI, it is the artificial intelligence, is the ability of machine to mimic human intelligence like learning, reasoning and problem solving. In chemistry, all we know that chemistry is data rich subject. In this subject, we use AI for the solving the data and predict the outcome and assist in the research. Area where AI is being used in chemistry. First point, it is drug discovery. AI helps in identifying potential drug molecules and predicting their biological behavior. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, AI was used to screen millions of compounds quickly. AI helps to identifying potential molecules for antiviral property. In the traditional drug discovery takes so many years, and AI reduce these 2 months by simulating drug behavior, toxicity, and the interaction dignity. The second one, it is the reaction prediction. AI predict reaction product of the chemical reaction. Like we use a platform IBN RxN, use AI to predict the outcomes of chemical reaction, which is helpful in planning organic synthesis. AI tools acts like a virtual lab assist. By inputting the reactant, AI can suggest what product will form and under the what condition. AI is not limited to one branch. It is being applied in organic, inorganic, physical, and analytical chemistry. It saves time and reduces human errors. Third, it is AI used in the material science. AI design new materials and predict materials properties. AI helps in optimizing material performance. Spectroscopy. All we know that spectroscopy, it is the very important tools for our research. And AI helps interpret spectral data automatically. The AI is used for interpreting NMR data, IR spectra, mass spectra. Fifth point, it is the environmental chemistry. AI predict pollution level and toxicity, degradation of chemicals. AI is used for real-time in environmental monitoring. Also, AI used in the quantum chemistry, AI used in the green chemistry, AI used in the informatics. What is the opportunity? Opportunity created by the AI in the chemistry. First point, speed and efficiency. By using AI, speed our the work and the efficient our the work. And second point is the cost reduction, precision, math personalization, and the green chemistry. AI tools in the chemistry labs. First, this is the machine learning. They learns from the chemical data. Second, this is the robotics. Conduct experimental automatically. The cloud-based platform store, analyze, and they store chemical data. A smart lab are becoming a reality. Students and researchers will work with AI just like they use computer and lab instrument. The challenges in the using AI in the chemistry, this is the data quality. The AI is only as good as the data feed into it. Black box issue, ethical issue, and interdisciplinary gap. The AI is a powerful but not perfect. It is a tool, not a replacement for a chemist inside. What is the future? AI will become a part of chemistry education. AI plus chemistry curriculum. It is the collaboration between the computer scientist and the chemist. Development of custom AI tools for green chemistry, food chemistry, etc. A virtual lab, AI will be a partner in the innovation. Chemistry students should be ready to work with AI tools like they work with spectrometers and the computers. But in the conclusion, AI in the chemistry is a smarter, faster, and the cleaner science. It boosts creativity and precision. The future chemists should learn how to use AI as a tool. And AI was not replace chemists; it will enhance their capacities. I will share one more thing. Yeah. This is a journal of chemical information and modeling. जैक ACS का पेपर है, जर्नल्स ऑफ केमिकल इंफॉर्मेशन एंड मॉडलिंग. दिस title of the paper, artificial intelligence in chemistry, the future trends and the future direction. 2021 में पेपर पब्लिश हुआ और इसमें जो ग्राफिकल एब्स्ट्रैक्ट है, इसमें हम देख सकते हैं 2005 से 2020 के बीच में, ठीक है, AI यूज करके, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस यूज करके कितने पेपर पब्लिश किए जा रहे हैं. देख सकते हैं कि एनालिटिकल केमिस्ट्री में बहुत सारे ऐसे जर्नल्स हैं जो 2020 में AI यूज करके हम पब्लिश कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, एनालिटिकल केमिस्ट्री, बायोकेमिस्ट्री, इनऑर्गेनिक केमिस्ट्री एंड द ऑर्गेनिक केमिस्ट्री. and one figure also कि अगर हम कंट्री का कंपेयर करें, किस कंट्री में कितने सारे जर्नल्स हम, ठीक है, AI यूज करके हम पब्लिश कर रहे हैं, तो चाइना इसमें सबसे ऊपर है. चाइना, ठीक है ना, AI का यूज करके 26.52 मतलब अराउंड 27% पेपर्स, जो रिसर्च पेपर है वो बाय यूजिंग AI से रिलेटेड वो पब्लिश कर रहा है. और इंडिया थर्ड पोजीशन पे. अगर हम पेटेंट की बात करें तो चाइना उसमें भी लगभग 39.03, वहां पर भी सबसे ऊपर है, टॉप पे है. लेकिन USA सेकेंड नंबर पे और इंडिया फिफ्थ पोजीशन पे. ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, Dr. Manish. You as a chemist, like you have presented the use of AI. So as a chemist, which AI tool, according to you, because you have attended so many sessions on this?
जी मैम बहुत सारे ऐसे पेपर, एक तो मतलब AI टूल्स है जिसमें कि हम रिसर्च पेपर सर्च करते हैं, हम उसमें लिखना सीखते हैं कि हम कैसे हम आसानी से उसको हम लिख सकते हैं, शॉर्ट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं. और एक तो है कि मैम जैसे अब वर्चुअल लैब हम कैसे ऑपरेट कर सकते हैं. तो ये अलग अलग मैम AI है कि हम करना क्या चाह रहे हैं, पेपर राइटिंग है या वर्चुअल लैब है या हम रिसर्च करना चाह रहे हैं इस पे.
So have you used any AI tool like
नहीं मैम,
ChatGPT और Google Gemini, इसके अलावा, और या ये भी आपने किया है?
नहीं, इसके अलावा तो मैम अभी कुछ नहीं किया है इससे
But you are
रिलेटेड.
planning to do.
जी मैम, मेरा एक फ्यूचर प्लानिंग है कि हम AI पे ही केमिस्ट्री में अपना काम करें.
Okay, thank you for
अच्छा
sharing the
मनीष
statistics.
जी, मनीष, हाँ, आई हैव क्वेश्चन मैम.
जी जी.
पूछिए.
हाँ मनीष जी, अभी तक कोई ऐसा AI ने कुछ ऐसा दिखाया जो रियल टाइम में रिएक्शन की प्रोग्रेस को डिटरमाइन कर सके, बता सके?
हाँ,
जैसे
उसमें
हम
एक
TLC वगैरह
है.
लगाते हैं.
हाँ हाँ, वो TLC जैसे हम रिएक्शन पुटअप करते हैं. एक बार मैं अपना स्क्रीन शेयर कर रहा हूँ. हाँ, उसमें एक जो है प्लेटफॉर्म है IBN RXN करके एक AI है. मतलब इसका
तो
नाम है
लगाने रियल टाइम में बता देगा लगाने से पहले कि होगी नहीं होगी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। IBN RxN एक, ठीक है ना, AI टूल है, उसका हम यूज ही करते हैं ऑर्गेनिक सिंथेसिस के लिए।
अच्छा,
ये रिएक्शन
विदाउट अभी अभी आपने बोला था कि ये कुछ एक्टिविटी के बारे में बता देता है कंपाउंड को देखकर, तो ऐसा विदाउट इन विट्रो स्क्रीनिंग एआई किस तरीके से मतलब ये काउंट करता है कि कौन सा एक्टिव होगा कौन सा नहीं होगा, कौन सा एंटीवायरल है कौन सा एंटी मलेरियल है, ये थोड़ा
जैसे
सा।
हाँ, इसका यूज जब हम कोविड-19 का पेंडेमिक था, उसमें बहुत सारे मोलिक्यूल्स का जो है ड्रग बनाने के लिए वहां पे इसका यूज किया गया था स्क्रीनिंग।
Thank you, Dr. Himendra ji. Manishi, can we discuss this later on personally?
थैंक यू थैंक यू।
Okay. Next, Doctor.
Thank you, Manish Kumar.
Dr.
Manoj Trivedi. Next is Dr. Manoj Trivedi.
I request everybody, please wind up within 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes, because the non-teaching staff is waiting to leave.
Dr. Manish, please end your presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Manoj ji. Kariye aap.
I'm audible. I'm audible.
हाँ जी सर।
Please,
मनोज जी आप अपना कैमरा ऑन कर लीजिए प्लीज।
मैम ऑन कर रखा है कैमरा।
ऑन नहीं
आपका
है,
कैमरा ऑन नहीं है।
पहले
अब
था
देखो।
मनोज जी आपका, अब आपने शायद उसको बंद कर दिया है।
अब ऑन
जी,
है। Thank you.
अब ऑन हुआ है। ठीक है, आप करिए प्लीज।
First of all, I would like to thank organizer and principal of our college for giving me chance to present my work. My work is basically catalyst development for sustainable conversion of carbon dioxide to chemicals. You know, currently a lot of attention has been paid on CO2 emissions, and this will causes a lot of environmental harmful effects. So people are thinking, because this is a priceless gas that is available in the atmosphere, and how can we convert into this gas into the value-added chemicals that can be used in the industries. So my work attention is global warming and other climate change issues pose significant ecosystem and the sustainable developments of our civilization. Earth's average surface temperature increased over the past centuries due to the rapid rise of greenhouse gases, especially CO2. Despite its bad reputations as a greenhouse gas and pollutions, carbon dioxide can act as a renewable, non-toxic, and cheap feedback for a variety of chemicals like formic acid, methanol, urea, carbonates, ester, hydrocarbons, and ethers. The chemical utilization of carbon dioxide not only could reduce greenhouse emissions, but to save the fossil fuel resources. Because जिस तेजी से हम लोग फॉसिल फ्यूल यूज कर रहे हैं, एक दिन जो अर्थ में स्टॉक है वो खत्म हो जाएगा. Then we have to think to the alternative energy sources. Catalytic reduction of CO2 to fuels has been considered as a primary strategy to address the future energy and environmental issues. During CO2 reduction, a large number of possible products like methane, methanol, carbon monoxide, formic acid, urea, carbonate, ester, hydrocarbon, ethers, and C2+ products like ethanols are usually obtained by the use of homo and heterogeneous catalysts. The major objective of our research is to design a development of efficient homogeneous catalysts based on 3D metals and main group elements that will be better suited for large productions of such chemicals in laboratories. You will see that we can use CO2 as a C1 synthon feedstock to prepare this variety of chemical in any laboratories. And if you can develop such a catalyst, you can sell in market and earn money. So we have started our work with the help of copper diphosphine based copper iodide complexes. The specialty of this complex is that it is a larger bite angles of among all the diphosphine complexes. Bite angle basically phosphorus metal phosphorus bond. If it is more larger, that will play an important role in catalytic activity of that compound. And we found that this compound is basically efficiently convert carbon dioxide into the formates. And you know, formate and formic acid we will use as a hydrogen storage systems. Then we start with another work. Here we will use 1,3 bis diphenophosphono methyl benzene ligands and prepare a lot of metal copper 1 complexes. And we have catalyzed NMR, IR, and various analytical and spectral techniques. And we will also use as a catalyst for the conversion of CO2 into the formates. Out of 5 complexes, artin derivative shows efficient catalyst, and this work we have published in Inorganic Chemistry 2021. The basically mechanism how this basically convert this copper 1 complex basically effective role for conversion of CO2 into the formates. First, DB is actually as a base. It is attached to the metal center, then it is hydride, copper hydride complex will form. Then CO2 will insert, they will form metal formate complex. And then this metal formate complex remove formate and catalyst can be recovered. In the continuation of this series, we have developed some catalysts based on iridium and ruthenium, and by utilizing PTA as a catalyst, and these complex basically effective in conversion of CO2 into the methanols. And methanol is as a future fuels. We can use as a future fuels. And this work we have been published in Chemical Communication 2021. The catalysts basically work for conversion of CO2 into the methanols by this mechanistic pathway. First, they will form metal formate, then hemiacetal complex, and then this hemiacetal complex again utilize 1 molecule of H2, release methanol, and the catalyst will be recovered. So in the same series, basically our work is to design new catalyst, and that is unknown, that is not reported in the literature. We have developed these catalysts, and then we have characterized with single crystal X-ray techniques, and then various analytical technique, and then we will use this catalyst for energy applications. The outcome of this research is expected to deliver sustainable synthetic methods for C1 production, enabling to reduce carbon footprint, lesser dependence on non-renewable fossil oils. And this research is basically very much focused nowadays. And if you develop any single catalyst, you can sell to the company. Company is very eager to take such type of catalyst in the market. And lastly, I would like to thank the DST, New Delhi for financial support, IT, Mumbai, IT Indore, University of Missouri, St. Louis, USA, University of Cadiz, Spain, and UC University of Delhi for various analytical and spectral techniques. Lastly, I would like to thank our principal ma'am, Professor Savita ma'am, our postdoc supervisor, Joseph Michel, Nigam Pirat, Pedro Velega, Peter J. Sedler, R. Nagarajan, and Gurmeet Singh. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj. Dr. Manoj, I have a question. Like you said, you have synthesized catalyst for conversion of carbon dioxide to some useful compounds. Can the students perform these conversion in chemistry lab?
Yes. Basically, we have to calculate it based on NMR software. We have been using external compounds standards by which mescaline, TMF, we can, with the help of comparison, we will describe how much product yield will be getting in that reactions.
No, I'm not asking this. I have asked, can we perform these conversions in chemistry lab? For example, if the student is willing to convert carbon dioxide gas into some product, right?
No, ma'am.
That is fine. You can
Hydrogen.
identify the product with the help of these techniques, spectroscopic technique. But can we perform these experiments in the
No, ma'am.
lab, or
No,
you
ma'am.
need a special setup for all these?
We need a special setup. Hydrogen is a very dangerous gas. If it is react with air, it will generally cause explosion.
So, you are doing these experiments like conversion in department or somewhere else? That means outside country?
I am doing this conversion in Professor Rajkishore Sharma lab. We have paper.
In Delhi University, you are performing these conversions.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Manoj. Thank you. Next, please.
Thank
Dr.
you.
K. Basanta.
Yeah, I am ready.
Sorry, Dr. Basanta K. Das.
Yes, ma'am, I am ready.
Please send your presentation, Dr. Manoj. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So my screen is sharing. Am I sharing? It is visible to you, ma'am?
Yes, Basanta ji, please.
Okay, good evening to all. First of all, I must thanks to everyone for waiting till now. And my topic of interest is deterioration of moa flowers during post-harvest storage. Basically, this focus on the agricultural aspect, the shelf-life aspect. And in this, I have 4 chapters. One is collection, sampling, preservation, maintenance. And second one is estimation of chemical components. What is its nutritional value? And third one is what is the reason, what is the biotic and abiotic factors, those they are responsible for its deterioration in the nutritional quality. And fourth one is how I can preserve, how I can develop some new techniques so that the nutritional value can be preserved for next harvesting season. And basically, what is its importance? What is mohua flowers? Mohua flowers are mainly used as food for the tribal regions. Tribal people use it. In general, if you'll see in the middle of the heart of Delhi, near about in central Delhi, you will find many mohua flower plants are there. And in the tribal districts or tribal states of Odisha, and sorry, tribal states of India, many mohua flower plants are there. So, why it is important? It is important because it contains lot of sugar, and basically tribal people use it for their alcohol production. They call it mahuli in their local language. And another one thing is why it is important. Once the harvesting season is generally after the March. So the basic focus is on after March, within 2 to 3 months of its storage, the nutritional quality deteriorated because of the environmental conditions and microbial appearance. That is the main case. And why it is important? It is important because it's naturally grown. We don't need any fertilizer or anything. It's purely organic, and it has many medicinal applications. So my objective focus is on to preserve the nutritional food value, identifying different factors those they are responsible, and developing post-harvest storage techniques. So in general, there are 4 types of moha flower. Those they are available in India, or as I mentioned. So this is the picture that is showing the mohua plants, and most importantly the mohua oil, which are most importantly used besides their food. It is also used by different industries for making biofuel, manufacturing laundry soaps, candles, constipation, piles, skin diseases, rheumatism, headache, and insecticidal activities. These are basically you having both pharmaceuticals and I can say industrial applications. Besides this, it is also used as a value addition product. People use it Mahua cake, and they used this Mahua cake is used as a fertilizer in the rice field. And most importantly, after removing the saponin, this is the most important component. That is why it get deteriorated, and it is used as a cattle for livestock and poultry biofuel production. So these are the main uses. Then next come to the main flour that is used by the tribal people. They use it raw or cooked, and generally they used it for desi liquor production, that is called mahuli. And industries, those they are collecting this flour, they use it for vinegar production. And in general, they are also used for medicinal purpose like cough, cold, and bronchitis. So in the first of all, what we did in the method, we collected different flowers of different mahua flower plants from different locations of the particular study area, where we used first we measure the moisture content, then follow the maintenance, how we are going to preserve it from one harvesting season to next harvesting season without it deterioration. And one procedure we followed it having the traditional practice. Those the traditional practice means the tribal people, what are the procedures they are following to preserve their product, their mahua flower, from one harvesting season to another harvesting season. And what we developed in our laboratory is that we how we maintain. So in this, one is NPS, that is control. Once that control means it is preserved in a gunny way in a non-burn environment. No change is there, nothing is changed. And another one is that one is LPS, the liquid nitrogen. We make this powder from applying liquid nitrogen and preserve it in different vials in the refrigerator at 0 degrees centigrade for a year. This is the main preservation technique. So if you'll see, this is the board of the mahua flower that is used by the tribal people. And when they dry it, after this drying in the sun dry, after sun drying, the flowers look like this. This is purely little bit brownish in color, and these are very tasty. Anyway, so in the chapter 2, what I did is the estimation of chemical components. As I told you, it is mostly used by the tribals in their mahuli production. Besides, they use it as a food staple for them. So focusing on this, I analyze different nutritional values. One is carbohydrate. In the carbohydrate, we analyze soluble sugar, reduced sugar, non-reduced sugar. Sorry. Then nitrogenous compounds, lipid, ascorbic acid, ASA analysis, etc. So what we find in this this NPS, that is naturally preserved samples. So all the samples were intact in the initial stage, and all the quantity are reflected in this study are in the dry weight. So if you'll see in the study, we found that the soluble sugar and reducing sugar and another was start that non-reducing sugar, we found around more than 50%, around 54% of the dry weight of the sugar is present in this flower. So before I can say, after sugar cane, this is one of the most sugar rich product in the earth and as per dry weight. Next is in the amino acid. When we analyze this amino acid, we found out around 2% of this is composed contains this amino acid in this normally and in LPS process samples. So if you see these three slides, simply you see in the earlier days when we preserved it for 30 days, the sample containing this sugar were intact. And that means around 300. And it continued up to the standard of the 12 months, that is 360 days or something like that, from one harvesting season to next harvesting season. But similar, what if we'll compare with the other one, that is normally within the normal temperature, where the temperature are varying according to the environmental aspects, then it gets deteriorated. This we observed it in almost all studies. Amino acids, we send the same pattern. Even in the protein content, we see the same content, where the protein content is deteriorated and the gradually from harvesting season to the next harvesting season. Then even all other compounds, what we studied is ascorbic acid and other. So what we what we observe from this is that this LPS compounds preserve the nutritional value from one harvesting season to the next harvesting season without any deterioration. So the question comes here, what is the need of this preserving from one harvesting season to next harvesting season? The question is because in general, as I told, the harvesting season comes only one, the flowering comes only once in a year, and tribal people use it within 2 to 3 days, so 2 months. After that, the rainy season comes. If this rainy season comes, the environmental temperature with humidity, it becomes lower. This humidity make a suitable condition for this sugar is compound to be deteriorated, because the microorganisms, they will grow up there with this humidity favorable for them. They use this sugar and grow and deteriorated all this, making the substance that is saponin. That is why it called saponification happens after 2 to 3 months. That is why they either use it before that or they have to throw it. If they store it, they have to throw it because they don't have any laboratory techniques so that they can preserve it for a longer tenure. That is the main case. Okay. Next come to what I found that why this deterioration happened. This deterioration happened because of the biotic factors. These biotic factors are mostly microorganisms. Those microorganisms are bacteria or fungus, and abiotic factors are mostly temperature and moisture. So in this study, what I find that this normally preserved flowers contains Aspergillus flavus, Aspergillus niger, Penicillium, and Rhizopus tolenifer. Okay, so these are the microorganisms, fungus what we studied. Besides this, the bacteria is what we found out that 2 bacteria, those they are right now we are characterizing and we are doing some work right now. That is, they are both gram-positive bacteria which are already isolated from the sample. Next is okay. Next is chapter 4. In the chapter 4, what we did, how to preserve this for more than 1 year of the study. So we developed post-harvest technologies, how we can make the proper nutrient intake in that flower for one harvesting season to the next harvesting. In this, we use physical treatment and chemical treatment. In the physical treatment, we use UV radiation and solar treatment. And in the chemical treatment, we use antibiotics, liquid nitrogen, chemical conversion. Out of this, chemical conversion study is going on, and another one study what we are doing is value addition study that is going on in collaboration with the IIT Delhi. So in UV irradiation, what we found out that when we use UV or the sample for the moa flowers, then in general it detects or it inhibits the process of infection for some time, but after again it exposure to the normal condition, again microorganisms reappear. That means UV irradiation is not a feasible condition so that it can be stored. And again, solar treatment, what the traditional people or tribal people they are following in their day-to-day life, that is also a question, because solar treatment they are providing in the in the summer days it is okay, but with the onset of the rainy season, it is literally difficult for them to balance the humidity, because if humidity will be there, then it will be a favorable condition for the microorganisms, and they are not they are not keeping it in an airtight container, or they don't have that much of technical acceptability that they can store it in a place where there will be no microorganism. Anyway, the next is chemical treatment. When we apply streptomycin in a specific content, then we see antibiotics treatment, it works, but still it works for some time. Again, it followed same with UV radiation, and one of the best one is with liquid nitrogen. When we preserve it after grinding with the liquid nitrogen, preserving in the 0 degree centigrade, it works superbly, what we have already studied. And another one is chemical conversion. This chemical conversion focus on the oxalic acid conversion, what right now is also going on. What is its purity percentage, everything, the study is going on. So this is the study what we did. And most importantly, one of the most important study what we have studied right now, this process is going on, is its value addition. As you know, mahua flowers in general we think that it's used for Mohli, but it is not like that. As I told you, 54% of its sugar, it is rich in sugar, then it can be used as a toffee. And even we have accepted some sort of acceptance before 3 years from Air India, that we have to provide them 500 kg of topic. We felt because we don't have that much of financial support and technical support. That is why we felt, but we are doing something in another value addition for this. So this is the broadly we did in this aspect, and we are doing mostly the value addition in a different way, which we are right now we are working. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Basanta. Dr. Basanta, I have a question like what made you to take the mahua flower?
Sorry?
The what made you to take the mahua flower? आपने mahua flower को ही क्यों लिया इसके अंदर study में?
Yeah. That is why I told. Madam, the issue is that around 33% of I am from Odisha, right? So 33% of state in Odisha people are from tribal, okay, and their main livelihood based on the mahua flower. They basically during this period they use it as their staple diet. They use it as a food. So I think if and when I studied, I found out that I interacted with them. They told that after 2 to 3 months of harvesting, as I told in the last of March, they used to harvest, and on the onset of rainy season, that means in the June, the rainy season arrives or early May, late May, rainy season arrives in Odisha. With this arrival of the rainy season, the microbial growth occurs, and it became saponified so that it becomes bitter in taste. This bitter in taste forced them either to throw it or they damage it, everything. So they don't have anything beside it. Anyway, they can storage it for a longer period. That is the main issue. That is
Okay,
to make the livelihood much better for the tribal people only.
Okay. And one more thing, you have mentioned the composition of mahua plant in laboratory preserved condition and the normal condition. So what do you mean by the laboratory preserved condition?
Yeah, actually, as I told you, ma'am, I follow two process. One is laboratory process composition where we use liquid nitrogen. We first of all the mahua flowers were dried at 60 degrees centigrade, right, in the oven, and then we made this powder form with the application of liquid nitrogen, and after this, these powder forms are stored in different vials at 0 degrees centigrade in the refrigerator. That is the laboratory process, because this technology is not known to tribal and they cannot do it, right? Because these are highly expensive one. So based on that, and another one is NPS, what I told, naturally processed. Similar way, the tribal people they are doing what they are doing. They are doing just they are collecting and they are doing sun drying. This after sun drying, they preserve it in the goni bags only or inside the soil simply. So this is the two practice they are using.
Don't you think the preservation under the nitrogen atmosphere is expensive, right? And it is not affordable and it is not easy to handle the nitrogen gas.
Yes.
That is why the people in your state are preserving this plant in the solar night, that is after the solar light, the sunlight, okay, the drying process, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, and you have also told the oxalic acid form. You can also convert the mahua plant into oxalic acid.
Yes, that part is going on in IIT Delhi too. So this will take time to get a conclusion how much percentage of purity will be there and how much
Only oxalic acid, not to other compound.
No. Actually, ma'am, because the storage of oxalic acid can be a long-term process. It can be used at any time, not 1 year. You can use it any time. That is the main purpose.
Okay, thank you. Can we have next, Dr. Zita?
Sir, one question.
Yeah.
Sir, as there is you have mentioned that in some of the slides there is a high amount of the calcium content. So can we use it as a calcium source?
No, ma'am. Ma'am, mostly the plants, they are in the tribal region which are underexplored or they need to be more, research. This can be used, but the basic focus is on right now. The government focus is on money, right? And the middlemen, they are, you can say Tata, Adani, Reliance, or whatever. Even they have reached to the tribal people. They are collecting the flower only to make wine. right? Wine. I mean, this liquor. They
Sir,
are not
Thank you,
producing
Dr.
wine.
Usha.
Yeah.
And Dr. Usha, please, can you
Sir,
ask
ma'am,
question in the chat? Personally, you
just
can
one
ask.
word question.
Sorry.
Dr.
Yes,
Usha,
Sorry, I
please
cannot
ask
hear
him.
when both were taking
our
place.
technical team,
Actually, ma'am,
they
sir
are
mentioned
waiting at
chapter, so I
college.
was just asking.
Can you ask Usha ji, because you are asking a very simple like chapter he has mentioned. Please ask him personally.
Actually, ma'am, my question was, is this
Please,
a
Dr.
thesis?
Usha, please try to understand. Our
Okay, ma'am.
technical team is waiting. Please,
Okay.
sir, आप इनको आंसर कर देना पर्सनल विंडो पे सर. Thank you, Dr. Vasanta.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Divya, please you start your presentation.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes.
Yes, Divya.
Okay, and let me know if my PPT is moving or not.
Just change your slide.
I'm trying to with a
Yes,
click.
Divya, it is changing.
Okay. Okay, good evening, everyone. Being the last presenter, I'll try to make it short and crisp. The title of my presentation is Synthesis of Selective Biocatalytic Acylation and Desylation Studies on basically xylophyronosides. So the part of this I have already done, and I'll be also showing what I propose to do in future. So in this particular work, what I'll try to show you is that how can enzymes, basically I'll be talking about lipases and two forms of it. One is Novozyme 435 and another one is a lipozyme TLIM. These are lipases, but the source of these two lipases are different, and how they can selectively modify the hydroxyl group in sugars. Basically, we can take different type of sugars, and it can modify, means it can selectively protect and deprotect sugars. So that is what I will be talking about in this one. So what basically are enzymes? As we know, they are molecules, and they are catalysts that the nature use to accelerate the biochemical reactions, and most enzymes are considered as a special class of proteins. And we had Wilhelm Friedrich Kuhne in 1867 suggest about the definition of enzyme and what biocatalyst can be grouped in one group. They can, and then they can be called enzymes, which means yeast. No, just a second, there's something else wrong. So what makes enzymes the catalyst of our choice? So they can catalyze the reactions in a very mild conditions with regard to the temperature and pressure. And the transformations are basically very, very remarkable in terms of energy efficiency. And we also see that the enzymes, they can promote chemoregio and inertia selective reactions. And being chiral catalysts, they are able to generate optically enriched compounds. They also promote the reactions that are quite difficult and impossible to do if we use the other synthetic organic chemistry techniques. And Also, since they are nature's catalyst, so we have an advantage of a green appeal to it. So we follow kind of green chemistry principles when we are using the enzymes. And another thing is that they can catalyze both in aqueous media as well as organic media. So that also makes them a good choice. So here I'll be specifically talking about lipases, which are a kind of biocatalyst, a kind of enzymes, and they fall into the category of triacylglycerol lipases, and they catalyze hydrolysis of esters. So they preferentially hydrolyze the water-soluble esters such as triglycerides. So apart from hydrolysis, when we are doing chemical reactions, so using lipases, we can do other reactions such as we can do esterification, trans-esterification, even aminolysis and interesterification. So here, one important thing about lipases is that they have a very broad substrate specificity, and they accept the various synthetic intermediates as substrates, and they show high stereoselectivity. And now we have many different kind of lipases which are commercially available, and they are immobilized, means that they are not in their raw form, but they are sort of immobilized, so we can use them multiple times and can have multiple cycles. So when we are talking about enzymes and their reactions, so they can be distinguished into in vivo and in vitro. Like say, for example, in vivo, we see in formation of DNA, protein, and polysaccharides. They are all complex processes which are happening inside. So, and then enzymes can be isolated also from the living organisms, and then they can be used in vitro catalysis. So we can isolate the enzyme and then we can use them in reactions. So that would be an in vitro catalysis. And then we can use the lipases for, say, polycondensation. We can use them for polytransesterification. We have ring opening reactions and also polymer modification reactions that we can use. Now I'll be talking about the uses of lipases on carbohydrates. So as we know that carbohydrates are known for their target specificity, and they are also used in drug delivery agents. We have some surface transporters which go, so they are also known for being cell surface. They also have therapeutic properties, and they are also diagnostic agents. But what they primarily have is multiple hydroxyl functionalities. So that could be a deterrent, because this feature can be a drawback for us, because then we have to selectively functionalize. So say, for example, any one hydroxyl group, so that is going to be a problem. So selective protection and deep protection of these complex and highly functionalized molecule can be a very tedious task. So for this, we will be using the lipases. So we already have some publications relating to the use of lipases, and this is the work that I have already done, in which I have taken glucose and then I have done the diacetonide protection. So you can see the reaction with an acetone, basically. So the number one molecule has been made using that. And then I did alkylation, and then we had a multi-step synthesis through which we get two OH groups. Now the thing is that how can we selectively acylate or deacylate one of the hydroxyl groups? So you can see in 4A to 4D that you have two free hydroxyl groups. We have a secondary hydroxyl, and that secondary hydroxyl has been acylated using different alkyl groups. So what we can do is take one substrate, say for example 4A to 4D, and then use different enzymes, lipases particularly. And what we see is that when we are taking one enzyme, say for example novozyme, then we are taking toluene as a solvent, and we are using vinyl acetate. So basically we tried with acetic anhydride, we tried with different other anhydrides also, and we can also take vinyl acetate. So that would also acylate the hydroxyl group. So when we took vinyl acetate, and this was at 30 degrees Celsius, so pretty much at the normal room temperature. So the acylation did not happen at both the hydroxyl group. It happened at the one you see above one. And when we use the other lipozyme, so the acylation happened at the below hydroxyl group. Now after this is what we did on when we had two hydroxyl groups which were of the same nature. Then we tried doing deacylation. So if you acylate the whole system, so you have the hydroxyl groups are acylated, and then we try to remove from one. So when we tried to remove from one, so what we saw that only the acylated group was getting removed from the below hydroxyl group. So that was the the importance of these reactions, like how it can selectively and diastereoselectively acylate or deacylate the substrate. So these are the conditions when we had different alkyl groups attached. So what we saw was that novozyme was basically was very good in terms of it's the diastereomic ratio also, and we could easily separate. So some amount of minor compound was of course there, but the percentage was this much that we could easily isolate. So instead of getting like a 50% thing, we got like 90, 89, 86, 83%. So that was a little better. So with lipozyme, however, the results were not very efficient as compared to the novozyme, but we could still get a little better percentage when we use the hexyl or we use the octyl. So what we can infer is that when we are using a bigger alkyl chain on the secondary hydroxyl, so we are getting better results. So means that it has something to do with the enzyme, the catalytic enzyme. Yeah, anyone wants to ask something?
No, Divya.
Okay,
Just went
I
up.
just heard. Okay. So when we did the deacylation study also, so it was with the lipozyme, and these are the results. So if you want to know more about it, you can get in touch with me later. So so basically what we had apart from this work, we had another work in which we created PEG polymers. So we had sugars and we reacted them with PEG, and we had sugar PEG copolymers, and those were used for the drug delivery purposes. So what I believe and what I have proposed in this particular work is that using enzymes also we can do the same thing. Like we can using these substrates that I have just talked about, we can do the polymerization, the PEG polymerization, and we can make some polymers which can be used for drug encapsulation. So this is a little bit how these enzymes work. This is the whole mechanism. And I'll just skip that. So these are the proposed polymers that I believe that we can make by using the lipases. So we have the hydroxyl, so we can selectively acylate one of the hydroxyl groups by reacting with the PEG esters, and then we can use some hydrophobic drug model for encapsulation. So this study will demonstrate that novozyme preferentially mediates the acetylation of the C5CH2OH, and lipozyme preferentially acylates the C1 prime CH2OH, and lipozyme preferentially deacylates the C1 prime CH2OAC. So we can have different substrates doing different things, and we can get different products. And using these studies, we can make sugar PEG based polymers by enzymatic copolymerization, and then the aggregates can be used for drug encapsulation properties. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Divya. Divya,
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
ask two questions. The one question, can we ask a synthetic catalyst instead of enzyme for selective, acylation and deacylation? Have
Yes,
you
ma'am.
tried that?
So, ma'am, basically, when we use synthetic catalyst, the acylation goes to both the hydroxyl because the nature is same. The good thing about these enzymes is that they selectively pick only one. So, at times, when you see that we have a primary and a secondary hydroxyl, so then also, we have had studies where it picked only one hydroxyl. So, it is very selective. So, that is there. Then it shows stereoselectivity also. If you say,
It's
for
only in
example,
case of enzymes because they are chiral reagent.
they are chiral, so they
Haan,
also
that is why.
induce such things.
Another question: how do you confirm that
हाँ
only this
दिव्या
hydroxyl group has been acetylated or deacetylated? Because there are so many hydroxyl groups. So how do you confirm कि यही हुआ है, C2, C3, C4 ही हुआ है?
हाँ मैम, सो उसके लिए हमने NOE और नोजी स्टडी की थी, और दूसरा की डायस्टीरियो सेलेक्टिविटी करने के लिए वी टुक NMR एंड वी बेसिकली जो शुगर में एनोमेरिक हाइड्रोजन होता है उसके बेसिस पे हमने डायस्टीरियो सेलेक्टिविटी डिटरमाइन की थी. और वी हैड एक्चुअली मतलब जो हमने हायर चेन्स लिए थे तो उसमें हमारा सॉलिड था, तो वी हैड अ क्रिस्टल आल्सो, सो दैट आल्सो
means we can do the acetylation on anomeric hydroxyl group.
नहीं, वी कैन नॉट डू, मतलब लेकिन अगर दो प्रोडक्ट्स बन रहे हैं तो जो आपका एनोमेरिक हाइड्रोक्सिल है वो एक जब होगा तो वो अलग आएगा. उसके बेसिस पे आप पता कर सकते हो कि दोनों
NMR की
किस पर
बेसिस पे.
है. हाँ, NMR की बेसिस पे NOE स्टडी डेप्थ वगैरह वो सब कुछ किए थे, तो उसके बेसिस पे हाँ
I'll ask you मतलब how to confirm कि ये कैसे होता है. Thank you दिव्या. Thank you so much.
Thank you मैम.
Dr. Madhu.
दिव्या एक क्वेश्चन है, छोटा क्वेश्चन है. व्हाट इज द टर्नओवर नंबर ऑफ ये जो एंजाइम नोवोजाइम आपने यूज किया है, इसका टर्नओवर नंबर क्या है इसका?
सर बेसिकली ना दोनों ही हमारे इमोबिलाइज थे, सो हमने इसको कम से कम 6 साइकिल्स तक यूज किया था. एग्जैक्ट जो कैलकुलेशन करते हैं वो मैं आपसे शेयर करूंगी, बट एटलीस्ट 5 to 6 टाइम्स मैंने बार मतलब सेम उसमें इसको यूज करा है. 6 टाइम्स तक एक्टिविटी अच्छी थी, फिर धीरे धीरे मतलब इट स्लोड डाउन अ लिटिल, बट 6 साइकिल्स तक ठीक थी.
So that means enzyme is undergoing a structural changes ना after 6 cycles. That is why it is getting है ना deactivated.
6 साइकिल्स के बाद थोड़ा सा सॉल्वेंट का फर्क पड़ जाता है, सबस्ट्रेट का भी होता है, तो
मॉडिफिकेशन हो रही है ना.
एंजाइम टूट जाता है, हाइड्रोलाइज हो जाता है एंजाइम.
हाँ धीरे धीरे, बेशक इमोबिलाइज्ड हो तो भी उसमें फर्क तो आता है. अगर क्रूड होता तो हम वापस नहीं कर सकते थे. मतलब मुझे लगता है कि क्रूड में मैंने एक बार किया था तो उसमें 2 साइकिल से ज्यादा मैं कर नहीं पाई थी.
Okay, Madhu, over to you, Dr. Madhu.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Divya. And thanks to all participants. Now we are done with all the presentation which was scheduled for today. Hope to see you tomorrow. So participants can leave the meeting now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.